All right, well, that stream's over. That was definitely, that was definitely, yeah. Sean is definitely defeated. That's what I took out of that whole situation. He is feeling defeated. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it, bud. So, yeah, let's, I mean, I don't want to talk about it, but I want to talk about it. Like, I want to talk about what Sean said there. Because he streamed, right? We have the information. I took a few notes, right? I took a few notes and stuff. I'll do another update stream tomorrow on Sean's stream. I still need to go back. I like to re-listen to things 2 or 3 times, so yeah. Accounting reporting, taking the numbers to Pound Town, right? Atomic Frog. Pound it, baby. I love it. I love it, man. I love that you were the first one on there and you were just a pound sign. That is awesome. That was absolutely awesome. I love that. Oh my god. But yeah, like, I don't know, man. My take on it is Sean clearly is defeated. He feels defeated. He feels, you know, exhausted from the situation, or he seems to be exhausted from the situation. Whatever happened, you know, and that's a personal issue between, or a personnel issue. Let me make sure I enunciate that properly. A personnel issue within the company, and people should leave it at that. Let them deal with it. That's where HR would come into play, right? But unfortunately, they don't have an HR, they don't have a PR person, they don't have a customer representative or what. They don't have any of that. So somebody else at the company has to take control of that situation. That falls on Sean. It does, really. You know, he's the main guy for the company, I would say, and that falls on him, and it really sucks. It really sucks. So people need to be nice about it. I don't know why people would be attacking other team members or Sean or Nick. You know, like, you don't know what the situation is. You're speculating, and frankly, it's none of your business. You know, like, that's just what it is. It's really none of your business. So, I mean, leave it alone. Let it go. One thing that I will point out, what Sean said, is that Nick is still a majority owner of Niche World's Cult. He is still an owner of the game. He's just no longer working on the game. Whatever that means, you know, in whatever capacity. The game's still going to get developed. What Nick did, it seems like, according to that list that Sean gave, another 3 people do. So 3 other people are able to pick up the slack on that. I believe it was Zillith, Ali, and Runoff. Those 3 guys are going to continue to work on it. I'm sure they could probably hire on another person to work on it a little bit more. I don't see an issue, right? I don't see an issue. So yeah, let me read through some of this stuff. Yeah, what Atomic Frog said, Sean mentioned there's 3 people, and I just named all 3 of them. So if you have questions on how that's going to work going forward, crap, we got 2 pull here with the boss again. You want to root 1 up there? I'll grab Demeter, I guess. I think he mentioned Jahar. Maybe that was it. Maybe it was Jahar and not Ali. I have to go back and look at my notes again. That's why I make notes. That's why I talk about these things, and like I go back and I double check my information, triple check it sometimes. I listen to streams usually 2 times through to get all the information. But yeah, Jahar sounds like another one. So yeah, man, I don't know. Let me try to catch up on some of this chat here. I guess it's the end for Monsters of Memories if he's defeated. Doesn't sound... it's not the end of Monsters of Memories if he's defeated. It's just, I think, stuff like this weighs on you, man. It really weighs on you. I've been in these situations before when I've worked for corporations. You know, you have to fire somebody, or you have to let somebody go, or somebody quits out of nowhere. Whatever happened, I'm not going to speculate on what happened, but whatever happened, it eats at everyone on the team, especially when they're a big prominent member. And it doesn't have anything to do with the game being developed or whatever it is that you are working on. The work has to continue. The work will continue. So yeah. Anyway, I'm just gonna scroll to the bottom. You guys said stuff. If I missed something, if I didn't read it, then I apologize. Feel free to repeat stuff if you have questions for me directly. But that's how I feel about it. I feel like Sean seemed defeated. He feels like it's just undue stress that they didn't need to deal with right now. Just a lot of unwanted garbage that they just don't need to deal with at this time. That's what I am seeing from the whole thing. So yeah, good stuff. You missed that? Yeah. Yep, there's 3 people working on it. I can look at my notes. I will look at my notes to double check them. It says Zillith, Jahar, and Runoff. Runoff was working on the balance side of things. He was like the main balance guy outside of Ali. And then, yeah, Zillith we knew was working on it. I believe Zillith was working on a lot of the... he's like more of a coder, so I think he was like making in like the staff, right? Easter, do you want... Grab one of these things. The mace. Wait, is there another, or did we leave the other priest? Oh, he's coming down. Okay, because there's another priest that spawned. So, oh, it's this one up here. Okay, I see. No, I'll just go kill this one. That's fine. Yep, perfect. That works. Hang on one second, guys, and I will continue my thought. Just trying to get this mob over here. Okay. I saw Zilla talking about wizard staff. Yeah, so I think Zilla's probably doing the wizard staff. He probably worked on... I mean, I don't know who worked on what, right? I really don't. But he probably worked on, like, the taming or something and that kind of thing. So, there you go for that. I know Runoff and Ali are probably working on the charm situation quite a bit because they are more of the balance side of things. So they're trying to figure out how to balance charm. I saw Ali in chat literally talking to people about charm and looking at the numbers, which is another really good thing. They're looking at our feedback. They hear our feedback. You know, stop. And I'm bad about this too. Like I'll fully admit it. I'm very bad about this too. Stop giving like non-constructive feedback, right? Sorry, they're mowing the grass outside too, so you might hear the lawnmower. But stop giving like non-constructive feedback. Make sure you're giving them the information. Don't just be like, charm sucks. Don't do that. Or charm is great. Tell them why. You know, tell them what's broken about it, why you feel like it's broken. That's where I try to elaborate. I probably say too much when I say things. I elaborate a lot on charm. So, yeah. Get a new offhand? Oh, yeah. I did get a new offhand. So, Demeter drops the Mace of Malice, which actually has stats now. So, 6 strength, 5 agility, 12, 35. So, it's pretty good. So, I did get a new offhand. The only issue is I can't use my sharpening stones on this. I have to use weight stones or whatever on this. So I can't get my buff. But I'm using it to level up my my bludgeoning, which is at 238. So it's not going up very quickly. Whoop, I wasn't paying attention to that. So yeah, just, you know, stop with the speculation. I mean, I know Sean kind of addressed this too. And I totally get where he's coming from. He said, you know, don't speculate. And people are going to speculate. They're going to ask questions. They're going to wonder why it happened. What he's saying with that is, which is what I've also been trying to reiterate over and over and over to people, is stop the freaking witch hunts, guys. Like, making up stories about Sean or about Nick or about anybody else on the team that you have zero information on. Why? Why would people do that? It's so juvenile. It's extremely childish to do that. Like, we're not in grade school anymore. You know, don't make up stories. You know, if you think that he got fired, say, I think he got fired. If you think that he quit, I think that he quit. That's fine, right? Whatever. But it's when you're like, well, it's because of blah, 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 blah. You don't know that. You have no clue. And you honestly, you come off sounding ignorant by saying that. And I don't care if I offend every single person in the chat by telling you that you're coming off as ignorant and childish. Now, if you are, I too am curious why. Sure, I'm curious. You know, was he fired? Did he quit? You know, what was the reasoning? But it's none of my business. That's why I'm not going to go out there publicly and be like, I deserve to know. I don't. I don't deserve to know. You don't deserve to know. Nobody does. So grow up. You know, grow up. Seriously. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say about it. But as far as Sean, you know, he seemed defeated. He really did. As an ignorant child person, I take no offense. There you go. Yeah. Maybe it was because he was eating the whole 40-pack of potato chips and didn't share with anyone. Maybe. Maybe he drank too many Kirkland's coffees. And he didn't leave any Kirkland coffees, you know, left at Costco for everybody else. I don't know. Who cares? Your last message, I think it's unfortunate they didn't make a fell with. Wait, that message? Wait, that's the wrong person. Baron, let me roll it to Baron. Class balance can be worked on over time. I think the biggest issue is they need to work on serviceability and zones being able to handle large influxes of characters, NPCs, items, etc. A smooth running EA will really set them up for success. Yeah, I agree, Baron. I agree. All of this stuff, literally the classes, their abilities, the balance, all of that stuff will never be finished. It will always be a work in progress. Do I think it needs to be more balanced than it is now for the start of early access? Yes. But it will never be perfect. It's going to constantly be changed and changed and changed. And as the game grows and develops, we're going to see, you know, new abilities come in, new items come in, a new change in who's the top DPS, bottom DPS, you know, all of that stuff. So yeah, we're constantly going to see changes. That can come later, right? That reminds me, it's time to pop a Kirkland's. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing great, Nick. I'm doing great. Yeah. But yeah, drink your Kirkland's, dude. Drink your Kirkland's all day. You know, I hope you enjoy them. You know, all of this other talk about everything else. Who cares, man? Who cares? It's none of our freaking business. That honestly, I think if other content creators out there, I'll even call some of them out. I don't know if they're doing this. If they are speculating and making up all this crap, they're doing it for views, guys. They're doing it for views. Who cares? Like, let them do their thing. You do your thing. If you don't like it, go to a different channel. If you don't like what I'm saying, go to a different channel. I mean, it's the same thing everywhere. You know? I wish Nick the best. I hope that whatever he gets into is the best. And I wish Monsters and Memories and the rest of the team the best on whatever that happens. Right? Like on all sides. I don't hate anybody out of this situation. So, anyway. That is my rant. That is my rant. Stop being children. I thought this community was supposed to be like 40-year-old dudes that want to play video games. I thought that's what this community was. I didn't know I was going back to middle school. I honestly didn't know I was going back to middle school. Like, good God, man. Charming should have a high risk for mob to turn on the charmer. I would love to see that, yeah. I'm not going to talk about charming anymore. You know, like, I have my take on charm. I think I've made it very clear to everyone on charming. I think I've made it very clear my position on a lot of the things in this game. You know, I like stuff. I don't like stuff, and that's just it. I'm just one guy playing the video game and enjoying it. And I hope that you are all one person playing the video game and you're enjoying it. Ultimately, we're all going to have our difference of opinion on what we think is too strong, not strong enough. What they should do. Should it be more EQ-like? Should it be more WoW-like? Should it be more Dark Age of Camelot? Should we have more PvP, less PvP? Everybody's going to have their opinion. And none of them are right, none of them are wrong. They're opinions. Literally what an opinion is. So, anyway, capsules and catacombs. Ooh, I love it. 40-year-old dudes getting their inner child come out. Yes, they are absolutely letting their inner child come out. They really are. Costco's goated. Oh, dude. I mean, I love me some Costco. I love me some Costco. I do. I don't drink Kirkland's coffee, but I do drink Kirkland's water. So, I mean, I don't hate on Nick for his love of coffee. I disagreed with some of Nick's class choices, but you know, but his love of coffee. If I was a coffee drinker, I would probably drink Kirkland's cold brew. But Kirkland's water that's my stuff. That's my jam. It might be time for Costco dog. There you go. Kirkland's water is the best thing to wash down a Kirkland's cold brew. There you go. Absolutely. You know, I'm here. I'm here. Did you see the Costco CEO? Was that about I thought it was about him eating a hot dog. Wasn't it a hot dog or was it a hamburger? No, yeah, he ate a hot dog. He ate a hot dog and then he said it's staying at $1.50. Yes. Costco hot dogs at $1.50? I mean, come on. Can't beat that. Knew you got that sponsorship and retired. I'm going to drink me some Costco water. We're going to down another because I'm really thirsty. I've already downed one of these today, but we're going to do our little water chug-a-thon here. Hydrate, everyone. Hydrate. And that's how you drink a Costco water. Delicious. Not sponsored by Costco, by the way. Not sponsored by Costco or Kirkland's or whatever. Not sponsored by any of that. Missing buffs. Yeah, no worries. Just skip 51 and jump to 52. No. It took me like 2 days to get through that. Crazy how all these CEOs are baited into eating their food products on video. McDonald's, dude, it's hilarious. Wow. I'll put in a good word for you. Yeah, let me know. I would love to be sponsored by Costco. I'll be sponsored by anybody. I don't care. What do you want me to sell? I'll sell it. You know, you pay me enough, I'll sell just about anything. No, like seriously, I talk. I'll tell you my honest opinions on everything because I don't care. I legit don't care. Seriously. Have you seen the Costco double chocolate chip cookie? I have. I ate one a couple days ago. My mom and her sister went to Costco on a Costco run together, and they bought 4 of those cookies, and they gave me one or 5 of those cookies. I don't know. They bought several of them. They bought one and they put it right down in front of me and go, "Here you go, eat a cookie." Oh, I ate the cookie. That cookie got consumed, sir. It was delicious. I ate all around the outside and I saved the middle, that middle chunk that's like I don't know, it's like an inch thick. Oh, so good. Oh, it's so good. Anyway, again, wait, did YouTube not pop up for me again? Oh my gosh, dude, what is wrong with this stinking app? I'm going to take YouTube down again, and I'm going to bring it back up. If you guys are on YouTube, I apologize. I'm going to bring it down and bring it back up and see if it fixes so that it actually shows in chat, because it's not showing in chat for me. So give me 1 second. Let me open this up. This dual streaming thing, I can see why people don't do it. I try to do it for those that like YouTube streaming over Twitch streaming, but I can tell you it is a pain in the butt on my end. Yeah, I see people watching over there, but I can't see your chat. So let me close this down a second, and we're going to redo it. There we go. Let's see if that fixes it. Hopefully it does. All right, I think it's back. Let me do a pop out here. Pop out chat. All right, we're just gonna do a pop out chat, and then if it doesn't work, we're gonna leave it. I'm not gonna mess with it anymore. But yeah, if I can get a little mic check over in the YouTube side of the world, mic check. Let me know if you can hear me, see me, whatever. All right, well, next is going to be a 2-pull, probably. They might separate enough if I give them a minute. YouTube has better algorithm or encoding or something over cell networks. Yeah, it's some people prefer it, so I try to do both. I totally understand, and it's easy for me to coach or to dual stream, so I don't mind doing it at all. All right, I got a single. Loud and clear. Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, guys. You're going to bail for now. Hang on a second. Just wanted to thank you for the content. Always valued your opinion on things. Thank you for everything. Yeah, I appreciate you too, Nick. Take care. Have a good one. Whatever happens, and that's whatever, You're not going to hear any, like, speculation, rumors, and all sorts of junk from me on my end. Outside of Monsters of Memories. I'm going to talk about Monsters of Memories a ton. But thanks for stopping by, bud. And I already pay for YouTube Premium. There you go. If you pay for YouTube Premium, you want to be over on YouTube, by all means, watch on YouTube. You're going to get the exact same content as over here on Twitch. I co-stream to both at the same time, even though sometimes Twitch doesn't like you to do that, but, whatever. Mr. Sandman. I don't know why Mr. Sandman is in my head. Bring me a dream. I was watching that show Evil. I'm on like episode 10 or something of Evil. And they had an episode where they had a song stuck in their head. It was about a content creator. And she was like doing some sort of weird content kind of thing or whatever. But it was, anyway, they got a song stuck in your head. I love that song. Mr. Sandman? Yeah. I love Mr. Sandman. Or Sandman. I think technically the name of the song is Sandman. Not Mr. Sandman. But, yeah, fantastic song. My wife and I still reference the Rose 224 episode. VR headset thing. Oh, yeah, the VR headset. Yeah, that was a whole other thing. But the one I'm talking about is the content creator, whatever her name was, where she did like makeup streams. Ah, crap! I got to. That one spawned when I pulled this other one. Yeah, we can just pull around the corner so it doesn't nuke on us. Content creator? Yeah, so it was in the TV show called Evil. Literally nothing else in the title. So if you Google Evil TV show and it comes up with like there's a couple TV shows that say Evil and then have some subtext underneath it. Just called Evil. And it's about 3 people. There is a priest, a psychologist, and a tech guy that are effectively they are just investigating weird things that happen with people, and kind of that's what it's about. That's what each episode is about, but it's also their overarching story of the 3 of those people and that kind of thing. But there's one episode where there's a 20-something or teenage, older teenage girl or whatever that is showing how to do makeup, and they have like this whole episode based on that, where there's a song in the background. It's a Christmas song based on like a Ren and Stimpy kind of show, and it's a Christmas song that supposedly makes these kids go crazy or whatever. That's the very quick gist of the episode. But you check it out. It's a fun show to watch. It's a fun show. My wife and I have been watching The Pit. I want to watch The Pit. I have not watched that one yet. I think my girlfriend wants to watch that as well. So we might check out The Pit at some point. The first season was great, and we're up to date on the second season, currently still coming out. Yeah, I definitely want to check that one out. I watched that when it was on network TV. Which one? The Pit or talking about Evil? Telling. Yeah, that one spawned on me on the way back. We got out of whack because of the Demeter spawn. That the one with the guy from Person of Interest? Yeah, I think so, yeah. The Pit's fun to watch? I have to check that out. I'll go check out Evil. Yeah, check out Evil. It's a fun show. It started in 2019. I think it's still going today. I know it's 2019 to like 2025. They have seasons. I don't know if they're going to continue it or not. But I've been enjoying it. What are your thoughts on Sal? Lots of people talk. It feels too mandatory to have and should be nerfed. Like, you know, I have mixed feelings on it. Sal is very mandatory, yeah. The game feels bad when you don't have Sal. I agree with that. But should it be removed? Should it be nerfed? Should it be changed? All that kind of stuff. That's a tough one. That's a very tough one for me. You know, 4 classes have it. It's easy to get. The buff lasts for an hour. It's a low-level spell. So it's not like, you know, it's hard to come by any means. In fact, 2 of the 3 healers have it. So if you're in a group, you have a pretty good chance that you have somebody that's casting Sal. You know? I don't know. I don't want them to just remove things for that reason. Just like I don't want them to remove Charm. I don't like how strong Charm is, but I don't want them to remove it. You know? I don't have Sal, you know, all the time. I'm a fighter. I don't have it all the time. But does it feel mandatory to have? Yeah, kind of. Kind of does. They are going to be adding it into potions, though. So there's going to be, I guess, 2 versions of the potion. There's going to be like a 20% low-level version and then a 40% higher-level version. So, I don't know. Now, should it go up to 60% run speed? Maybe they could nerf that down a little bit. I don't know. Maybe. Daredevil starts today? Oh, does it? Is Daredevil's coming back? Nice. I'll watch that, too. I enjoyed that. Wait. Gaming with Klaus Durden. Are you not working? I thought you had to go to work. You're back. What's going on? People investigate weird things. Oh, yeah. You're talking about that. Okay. I'm wanting to know when Sal pots are coming out. I don't know when they're going to come. They were out. They were in the game. They were taken out of the game. I don't know when they're coming back. Or if they are. I haven't played EQ, but Sal seems like it's bad for the long-term health of the game because of the type of power. Any new content always has to be balanced around it. Well, what I think they need to do with Sal is increase the movement speed of certain enemies, especially named enemies, raid enemies. They should just be able to run super duper crazy fast. That does cause other issues. I'm not going to go into what those issues are right now. Well, we could. It basically makes it where it makes it really easy to pull. So if you could like grab a room of a bunch of mobs, including the named. So if you have the named mob and like it's got 5 other mobs in there, the named will run super fast, and you could like pull the named mob out, and then feign death, and then it splits the mobs very easily. Like super easy way to split mobs. Is basically what ends up happening. I'm honestly fine with more people having Sal. I don't know that we need more people having it, but maybe. I agree. I want Sal to stay, but as you mentioned, it feels weird for one buff to have so much control in the game. It does have a lot. Yeah, it does have a lot. What if J-Boots? Well, that's the other thing, right? They have said that a form of J-Boots will probably exist in some way. There you go. There's the necklace off of this guy, which is still... Don't know what this does. Don't know what it does. But yeah, there will be some sort of boots of speed, J-Boots, whatever, in the game, supposedly, at some point. But it's probably going to be like a quest, and it's going to be not easy to obtain, but not super duper hard. So that's the idea there. Which will take away from the Sal people. Like let's say J-Boots only gives you like the 40% base run speed of Sal, or 30% base run speed. You know, that's still, you would want it, and then Sal doesn't seem as powerful anymore, right? It just doesn't seem as powerful if you have it. But now you're back. Gotcha. Okay. Or do you like EQ where the percentage is based on the caster's level? Yeah, I don't know. Some things I like where it's based on the level of the player, and some things I don't. You know, I don't know. It's a tough one for me because I like when you have spells and stuff that just kind of level with you rather than buying a new spell every 4 levels, right? The buying a new spell every 4 levels seems very dated and awful, to be honest. And I want them to get away from that as much as possible. So, like, they could do that. You get Sao at level 8, then you get another one at level 20, then you get another one, you know, and it just gets stronger each time. They could do that route, but, you know, I don't want them to do that. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's my take. As long as enemies can also get Sao, I feel all right. For yeah. I agree. I agree, Atomic Frog. Like, as long as other enemies can get it, you know, doesn't feel too bad. I think that every named enemy in this game should automatically have a 60% Sao. Then you can never outrun a named enemy. Like, you pull a named, you got it. A raid boss should have like 100% run speed. You cannot outrun a raid boss. And I think that they should also have summon, where if you run away from a raid boss, it just pulls you right back. If you're number 1 on the threat list, boom. It says, get over here. Like, whatchamacallit style. Dang it. I tried to... We're going to have an ad. My stun was down. Anyway, yeah, like Scorpion. Exactly. Like Scorpion. Get over here, and then it should also, if you get summoned, it should root you in place for like 10 seconds. Unresistible, 10-second root. You are stuck there for 10 seconds. That will probably solve the kiting issue, where you can't kite raid bosses, because in this game you actually can kite raid bosses. Shockingly enough, I know it sounds like a weird thing, but you can do it, or you could, at least when I did it in alpha, and it was a problem. So, like, it should just summon you, root you in place for 10 seconds, and just quad attack on you, problem solved. They could just make Bard Sao disappear when someone casts. I feel it's trivialize the content. That would stop kiting. Well, I don't want them to stop kiting. I feel like kiting is a part of the game. Like, kiting is okay. And I like quad kiting with wizards and druids, and I think that rangers should be able to kite. Like, I don't have an issue with it, because, you know, as long as it's balanced, you know, if they make it to where solo kiting is better than group, then yeah, that's bad. That feels really bad. But as long as it's balanced and solo kiting is not better than grouping, I'm okay with it. Plus, you already have to think that kiting limits you to fighting melee mobs. You know, because if they can cast, or if they can do ranged attacks, it makes it much more difficult to kite those. And then named mobs that are immune to snare and immune to root, well, immune to snare for kiting, that, you know, kind of solves that problem. They just catch up to you and kill you. So it's not like you're going to be kiting the named mobs if you make them run faster and have the summon ability and all that. So that's what I would say. Lord the Pots are in the game. They trivially at Alchemy at 55 require 7 no. No. Those were removed, Mr. Sean. The Sao pots that were in the game are no longer in the game. They removed them. To my knowledge. I haven't been able to make them or anything. I've got 51. I've got 51 alchemy, and they're not on my list of things I can make. At least I didn't see them. Anyway, Sal makes risky game almost have 0 risk. It does, yeah. It takes a lot of the risk out. Wonder how much mounts will affect need for Sal. Well, mounts don't move faster than a player currently. So, like, you don't have to worry about that. Just have unlimited harm touch? No, take harm touches out. I don't like harm touches either. I think that was a bad design choice as well. Harm touch should be very, very, very seldomly used and always preventable. Like the bone construct. So, bone construct, when a player is over level 20, can harm touch you. I don't like that because it level locks the encounter, and that's just my take on it. I don't like level locked encounters. But it will also harm touch you if you walk out of the room while you're fighting it. That is 100% preventable, and I think an okay use of harm touch, because you can avoid getting harm touched. You can be like, I'm gonna do the fight properly and avoid harm touch completely. So there's ways that you can use harm touch that are good and ways that you can use harm touch that are bad. If they just have it like what EverQuest did, which was periodically it just harm touched somebody in the raid, that's silly. That's silly. Even if it's on a long cooldown. Absolutely silly. Yeah, the death touch or whatever. Yeah, death touch. I keep saying harm touch, but death touch is what I'm talking about. Yeah. You know what I mean. Yeah. Harm touch is the Shadow Knight side of things that just does a bunch of damage. That's an okay ability. So sorry, misspoke there. But yes, absolutely, death touch, in my opinion, is lazy design. Just like Apostate says, like it's lazy design. Now, if you can design it a certain way, then yeah, it's not that bad. Like, make it preventable. Unless you fail a mechanic, right? It's a mechanic in the fight, and if you fail the mechanic, then absolutely, have death touch be a thing. That's fine. Maybe the Inquisitors counterbalance harm touch, or which one? Death touch? Yeah, I made the mistake of getting them, mixing them up, so I apologize on that. Just want to make sure that we're going forward with the correct terminology. But they already have it to where Rangers there's an ability that Rangers have called Death's Demise that makes them immune to death touch for like 15 seconds or something. You could do something like that and have certain classes be immune to it, and make it to where they have to use that ability, etc. But they would need to build that into the mechanics, and they couldn't put it on just a random mob, because then it requires having a ranger in your group, right? You can't just give it to one class and then build mechanics around that with NPCs. For 1 out of 18 classes to be able to prevent it, that's silly, right? Rush Salpods become richest man on the server? I mean, yeah, potentially. I think conditional death touches are probably fine. Like, do this mechanic or you die. Yes, that's fine. I just don't think it should be done often. Like, here and there, every once in a while, yes, that's cool. All right, let's... I don't know if I need to keep these items. Like, this is what I don't like. This is what I don't like about, because we've talked about itemization lately, right? We've talked about itemization. Why is this item 6 AC, 5 agility, and then I can get this item, which is 2 AC, 5 strength, 5 agility? Clearly, this item is way better, and it's crafted. Way easier to get than to come over here and kill Demeter. Way easier. So why does Demeter even have that item? Just makes 0 sense. Another one is the necklace here, which I'll show you. Another is this necklace, the Choker of Gallows. 5 stamina versus this Torque. 9 AC, 4 strength, 3 agility. This is more difficult to get. Now, it does have 12 corruption on it. So maybe there's going to be a corruption boss and you're going to need to have like high corruption resist at some point. But yeah, these kind of things need to be changed. Still need to craft it? Yeah, but it's not hard to craft. Like, it's not hard to get the materials and craft it. People were crafting this gold gear within a few days of the servers being up and the servers being live. No one was high enough level to get this item when they were already crafting these items. These items are way easier to get than these items. So, should it not be the more difficult item to get? Should that not be the better item? I mean, maybe I'm taking crazy pills here, but I think that if an item is more difficult to obtain, it should probably have better stats on it. At least it has 12 corruption. Yeah, the 12 corruption resist might... That could be argued as being useful, yeah. It is a stat, yeah, it's absolutely a stat progression issue over bit, and that's something that they need to look at. It's part of the balance that needs to be looked at. Anyway, let's disenchant these, because now here's the other thing to this. There's another take on this as well. These mobs over here drop magic items, but none of them are worth using except for this mace right here. It's the only one that I would say is actually worth using. But the other items, maybe you have to put on this ring, put on this necklace to do a quest. So you have to get all of the items from here and then go up here to this altar right here and like do something here. There's also like a weird thing. If you stand right here and you look up through this hole in the sky, the moon will eventually appear right there in that hole in the sky. Like literally right in the right in the center of it. So there could be some sort of quest that goes with that, right? Absolutely could be some sort of quest, and you have to have all the items. I can't figure it out because there's nothing hinting to you that that is a quest, and there could be a million different things that you have to do to make that work. Like, you have to stand there at the right, during the right moon phase, wearing the ring, wearing the necklace, holding the sword, and type in a certain phrase, right? Like, there's so many things that you could possibly have to do. There's no possible way to figure it out unless there's some sort of documentation somewhere in the game that tells you what you're supposed to do. Like, it's just, that's the kind of quest that I don't like, and I don't think they need to be putting in the game. You got to give us hints at what to do. Something. But if you go up to that altar and you type /look, nothing happens. There's so many... And I haven't found anything in the game that says, you know, anything about Demeter or about Lady Therm, whatever her name is. There's Miriam Therm. There's a couple people with the last name of Therm in the game. Thyrm. But one of them spawns right here. She's a named ghost, so she's dead. There's more of them that spawn up in the upper salmon area. So they're all over the game. I have literally seen nothing that ties them all together. So I don't know what to do with it. It's really annoying. I watched Evil Stars on a work call. It was cool at first and figured at this point it must be getting less good. I've seen recent promos and was surprised to see the same main protagonist is still alive. Yeah, I mean, I'm only in the first season right now, so I'm still enjoying it personally. But we'll, you know, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Anyway, let's go ahead and disenchant these for now because I don't know what else to do with these. This is a great place to go to get disenchant material. I don't know why I'm giving you guys all of my secrets. I shouldn't be giving you all of my secrets. But if I don't give you all of my secrets, then people will say that I'm gatekeeping. Clearly, I am not a gatekeeper because I'm telling you all my secret places are and giving you all the information I have on them. So, all of my secrets are going to change. I don't think this one's changing. I don't think this one's going to change. At all. Like, this has been like this for a long time. In fact, I made it very clear to the devs that I think this needs to change, and they have not changed it. For months. This has been like this for like 8 months, and I'm like, guys, you should probably change this. This seems really, really bad and broken. They don't seem to want to change it. The mud system has some issues for sure, even at low levels. It's pretty unintuitive. Yeah, exactly. Often the response you need is nowhere in the dialogue. Exactly. That's the thing that I don't like. It's very unintuitive, way too obscure for obscure sake. It's just it feels bad. It feels bad. Tons of interactions have nothing to do with you because of your class. Well, that's another thing too. Yeah. They don't have anything to do with you because of your class. You know, there's just a lot out there. Don't worry, these people dedicated to keeping the wiki outdated and wrong in some cases. Hopefully people don't keep things updated and wrong on purpose. I'm trying to get you guys the best information I possibly can. Because being part of the alpha, being part of the beta is absolutely, there's an advantage there. The knowledge has a very big advantage in a game like this. So I'm trying to make the playing field as fair as possible. When I write them, it's pretty obvious. No, the ones that you did, yeah, over in Keeper's Bite, Telling, it was very obvious. I feel like the quests in the game that are implemented and that's why okay, let me kind of back up and give you a whole statement, and then we can talk about it some more. The quests that are in the game that function from start to finish are well implemented, and they work. They give you the information needed. They function, and you have everything you need to do right there in front of your face, and it tells you what to do. Then you have these like obscure, weird things that seem like they're quests, that seem like you should be doing something, but are not. Right? They either aren't a quest, they're not fully implemented, they're just lore based, but you have no idea. Like, there's just something obvious. It's very clear to me that this structure right here has to mean something. Right? It has to mean something. Because you have some spirits here, you have 2 named mobs that are here, one on a 40-minute timer or something, another one that always spawns after you kill this spirit. There's a hole in this structure right here where the moon lines up perfectly with inside of it. It drops a there's a one-handed sword that drops here, a two-handed sword that drops here, and a necklace that drops here, and a ring that drops here, and a mace that drops here. And then one other item that I'm not going to talk about unless it drops. So all 5 of those items we have seen drop here. But none of them except for the mace are actually worth getting. And there's only 4 mobs over here, and it's way away from any type of other XP. So what incentive is it for people to come over here and do this? There's like 0 incentive for it. So it's just really weird. Really, really weird. There's the two-handed sword. Boom. I think we're going to get another two-handed sword. I'll show you the two-handed sword. And it's the two-handed sword is called Soul Brand. Here, I'll show it to you. Because she's probably going to drop another one here. Let me see. Oh, wait. Maybe not. Maybe I won't show it to you. I think I disenchanted it already. Anyway, we'll get another one here and I'll show it to you. But yeah, it's called Soul Brand. And it says on there something about like when the moonlight hits, blah, 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 blah. There's like a whole thing on it. It's got to be a quest, but I have no idea what to do. And it's so infuriating because I just want to know, is it in the game? Is it not in the game? Should I be wasting hundreds of hours on this? Or, you know, like, I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, I like the starter ones more than Night Harbor. Oh, the starter ones over in the Phalandraw side of the world? Yeah. That's how I got the measuring sticks. Thank you for your video. Well, there you go. Thank you for watching the video, and hopefully you gave it a little thumbs up. Maybe it's fun to waste hundreds of hours on it. It's not fun to waste hundreds of hours on this. I have put so much time into this area, and I have no idea what to do. It's not fun. It's not fun. I like the balance of streamers having open book content, showing things that would otherwise be secret to the level of the playing field. I don't like players motivated to map things out for themselves and their guild in the test phase. Yes, yes, I totally get that, Overbit. I totally understand that. I get where you're coming from. That's why I'm trying to be as transparent as possible. If I do it in beta, I will share it with you. There's still some things that I know from alpha that I just can't share. Anyway, here's the soul brand right here, so we're going to go and pick that up. Let me pull this mob before we get more spawns. But we'll look at soul brand and we'll talk about it some more because, yeah. So there's soul brand. There you go. It says, a noble greatsword of Lady Therm. This blade, said to be forged by magical force from the light of FS, slides through armor, leaving only silence and nightfall in its wake. Tell me that this is not a quest. This has to be the Fiery Avenger quest. Right? And there's no stats on it. Yeah, surely you can upgrade this, right? There's another sword that you get that drops here. It's the one-handed version of this weapon. Same thing. 0 stats on it. Like, lots of dialogue in it. Come on. Why can't Inquisitors use it? I don't know. I don't know. I've been trying to figure this thing out for... What month are we in? March? I would say 7 months. I've been trying to figure this quest out. If there is, in fact, a quest. I have no idea what to do. So any information on this would be very, very helpful. But I feel like it's like the... it's going to be the first epic weapon in the game. Maybe you have to kill a mob with it. I've done that. I have killed mobs on this particular altar. I literally have stood on this altar. I have killed Demeter with it, who spawns here. I've killed Lady Therm with it, who drops it on here. I have tried to place it. I've tried to place it on this altar right here. I've tried to put it in my hand and stand down here. Oh, by the way, another thing. See how this floor is not glowing? Here's a whole other thing that's going to blow your mind. This floor right here sometimes will glow between the cracks of the floor. So, like, there's, like, tiles that are down there. Certain moon phases and stuff will make that floor glow. Does it do anything? I am going absolutely nuts in this place. I know so much information about this for not having any information about this. Timing? Yeah. I've tried that. I've tried while the floor was glowing, certain moon phases killing mobs, holding the sword in my hand and putting it up in the air and saying, by the eye of Thundara, give me light, or whatever he says in Thundercats. Like, I've tried so much. I have tried so much. But, like, nothing tells me what to do. And it's driving me bonkers. Have you tried asking Discord about this? Maybe someone got the info. Well, we couldn't ask in Discord previously. I could probably ask about it now. But we could only ask about this in the closed alpha for a while because people didn't know about it. This is actually really cool. Don't get frustrated yet. Dude, it's very cool, right? This whole thing is very cool, and I'm so happy that I can finally share it with all of you, and we can talk about it, because I've been wanting to talk about this for so long, and I've had the NDA, hush hush, nobody can talk about it, it's on alpha, blah 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 blah, for so freaking long. You have no clue, guys. You have no clue. I heard you have to stand on one foot to activate it. Like I have to, or my player does. Like, why does everything need to be figured out in beta? It doesn't. It doesn't need to be figured out in beta. But like, I've been trying to figure this out for 7 months. At least 7 months. It's been a long time. Is this Fallen Pass? Yeah, we're in Fallen Pass down at the beach. Yeah, I agree, Tim G. Like, I want to have quests like this in the game, but the problem is like, there's nothing hinting to you what to do here. It could be somewhere else in the game. Maybe you have to kill another NPC in a completely different area of the game that drops some sort of... Golly, hang on. That drops some sort of book that explains what to do. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah. If only he knew about the X. Yes. There's clearly something that I'm missing. Here's the meter. We'll pull the meter. Hang on. Because you guys were asking, so let me get the soul brand. We'll use the soul brand, and we'll fight Demeter. I don't know. Do the articles the mob drop do anything? Some articles, yes. Some pieces of paper that you get off of mobs. Yes. Sometimes you can take those and turn them in. There's another one that I really want to talk to you guys about too, but I can't because I haven't done it in the game yet. But it's in the alpha, or was in the alpha. There's a very cryptic piece of paper that you can get, and we figured it out. We solved the cryptic piece of paper, but we can never figure out who to turn it into, because the piece of paper doesn't give you any hint on who to turn it into or what to do with that piece of paper. It literally could mean nothing. It could just be flavor. But that item was literally like a 1% drop chance on a rare named that was probably a 20% rare named with like a 1 or less % drop chance. We literally only saw the item once, and I don't know anyone else in the game that ever saw it. We asked around a little bit. Couldn't figure it out. It's one of those things that can be difficult for a developer, I imagine, if they confirmed that anything that drops. Yeah, they don't want to, and I don't want them to, right? I don't want them to confirm that something drops. I don't want them to confirm that it doesn't drop. I just want something to be in the game. I want somebody to be able to talk to about this. So there's 96 people in here, and however many people are over on YouTube, I can't see right now. Hopefully we can start talking about this and figure it out. Okay, was there a mud command? The canyon is blocked by a landslide, so no, there's no mud command. We killed it with this soul brand. Nothing happened. We can try to kill Lady Therm with it too. So if anybody has any ideas, please let me know, because I want to know. I would love to hear any and all ideas on this particular quest. Those community quests and WoW are cool to see solved. Yeah, they are. They are super cool. Sounds like specific class quests in future. Well, I mean, if it's a class quest, it would be one of these 3 classes, right? Fighter, Paladin, Shadow Knight. I'm playing a fighter. That's why I want to know. It's like a unique weapon that's only used by 3 classes. That's partly why I want to know what it does. Like, this could be literally the first epic quest in the game. And we don't know. Anyway. Who's in Night Harbor that would know relics? I don't know. I'm sure there's somebody. I mean, I could, like, yeah, that could be another thing. I could take the soul brand. I could hand it to different player or different NPCs in different parts of the world. But I don't know who I would hand it to. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Like, I'm trying to think of what I could do with it. Did the devs say what the average target TTK is? They haven't really. I think it's around 40 seconds is kind of what they're looking for based on, you know, their hints and what they've said in the past. But I don't think they have a specific number that they're looking for. Try selling it? I could try selling it. Yeah. I think there must be another part drops in another location mob to combine with. Maybe. Yeah. It's very possible. Take it to the forge in Glass Flats. Forge in Glass Flats. Which forge are you talking? Are you talking about the one in Vale of Zintar? Because there's a giant forge in the Vale of Zintar, but I don't think it would have anything to do with this. I mean, it's very possible. Which forge in Glass Flats, though? I'm trying to think of that one. Do you get any faction hits from killing her? No, I don't think there's any faction hits here. We can check. But Lady Therm is right here. So we'll pull her. But, so this is Lady Tristana Therm. Okay. There's also a Miriam Therm in Upper Salmon area. And there's another mob up there. And now these are aggro mobs, so you can't really go in and turn in quests to them. But there's another mob up there that had some unique interaction where one named would spawn and would summon another named. So there's a whole thing happening there as well. You feel like I would also think that if it was a turn in for a quest, it would probably be lore and no trade, right? Or no drop. If it was for a quest. That's another hint that's like, maybe it's not finished yet. Are there more altars like this anywhere? I haven't seen any other altar that looks like this, no. If anybody knows of one, please let me know, but I don't think I've seen any other altar like this. Now, there is an area up in Upper Salmon that's like a building that looks kind of like this same type of structure. And inside of that building is a level 60 named. So we haven't been able to do it yet on the beta. So I don't know what to do with that. There might be something going on there. I haven't been able to really mess with that yet. Could just be, well, that's the thing. That's the argument that I have is it could just be unfinished. And if it's just an unfinished quest, it's just really frustrating. See, and she doesn't even drop anything. That was Lady Therm. She doesn't even always drop an item. She used to drop something. Oh, dang it. One spawned on me again. She used to always drop an item. 100% of the time. It was either the two-handed sword, the one-handed sword, or the necklace would always drop. The one-handed sword being the common, the two-handed sword being super-duper crazy rare. And then I think the necklace also dropped off of her. In June, will that tick people off? Wait, will what tick them off? Quick question off topic. Is it worth to create the paladin or like paladin or fighter to solo grind dungeons? Do not play a fighter if you want to solo. No. You could play a paladin, but you're going to have a really rough time soloing. I would not recommend it. But you could if you want to. That's totally on you. Since you've done the quest, I added a journal to... Oh, you're talking about different quests? Yeah. If it's for a class, maybe your class trainer. It could be a class trainer, yeah. Could be. But if it's a class quest, I think it would be specific to that class. Like, being that it can be used by fighter, paladin, or shadow knight, I feel like it's not going to be a class-specific quest. I would think that it would just be one of those. But I'm also making assumptions. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I said, I love quests like this. But this one just has me baffled. Most of the time with a quest, I can figure it out based on the information that I'm given, based on, you know, a lot of things. I can figure it out. But this one, I just can't figure it out. Possible to search items by class tag. You can't search items in the game. Maybe you can search items somewhere else. I don't know. Bandages are so slow. Would not recommend soloing. Yeah. I wouldn't recommend soloing on any of the tanks except for a Shadow Knight. Maybe if a quest is unfinished, they could not allow items for that quest to drop until it is completed. Not sure if that's a good band-aid. Yeah, exactly, Cyborg. Like, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like, if we're going... If you're going to make a quest, that's fine. Make the quest. But don't have these items drop and like make it super frustrating for players to figure it out. Like, I have literally been looking for this content, or trying to figure this out for months, and I have literally killed pretty much everything in the game. Like, I've killed raid bosses, I've done everything on Upper Salmon, I've listened to the dialogue. There's sometimes where like an NPC, so far we have gone so far in my group to where there's a named NPC that spawns and another named NPC that spawns that roams to that same named NPC. And we let them roam together to see if their dialogue would somehow trigger. Because, like, there's a named NPC in one room that spawns and has dialogue when it spawns, and then another named NPC that also has dialogue when it gets to that room where the other NPC was. But we made it to the point where we made sure both of those were up and waited for them to be in the same room together to talk to each other to see if anything new happened. It didn't in that case that I know of. Like, we couldn't figure out if it did do something. But yeah. So, like, yeah, I don't know what to do. I don't know. Do I need to keep this Ring of Regret? You know, should I keep this ring? And it says, a dull gold band marred with dents and blemishes. Faint traces of an inscription, I'll get to that in a second, remain inside the band, but the words have been violently scratched out. So, what I've tried to do with this is hold it in my hand and try mud commands. Like, hold it up and do, like, / inspect ring. And it doesn't do anything. You see nothing out of the ordinary. / rub ring. That did not work. You know, like, inspect inscription. We can try that. / inspect inscription. You see nothing out of the ordinary. I'm so, like, I don't know what to do. Inspect item. We could try that. / inspect item. Nothing out of the ordinary. A ring, maybe you need to propose. Well, you know, so it's kind of funny that this drops off of Demeter, right? So this drops off of the skeleton that spawns right here like every 30 or 40 minutes. But Lady Therm is over here. There is 2 other NPCs up in Upper Salmon of a skeleton and another Therm. Another place like Miriam Therm or whatever the other Therm's name is. And they spawn each other. They were supposed to be married, but they were killed. Like there's a whole lore thing on that, right? I don't want to ruin the lore for the people that don't know about that. Maybe I need int of 50 plus. Maybe. Maybe. But I hope not for a quest that deals with fighter, paladin, and shadow knight. I mean, a shadow knight could have int of 30 or 50 plus, I guess. But, dude, my int is only 25, and I'm pretty sure that's what I started with. I don't know, man. I don't know what to do. It is driving me insane. I can tell you this. It gives you tier 4 astral powder, the enchanting powder. It gives you tier 4 enchanting powder when you break these items down. So that's the main reason I come over here. That's what got me onto this quest, is I've been coming over here to do that for disenchanting for the longest time. And I would just disenchant these items and get the astral powder out of it. Anyway, have you tried asking devs if the quest is done? Yes. Yeah, we've talked about that. Ask ChatGPT. I have used ChatGPT to solve other quests. I have done that. But yeah, the devs won't tell you. They don't want to give you the information. They don't want to tell you if the quest is in the game. They don't want to tell you if the quest is not in the game. They don't want to give you hints to where to go, which I totally understand and I respect that. I just feel like it's too difficult to find the next steps of this quest line. And that's where the problem is. Do you expect to grow int as a dwarf fighter, though? Yeah, I don't expect that. What is a glimmer of magic for? Glimmer of magic, you put it into a disenchanting cube and you break it down and you get either enchanted powder or magic powder from it. One of those. Isn't there a quest in EQ that haven't been solved yet? I don't think so. Maybe. When you did the rub for warrior starter quest, didn't you need paper and charcoal? You did. Yeah, you did. But you were trying to get a fraudage in that situation. Like, and they hinted, they told you exactly what you needed. They said you need to get a fraudage and you need to find a pillar, and you know, it explained what you needed to do. This quest doesn't explain jack poop. Explains nothing. They should at least, if the quest is complete or not. How are you wasting your time trying to complete it if it's not done? Well, you know, that's the argument, right? And I've heard the other side of that. If they tell you the quest is finished, that's a hint on if you should continue working on it. Some things in this game are strictly lore. It's just there for lore. That ring of regret could be a wedding ring. And that's why, like Demeter could be Tristania Therm's betrothed or whatever, right? They could have been engaged, and the ring of regret is that he never was able to give her the ring to propose to her, and now it's just the ring of regret. It could literally just be lore. I don't know. I was thinking that you were trying to do that. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, why are we talking about Asmongold? He would not like this game, and he would definitely poop all over this game. Have you tried dropping it on her? Like giving her the ring? Yes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I've literally given her the ring, and nothing happened. But that was a while ago. I haven't done it in a while. So maybe next ring that I get, if I get another Ring of Regret, I could try to give it to Tristania Therm again when she spawns and see what happens. Kneel to her and give her the ring. I can't kneel to her because she's KOS, so she'll attack me. So I can only give it to her while I'm fighting her. And there's no faction hits on her that I see. So place maybe, like nearby. I'm sure you've tried all these things. We've tried a lot of things, yeah. Charm her and give her the ring. Charm's already overpowered. We don't need it to be part of Quest 2. What if you have a Necro and Invis IVU? I mean, maybe. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, punching her was not a very nice proposal at all. Just punch her in the face. Hey, Criddle, did you check Sean's stream? I did, yes. Don't care about the drama, but did he mention who is taking over class design? So, nobody's taking over class design. Nick was never the only one doing class design. But yes, he did mention that. And Zilith, Jahar, and Runoff are continuing to work on class design. So, class design, you know, yes, Nick was working on it. Nick is no longer working on it. Those three are continuing to work on it. I'll do an update video either later today or tomorrow morning or something on Sean's stream. It was only an hour long. It was actually pretty short. So it won't be like a long update video or anything like that. Or stream overview. But, yeah. How do you feel about racial quests? Racial quests? Are there certain quests that are tied to specific races? I mean, I'm okay with them as long as they are not game breaking in different ways. You know, like as long as they don't give you any advantage over somebody else. Personally, I don't like it because it will cause a meta of just picking the best one. Yeah, that's the problem with it. Right now, the Elf Bard and Archer starter quest rewards are better than Night Harbor. Yes. Okay, so you're talking about that. So yeah, the Night Harbor, those aren't really racial quests, but they kind of are in a sense. Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Yeah, I disagree with that. But those are also like level 1 to maybe 15 items. They kind of, they're pointless later on. Right? Like by level 40, if you're still using those starter items by like level 20 or 30, you probably should go looking for better gear. Am I still in Discord? Yes, okay. Just want to make sure. About 20 minutes long, actual post-Nick information, really short. Yeah. There's other information outside of the Nick update. Also, just for those that may be curious about that, Nick popped into my stream right after Sean was done with his stream. Like literally popped in for just a minute to say, hey, he's still around. He's still there. The very short version, basically, if you don't want to wait for my video tomorrow, the very short version is Nick is still currently an owner and co-founder of Niche Worlds Cult, the company. He's just no longer working on the development of Monsters and Memories. That is what Sean said. The very quick version of what Sean said. And they're still talking, like Sean and Niche World's Cult are still talking to Nick on how to move forward with whatever is going on there. So that's what's happening with that. Outside of that, I'm not going to speculate. I'm not doing any of the other stuff. I'm literally just repeating what Sean said. Like OOT hammer. Is that the over there hammer? Or is that what that was? My Ranger quest at Night Harbor stopped at level 6. Yeah, some of them go farther. Is Rich Vogel actually part of the team? Rich Vogel? Not that there's a Rich Waters that is part of the team. I'm not sure on Rich Vogel, but Sean did say they're going to be adding in a couple new people to the team, GMs, and then some other people as well. There's like 5 new people possibly coming onto the team. And he said that one of those was somebody he worked with previously. Exactly. Yeah. What Nidiak said is that they're hiring an ex-EQ designer, dev, whatever, but he didn't say who. You know, it feels kind of bad. Like, I would love to be part of the team in some ways, right? I would love to, and I feel like all of us in the community are part of the team in certain ways, but I would love to apply to Niche World's Cult to be some sort of person on the team and kind of get my foot in the door. In the same way that Sean did when he first started and then kind of built up to that. I would love to do that. But at the same time, they're hiring people with experience. And that kind of feels bad for some of us that are just like, well, we don't have the experience. We've been waiting for this opportunity our entire lives. So, yeah, kind of a bummer in some ways. But I also don't want to be part of the team because I'm a content creator. So I wouldn't want to have like information on stuff like game design and things. This could also be another part of the thing right here, guys. A tormented spirit. This could be another hint. So sometimes this mob is a spirit and sometimes it's a tormented spirit. It changes. Don't know what it means. At the same time, listening to some of your critiques on the current state of the game, a lot of them come down to polish. It makes sense to bring in someone with experience. Oh, no, it absolutely makes sense. I'm not trying to disagree and say that they shouldn't bring somebody in with experience. It's just like, man, I wish that I could get in somehow without having game development experience. Like, I could probably get in on the team with like PR or customer service type of experience. I have that kind of experience. Give him the ring. I don't have the ring. I disenchanted it. I can give him the sword. Oh, I will not trade with your kind is what it says when I try to give him something. So you can't trade with this tormented spirit. I will not trade with your kind. Easter, you there? All right, do you want to do... Because this is going to spawn the other name. Do you want to kill both of them? Okay. Okay. hopefully it doesn't path funny. I'm gonna jump up here. All right, let's see if we can give Soul Blade to Demeter. Yep. Can't trade with Demeter either. Maybe it needs to be charmed. I mean, maybe that if that is the case, then that is poor design. Because it means only necromancers and enchanters and bards could possibly. You have to have one of them here to do the quest. That's poor design. Unless it's like exclusive to those classes and it's their quest, which it might be, I guess, but seems like, yeah. Did I apply to be a GM? I did not apply to be a GM, no. But I could probably have applied to be a GM. You know, but they also want experience with that if you have it. Basically, customer service experience. I could have done that because, I mean, I've got customer service experience, but yeah. I kind of like, it's weird. I kind of want to work for Niche Worlds Cult, but I also kind of want to be a content creator, and I want to be able to find this stuff like and learn the game on my own, and like that's part of the fun of playing this game. You know, it takes a lot of the magic out if you work for the company. So I'm torn, to be honest. I'm really torn. Like, I'm really enjoying streaming this game and making content for this game, and I want to continue. There we go, Ring of Regret. We'll try to give it to her because we just got a ring. So let me try to give it to Therm. Pull her over here. We can try all of your things right now. Yeah, right. Okay, we can't hand it to her. / give ring. Give ring did nothing. Place ring. That did not seem to work. Yeah, give ring did not work. Give item. I mean, / give item. That's not giving me anything at all. Propose? / propose? That didn't do anything. Good thought, though. I mean, maybe I have to wear the ring? I don't know, man. I don't know. I personally think it has to do with something with his altar over here. And I think it probably has to be done at a certain time when the altar, the whole thing is glowing. Because it's not currently glowing. If you do / help, those are the only commands it will take. Well, you can see all the commands right here on the command list. Hit this little arrow right here. So we can inspect, take, open, insert, pry, throw, rub, pour, push, pull, place, break, smell, taste. Those are all the mud commands in the game. Is there a reward for this quest? We don't know. We don't even know if it's a quest. That's what we're trying to figure out. Have you placed the ring on the altar? I have, yeah. I tried. I haven't tried since beta started, but I tried in early access or in alpha. There you go. The ethereal sword. This is the other sword. So this is the other weapon that she drops. So she drops an ethereal sword with no text on it, and she drops a soul brand with all of this text on it. All right, that's fine. So I don't know, man. Try again in beta? Yeah, we'll probably try. I can't right now because there's a mob up there, and Isar is going to get some food. But we could try on the next round. I'll hold all these in my inventory. But there's also a necklace that we need to get. So, give me 1 second. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'm going to grab a drink, and I'm going to grab a piece of chocolate. It's going to be a really cool adventure that I'm going on here for just a minute. So I'll be right back. Keep the brain going, guys. Let me know. Let me know what you guys think. I want to figure this quest out. Please help me do that. Be right back. Alrighty. Maybe having to use the weapon. Yeah, I've used the weapon. I've used it to kill Demeter. I've used it to kill Lady Therm. Yeah, GK. I agree. Yeah, there's Therm's dagger or Therm's cleaver that drops off of. Does that drop off of Miriam Therm? It drops off of somebody. But yeah, there's Therm's cleaver. There's a whole Therm family. Insert sword into stone. I'm trying to remember. I've done place. I don't know if I ever did insert on the altar. We'll have to try that one out at some point. But there's an altar right here in the background. And it's nighttime too. So like at night, let me see, where's the moon? I think it just turned night, didn't it? So the moon should be right now over here. Well, it's not, you can't see it yet. The moon will come up over this ridge, and then it'll eventually set down this way. And when it does, let me go back over here. When the moon sets, there's a hole right here that goes through the mountain, and the moon will be right in the middle of this hole. And I think what we need is the moon to be in the middle of this hole while this platform is glowing, and then use the weapon to kill Demeter. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. It's the only thing that would like possibly work. And I don't know that I ever was able to make that happen, because that's like a specific moon phase. Now, let's just bear with me here. If you have to do that on a specific moon phase at a specific time to kill a specific mob with a specific weapon, That is going to be a huge problem come early access and beyond once we figure this out, because some of these moon phases in this game, moon phases last for 3 real life days. There are different moon phases throughout the entire month. So if I go here and I type in /time, and you have time right here. So it says game time is 7 p.m. So it's 7 p.m. on game day, right? The date is whatever, on the 23rd of Earth Till in the year 806 after Reformation. It is spring. So today is March 23rd. March 23rd is the 23rd of Earth Till. Tomorrow, like literally tomorrow, real world time, it'll say the 24th of Earth Till. Then the next day, it'll be the 25th of Earth Till. It literally goes by real life dates. So if the moon phase only lasts for 3 days out of a month, a real life month, you're just going to see people down here in droves trying to do this quest. If it is that specific. That would be, again, very, very, very bad design choice. Because people are going to get these weapons all the time. They're going to get the items that they need. They're going to collect all this stuff. And then they're going to be like, okay, specific day, specific time. You're going to have 3 chances a month to do a quest. Like, that seems to be too much. That seems way too much. Now, this is yeah, that's PvP, yeah. You have to be standing IRL as well. No sitting at the desk, right? How many of those earth swords do I have? I disenchant them usually when I get them. So I just have the 1 right now. But I usually disenchant them for the astral powder. I'm only holding on to them right now because I don't know how to do this quest. And we're trying to figure it out. Can I hold one for you? I mean, I can. But what am I holding it for you? Play around with one? This is what I would call good PvP. Make the altar PvP. That would be the end of subscription. Yeah, exactly. That would be way too much if they went that far with it. Right? So I just don't think that's the case, but it could be. Yeah, it could be. Who knows? But no, I farmed this area down here specifically for the astral powder. This is why I do it. It's for this. You want to be a wizard with an ethereal sword? Nice. I think wizards can use it, can they? Yeah, wizard, spellblade. Even the elementalist can use this. Necromancer can use it. Who can't use this? Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's 4 classes that can't use it. Enchanter. Shaman. Who else is on there? Enchanter and Shaman. Cleric. Yeah, Cleric, Enchanter, Shaman, Cleric. And Archer. Nope. Archer can use it. It's the first one. Enchanter, Shaman, Cleric. Monk. Yes. Enchanter, Shaman, Cleric, Monk are the only classes that can't use it. Which is also weird. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do with this thing. The other one she drops, the Soul brand. That's this. It's exclusive to Fighter, Paladin, Shadow Knight. Give you 5 copper for it. Do they come with lore items if they are quest items? Not always. Most quest items are lore and no drop. Very often they are lore and no drop. But they don't have to be, no. They don't have to be. I'm not going to give you a soul brand. That's extremely rare. Is either bad or not tagged correct? I don't know. Did you catch the Sean stream? I did, yes. I watched it. I'll do an update video on Sean stream overview probably tomorrow and talk about that briefly on YouTube. But I did, yeah. If you have questions, I mean, we can talk about it. I don't mind. Does one of the moon phases match what the sword description says? Well, no. The moon phase doesn't. The light of FS. Is FS the moon or is FS the sun? But yes, that's what I was just kind of talking about a second ago. Is right over here. Yeah. Right over here, there's a hole in the thing where the moon, which will come up over this ridge here in a minute, it'll set over behind this big rock, and it'll be right in the center of that hole. Yeah. For a few minutes. Well, I mean, I don't want to start like a whole thing, inspiration, where people can just come over here and get these ethereal swords. Like, I don't want to do that either. I don't want to be like, yes, anybody that wants an ethereal sword, come get an ethereal sword. I don't want to start that. That's going to get really annoying. I am breaking these down for astral powder, which I need. Is there a quest you could recommend for a fighter for a good weapon, two-handed or one-handed? There is a quest. I don't know all the details of it since the changes to it. But there's a quest for a one-handed sword called like Blue Steel Longsword or something. That starts here in Fallen Pass in the Pyrmos Village. We'll do this. I'll give you guys a big hint to it. I don't really know all the details for it right now because it kind of changed. Go to the Pyrmos Village in Fallen Pass. Run around in there and use the /look command. Specifically, I'll give you one hint. In the stable, I believe it's underneath the cart inside of the stable, near the stable master. Go over there and hit /look. That is a quest to get a Blue Steel Longsword. That is a pretty good... I haven't even done the quest myself on the beta. But it's a quest for a Blue Steel Longsword, which is a very good weapon. I see wood, cloth, and powder are important. But for hat, wood, cloth, and powder? For a hat? What hat? Have you tried tailoring, making bags, or know any friends that have done it? Just wondering if it's worth pursuing. Yes. I might be the highest tailor on the server. Possibly. I don't know. I don't know of anybody that has higher tailoring. I've got 192. Anybody else have higher tailoring than 192? Speaking of which, bolt, cotton bolt, boom, boom. $193. That's what we're up to. Okay. That's fine. Alright, well, the first pull should be single. And after that, it's going to be 2 spellcasters that are back there. Well, I guess first 2 pulls will be single. Mine is close at 25. You're doing great. You're doing great, Keston TV. You'll get there, buddy. You'll get there. I'm willing to make you guys whatever you want, like for free. You don't need to give me anything. If you have the mats, bring them to me. I can make you stuff for tailoring. I can make cotton bags. Like cotton satchels, cotton pouches. I can make cotton backpacks, but those are not guaranteed. They're not trivial yet. And I have to be in town to do that. What level is the mob for the sword? 30 something? No, sorry, 40 something. Like 45, 46, 47, something like that. Spells on wiki with FM all seems to channel moon energy. So FM is moon, and then FS I think is the sun. Probably not. It was way harder to force cheese tailoring levels than blacksmithing. Yeah. Blacksmithing's super easy. My blacksmithing is 230. But you couldn't really force cheese tailoring because you have to kill higher level mobs. You can't get very high level with tailoring without killing high level mobs. It's not possible. Now you make us anything for free. Amazing. Just need a full set of enchanted leather. If you bring me the mats for it, I will make you enchanted leather gear. Yeah, my leather working is people are probably higher in leather working. My leather working is 155. You bring me the mats, I'll make it for you. I don't care. You tease him? Yeah. Tease, not tease, whatever. I'll make it for you for free. I love tanking. I tanked all day. Every day. I tank every day. All day, every day. I love it. All right, Miss Thumb. What level is your poison making? Poison making is at a big 0 because poison making is rogue only. My alchemy is 51 or something, 52. It's low. I haven't messed with that. 52 for alchemy. I could tailor a wedding gown? I could, yeah. Wish my archer would do poison making. It would kind of make sense. I mean, it would kind of make sense, but it's rogues only. My character wears a dress that I bought from the cloth vendor. Yeah, like in this game? That's cool. Where's Kaz? I don't know. Hopefully Kaz gets on though. I wanna do some Grimtide. It could also have something to do with the spectral dust. There could be a whole other thing with spectral dust, but that's a different thing. All right, so we got Demeter plus his ads, so we're probably gonna get a double here. Both the ads are casters. Yeah, the caster ones are not that bad. But if you pull Demeter, you'll get both the other ones. If we body pull one of these, it might only pull Demeter and the ad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is really dark. I'm going to try to body pull over here if I can. I got two. Okay, here I come.
Yeah.
I'll be on Demeter. I feel like Eminem gaining momentum. I had some people who never played EQ ask me about it. And for a fairly big... Yeah, he rated me actually this morning. His, is it Omfrey? I think I'm pronouncing it right. Apparently, I guess he's a French streamer. He rated me this morning from his After Dark stream. Omfrey? Yeah. Not French? Somebody said he was French. Maybe his name is French? I don't know. Anyway. I don't know. Somebody came in and said something about being French. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, he rated me the Omfrey After Dark. I guess he has a second channel. And he was playing it, yeah. If he's French, I'm out. Why? Yeah, he's a big WoW streamer. Yeah, he came in and dumped some people on me this morning. His main channel won't let him play EQ. What? Why not? They just like hate on him for it because he's a WoW streamer? Arguably one of the best, if not the best, raid leaders around. Really? That's awesome. Yeah, good for him. Well, if he wants to play this game and he enjoys it, cool. Another ring of regret. Is it up the hill again? Oh, there it is. Just get him to admit EQ was better than WoW. Yeah, I mean, I want to see more streamers like that. You know, come over to the game to get more awareness to the game. You know, I love being raided by him. He didn't say anything. He just raided and kind of raided and left. But yeah. You had the wrong live stream loaded in YouTube? Oh no. Oh no. Well, hopefully you got that fixed and worked out. Alright, you want to go do your thing? Or there's no point in killing the other trash. Okay.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
It's pretty bad, yeah. Okay. So sorry if I missed any of your replies to my comments in the hour, and if my comments didn't make sense. No, you're good. You're good, Nova. I'm pretty sure I replied to them. I may have missed them. I may not have. Feel free to ask again if you didn't get an answer to a question. Yeah, I was having some issues with YouTube a couple of times, so. I even fought on behalf of EQ Next. Then they said, it's over, Johnny. You die. Well, you know, EQ Next, I was excited about it when they first released it. But, yeah. All right, we can disenchant. Since we have extra of these items now, we can start disenchanting them. We'll hold on to a couple of these. If you guys have any suggestions, please let me know. I want to figure this stinking quest out. And I don't know how to do it. The hope was real? Yeah, I had a lot of hopium there. Did a big WoW streamer play Monsters Memories or something? I only heard the tail end of that. Yes, yeah. Omphry? Played. He's got like 200,000 subs or 200,000 followers or whatever on Twitch. I have no idea on his YouTube channel. I didn't even know who the guy was until recently, or like literally yesterday. I didn't know who he was. But yeah, he's very, very big. Very big. Comparatively, he's very big. Kungan's another WoW streamer that wants to wait till early access before he plays. But he's another streamer that will probably play. Hopefully, the smaller streamers like myself and other small streamers that are streaming this game consistently right now and really like trying to build up an audience with it, hopefully we get some of the love from those really big streamers. Hopefully. You know, that guy came in today and raided me. He didn't say anything, but he dumped I don't know how many people on the stream, and you know, I really appreciate it and all that. But hopefully we continue to see that kind of stuff because, you know, it feels bad to be a small content creator and have a love for a game and really focus on a game, and then the game actually launches and these big content creators just take over the entire space. And just kind of, you know, like, oh, yep, you're out. It doesn't matter if you've been playing the game for 20 years. It's now all about me and my, you know. So hopefully we see some of that. But we'll see. How tanky are monks? Monks are not tanks in this game at all. They can off-tank temporarily. Do not play a monk if you want to tank. Gotta admit, EQ is better than WoW. I mean, I agree. I'm sticking here. I appreciate it, Nova. Need a steady group. Who needs a steady group? Saw Kungan streaming Monster Memory a while ago. He was loving it. Yeah, he streamed in one of the... So, Kungan streamed in one of the open tests back in, like... December, January, something like that, open test. And he played it a lot for that, like, 3 or 4 days or whatever. Wait, was that the name? Giant? Oh, okay. Yeah, pull it over here. We can kill it. Oh, well, I don't know what he's doing then. Is he trying to, like, just, whatever. Well, I'm gonna keep pulling stuff. Does anyone know going to be some kind of auction house or something? There's not going to be an auction house, Justin. There's going to be the ability for players to use their housing or buy market stalls to be able to display their goods, which is supposed to be helpful to allow players to sell easier. That's the idea right now, but there's not going to be like an auction house or anything like that. EQ is your first. Never cheated. Wow, felt like I was cheating. I mean, I can see that. I played EQ. I played WoW. I played EverQuest 2. I played a lot of them. I've seen Ko in the Discord a bit lately. Don't know if he's streaming. So Ko is not streaming this game, from my understanding. Ko is interested in this game. He likes this game. He will probably stream it in early access. He will by far be the biggest content creator that streams it, most likely, unless somebody like Asmongold comes in and streams it and makes fun of it, which is probably all he will do. You know, because he has to have that shock value content. That's just what Asmongold is known for. That's what he does. That's what makes him money. So he won't. I mean, he might and make fun of it. Same thing that he did with Pantheon. Actually, I don't even think he played Pantheon. I think he watched another person play Pantheon and then made fun of it. So, you know, Asmongold, if you want to make me Asmongold famous, come on in. Make fun of me playing the game. And that'll get, you know, thousands of people come into the stream and say, hey. And I'll just pick on him at the same time. He watched a dev video of Pantheon. Is that what he did? Yeah. Whatever. Okay. This lady didn't even drop anything. Yeah, he should be easy. Couldn't care less about his opinion. Yeah, I don't care about his opinion either. But he will get eyes on the game. And that's the only thing I care about, is getting eyes on the game. Do not care about his opinion on it. You're in Fallen Pass? Yes. Maybe you need to wait for Fallen Watch before some of these. Yes, that is also another thing. This all may come into like a head, I guess, with Fallen Watch. Very, very possible. I respect the hustle. With what? With having Asmongold come in? Absolutely. I'll take viewers. Shoot, why not? You have a streamer that has like 50,000 people in his stream, and he dumps those on somebody like me? Yeah, of course I'll take that. Fallen Watch makes sense? Yeah. Fallen Watch makes a lot of sense, and that might be where all of this comes from. I would imagine it is. And that might be why the quest isn't fully implemented yet. Possible simple fix for improved group XP. Group members 4, 5, 6, plus 5, 10. Well, they have a group bonus already, Uncle Joe. It just needs to be a bigger group bonus. But absolutely, yeah. What do we get? Ooh, we got the back piece. It's really good for you, actually. So why don't you loot that? Here, let me take this though. Yeah, get that on. Oh, there's Fizzle. He's gonna be mad about it probably. How do you feel about your level? Do you feel like the gear is good enough to feel powerful as a fighter? There is some really good gear. I don't have the best gear at the moment. We need to go farming some better gear. We might do that tonight when we get a couple other people on. We're waiting for like Gam to get on. Another friend of mine has a personal issue that he's dealing with, and then another friend of mine. We're waiting for them. We're waiting for other people to get on before we go do whatchamacallit. So we're just kind of, Isar and I are just like over here doing this because it's an easy thing to XP on. Not great XP, but you know, whatever. We're getting XP and we're getting content for you guys so we can talk about this possible quest situation. So yeah. Getting good gear makes you feel good and is one of the great things about these games. Chasing gear that improves your character. Yeah. And I hope that they keep adding gear. Right now, some of the gear feels very lackluster. Like these items right here. Like this Ring of Regret. Feels terrible to get this. Off of a level like 40 mob. Feels awful. So hopefully they continue to update that. This sword feels really awful to get. Has no stats on it. Drops off of a level 45 or whatever it is. I don't know. Name is appropriate. Yeah, I regret picking up the ring. I will say this. They clearly have come over here and done something. Because this item right here, the Soul Brand, it's no, never mind. I was gonna say it was unique, but it is still unique. So never mind. Completely take that out of that. I was gonna say that it used to be unique and it no longer is, but it actually still is. Do you guys know anything about the mount system? I bought some saddlebags. Yeah, I know a little bit about it. I haven't messed with it too much, though. They literally just added mounts in the very end of the alpha, so I didn't really have time to mess with it. Oh, we didn't check. Oh, shoot. I forgot. I meant to check this at nighttime with the moon in here. Because I think like you got to stand probably like right here somewhere. And be like, I have the power, Soul Brand. Something like that. That's my guess is what you have to do. With the Soul Brand in your hand and hold it up high and say something like that. To get it to do something. If somebody figures this quest out, though, they better tell me. And let me get it. I deserve to have this weapon. Oh, on 1 foot. Yes, I forgot the 1 foot part. Forgot. Is it the mob that drops cleaver called like Watch Captain or something? I'm going with Fallen Watch keying quests. Maybe, yeah. 45. Guessing the dungeon is 50 plus. The dungeon's got to be 50 plus. Got to be 50 plus. I hope. Well, I've actually talked to the devs about it, like in their streams, so they kind of mentioned it in their streams. It looks like it's going to be a higher level dungeon, like a 50+ dungeon, yes. How are we doing on my bludgeoning? Bludgeoning still only 247. Going up so slowly. So slowly. What major combat trait should I pick for Paladin? Major combat trait. So, there's a couple options there. It depends on you and your personal preference. You could go with Fortitude for more health pool. You could go with Strength for more damage with your strength. You could go with Agility for more dodging and all that kind of stuff. But you could also go with something like Magic Resistant, which is actually a pretty good trait to have. A lot of people say that's the best overall trait to get. It really, really depends. I'm debating between Magic Resistant and going with one of the other stat traits like Fortitude. Because in the end, we might end up with our stats maxed out. And if our stats are maxed out, let's say 255 is the stat cap. If our stats are capped at 255, then Fortitude and all those other things become pointless. They're absolutely pointless stats. They do nothing for you. But the Magic Resistant trait would still be pretty good. So there's a big argument there. Now, who knows if we're going to be able to hit the stat caps. I could tell you on Alpha, with the best gear in the game, I was not hitting any sort of stat cap. But I think there is a stat cap, and I think it is 255. My buffs are fading. But yeah, I don't know, like, I don't know. I don't know what to say about it other than that. So, will we hit a stat cap? Possibly in the future? I don't know. I would say for beta, it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter for beta. For me, I know it's going to take me a long time to get to max level, so stuff that makes leveling easier than min-max would be good. Yeah, absolutely. Wonder if Monster Memory would do more armor sets that have bonuses per piece worn. They might do a set, like set gear. I don't know. I reached level 20 fighter today. Now I want to try a Pally. I'm picking Magic Resistance. Yeah, Magic Resistance is definitely going to be like the end-all thing. Did Easter give up on Monk? No, he's just not playing Monk on the beta. In hindsight, he probably should have played Monk in the beta. But yeah. I mean, it works out because we can't box. So we can't, like, box a healer and all that kind of stuff. So it works out because Isar and I are on more than anybody else in our party, in our static group. So this works out really well. It allows us to do a lot more. But yeah, it's just kind of a bummer since we can't really box. If we could have boxed, he definitely would have been a monk. Would you like to see a target reticle on targeted mobs' feet? No. Because, I mean, you have a reticle. Well, you have a targeting thing, which is all this flashing, right? This is what you're targeting, is what's flashing in the name. If we put a target reticle down here, I don't know. I don't want to see that. I don't like it. Can you find new abilities in the world as drop or loot in M&M, or you just buy them from vendors? Yes, you can, but I cannot elaborate. And that's pretty much all I can say about that. Never let someone with a small child be your static healer. Yeah, that too. Is any of the dark vision important to take? Well, it depends on you, Invalid. That's a very valid question for an invalid person. Yes, it matters if you want to play the game default. Default is this right here at like 50 brightness. So at nighttime, it'll be a big pain in the butt. If you're willing to change the gamma or adjust your monitor or whatever, or your hardware, your like video card, if you're willing to do that, which some people call cheating, then no, dark vision and infravision and those things are not worth taking. If you don't want to do that, then yes, those things are worth taking. Also, you can use lanterns. So you can buy this lantern right here for a gold, and then you can fill it with this lantern fuel right here for like a silver or something like that. So you have ways to have light in the game. So I don't really think it's worth it. Dark vision and stuff and infravision, it's not worth having, personally. But I'm willing to adjust the gamma in game. It solves the problem for me. But some people call that cheating. So it's just a matter of what your personal preference is in the game. Cleaver drop yet? Which cleaver? The therm cleaver? It doesn't drop here. I do want the therm cleaver, though. I would love to go to Upper Salmon and get it. But it's a pain in the butt to get without having a good puller, so we'll have to see if we can actually do it or not. If you had a choice between all three healers as a duo, which would you choose? No, hands down, it would be a shaman. Like, no questions. Shaman is the best duo healer in the game. Would that choice change in a 6-man group? Not really. Not really. Shaman is probably the best overall healer for, like, grouping from level 1 to 60 XPing, and will also be used at the end game level. It's just overall the best because it has buffs, it has debuffs, it has the heals, and it has speed of the wild, which is very important. It has the ability to consume, meaning that it can get a lot of mana back much faster and easier than the other healers. It's just overall the best healer for most situations while you're grouped or duo or something. Now at end game, you're going to want to have a cleric as your primary healer, but you're also going to want to have a shaman to debuff mobs for like raid bosses. You definitely want to have a shaman there, so you're going to want to have both. But yeah, shaman is definitely the best group healer. Your cleric, is armor a thing? Armor is a thing, but it's just not really needed for a cleric or for a healer. Greater Lightstone are basically nuke power. Well, Greater Lightstones are good, but they have a limited duration, right? They have a limited duration and they're out, and you can't do anything with them. I believe the developers might give clerics a holy light spell. I think that they need to have a light spell. Yes, I think clerics, wizards, maybe elementalists. I don't know. A couple give like 4 classes a light spell. I just don't understand the reasoning behind not having it. It makes 0 sense to me. We talked about that earlier this morning in the stream. Maybe you have to speak with someone with the sword equipped. And correct class? Maybe, yeah. It's very possible. Wait a month, roll a cleric, get a free ride to 60. That's probably what we're going to do. So we're most like what it looks like my static group is going to do right now is have a druid to level with and then use the druid and enchanter that are going to be part of our static group. Use those to power level classes all the way up to 50 to 60, like our alts and stuff. That's most likely what we're going to do because power leveling is way too strong right now. And I hope it gets nerfed like a lot. I really hope it gets nerfed a lot. But that's 100% what we're going to do. If you can dye stuff. I think the way they're going to do dye is when you're crafting, you're going to be able to put in a specific dye that you can craft. So like a certain piece of armor might require a certain dye to make it. And then it's going to have that color. I don't think they're going to be doing where you could dye your armor though. I think they're trying to avoid that. Because that's going to be a lot of work. Every item in this game is made by hand. Right? Well, on a computer, but made by a person with the shading, the colors, all of that stuff is all made by hand. It's not like it's not one of those things where they can just be like slap on a new color. I don't think. You'd have to ask Zukin or ZBrushed when they stream. Ask them if they're going to add dyes and why they can or can't do it, or why they will or won't do it. Just me, or is your contrast washed out? No, it's very much like, yeah, during the day it's very washed out. This is what the game is supposed to look like. But I turn it up at night. I forget to turn it back down. But yeah, it's very much washed out during the day, but at night I can actually see. Bless the weapon and cause light. I agree. I think that cleric and paladin, at the very least, should be able to bless their own weapon and add a proc to it that's like an undead proc, and it makes it like a holy light thing. I think that's a good idea. I would love to see that for paladins. Just a buff that they get that gives them like blessing of the holy light, and it makes their weapon glow so that they emit light on their weapon, and then also it adds a small proc to the weapon on top of whatever the weapon does, and gives them like a, you know, an undead proc or something. You make it just only work on undead if they want to, and that would limit its effectiveness a little bit. But it would improve Paladin's DPS a little bit too. If it, you know, just procced holy damage, you know, it would definitely help their DPS some. And I think that would be a good change. Clerics need a focus look. Yeah, clerics feel kind of bad right now in some ways. I think that they need more healing and stuff. They need more something. They are currently the best healers and preventers of damage. But outside of that, they just don't have a lot that they bring. And their healing isn't that much better than a druid or shaman to really be like, oh, they only can heal. You know, like they should have other things. And resurrect. I mean, resurrection is not something I would, you know, it's not something you just like, oh, well, they have resurrect. That's garbage. No, resurrect is very good, but it doesn't make up for their lack of other utility. Complete heal is not in the game, though. Just make that rubicite armor that much more prestigious. Yeah. Possible to have all crafts? Yes, you can have all crafts except for poison making, which is exclusive to rogues. I make the sword and add a color for my sign. I mean, yeah, I would like. I think it's a good idea to be able to add color to armor and stuff, but since everything's kind of handmade, it's kind of hard to do. I can't wait for their merchandise shop to be open. Oh yeah, getting hoodies and hats. You know, I'm hoping that I put in enough time so far that maybe once they open up their merchandise shop, hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge to the devs or GMs or anybody that might be in chat, I would gladly wear a hat or a hoodie or a t-shirt or anything like that. Let's do it. Send them to me. I'll put them on and I will show them off. I'll do an unboxing video. I would love it. Otherwise, I may not be able to afford to buy a bunch of clothing. Like, I rarely go out and buy clothing for myself in general. Right? I just rarely do that. And if I buy a t-shirt, it's like, you know, a $5 t-shirt. So, Speedo? Send me a Speedo. I'll try it on. I'll do an unboxing and try on a Speedo. It's got a big M&M on the butt. Let's do it. Sean told me to put that in font change for people like me. To put what in font change? I mean, you could technically... I don't know how it would work. I don't know the legality of it. But they have the thing out there for content creators. Like this right here. This banner right here. Like, I could take that and put it on a t-shirt, I guess. That's for like they say that's for content creator use. It's for that, what I just showed. And I put it on my videos for YouTube. That's what they have it out there for. But I guess I could go to like a t-shirt shop and be like, can you print that on there? But I mean, I guess technically that would be copyright or something, trademark infringement or something. I don't know. So technically, I guess you could make your own, but I wouldn't recommend it. It does take away from their sales later on. Complete Heal was one of the worst design decisions EQ had. It was a bad design decision, which is kind of one of those things that makes me laugh about this game. So many people are like, EQ did it, so they should put it in Monsters and Memories, right? On so many different things. But then when it comes to Complete Heal, the devs are like, nah, that was a bad idea. They should have never put Complete Heal in the game, so we're not going to put it in our game. So why do we have to put in everything else that EQ did, but we're okay with Complete Heal not being in there? Maybe every decision that EQ ever made is not necessarily the best decision. Can we think about that going forward before we're just like, well, EQ did it? It's just silly. It's just silly. Give us Monsters of Memory Speedos so I can confuse people. As why? Yeah, I want one that says M&M, and people come over and they're like, why does your Speedo say M&M on it? Like, is this some sort of chocolate thing? I love M&Ms, by the way. I want Monsters and Memories to work with M&M. Who makes M&Ms? Like, what company is that? Is it M&M Company? I'm not sure. Anyway, I want them to have like at least at 1.0 launch, they should have some sort of like code thing where if you buy a pack of M&Ms, you can get a month free of Monsters and Memories or something. Oh my gosh, dude. I would love to see that. Is it Mars Bars? Mars is who makes M&Ms? So yeah, they could get in with Mars and do like an M&M, you know, kind of E.T. and Reese's Pieces. Yes, me and a Speedo. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we'll do it. It would be smart to send streamers free hat and hoodie. I think it'd be smart, and I would love it. I would absolutely take it. I would do an unboxing video in a heartbeat. Show it off, wear it. Is there a begging skill? There's not a begging skill in the game, but they could do it, just like EverQuest. and then have it like, oh, wait, why is that not going off? There we go. They could do it and then have guards kill them, you know? Someone was asking another stream if you were soloing as a fighter. I am definitely not soloing as a fighter, no. Fighters do not solo. Absolutely do not solo. I have been duo or I have been grouping this entire time. Mostly whenever Gith is on, I'll group with him. If he's not on and I don't have anybody to group with, I can go LFG and just run around, but no. It's very, very hard to solo as a fighter. I have custom-made plushies, pillows, beanies for another game. It's not hard to do. Yeah, it's not hard to do. I just don't know the legality issues. As long as you're not selling them, I think it's perfectly legal to print whatever you want onto a t-shirt for your own personal use. I just don't think you can sell them. Saying EQ did so should Eminem is literally saying the game thing. Call of Duty did it. So yeah, it's the same thing, bro. It's silly. I mean, this game isn't inspired by Call of Duty, so it's a little different. But yes, I agree. Not having complete heal. Yeah, complete heal's terrible. Terrible idea. We should respect that different ways. They made something impressive, but they made a lot of mistakes. They made a lot of mistakes. EverQuest was not by any means perfect. It was awesome. It was fun. It was an amazing game. It was not perfect. One thing I've noticed is that people disagree with any suggestion till the devs agree with it. That happens a lot too, Zinfar. Yes, absolutely happens way too much. They're like, nope, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. Oh, dev said it? You're right. Like, what? Guys, you don't have to suck up to the devs. If you disagree with them, disagree with them. I do all the time. They might not like me for it, but I disagree with a lot of the takes that the devs have. I absolutely disagree. Like, some of this stuff, I'm like, what? Get sponsored? Yeah, be sponsored by Eminem would be amazing. Yeah. Have literal M&Ms sponsor Eminem. Put it on their Eminem packages. You know, give them $1 million. Most of what we love about EQ was emergent gameplay, like camping in places. Yeah, it was. What I love about EQ is what it did for the people playing the game. The game itself was very, very, very flawed in a lot of ways, but it allowed people to play the game in a certain way that was very unique. So I really like that. Let me use the restroom while we're waiting for this to spawn. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Right back. There'll always be a tank shortage, even when tanking isn't really all that different. And melee DPSing? Yeah. Well, tanking, the reason, is it hard to get groups as a fighter? No, I mean, yes and no. It's hard to get groups at my level, yes, because there's not enough people at my level that are grouping. Most of the people that have gotten to this level did so with a static group or solo. Most, not all, but most. So they either have their static group or they're continuing to solo. But if you are a fighter with the masses, or any tank that's with the masses, then yeah, it's pretty easy to get a group as a tank, because tanks are, for whatever reason, they're hard to come by. I think it's because, I mean, I have my reasons what I think, but it's because tanks are the most demanding job in an MMO. I feel like the tank has to, they're constantly having to reposition mobs and target mobs and they're constantly doing something. And if you have a bad tank, the entire group falls apart. You can have a bad DPS, but if a bad tank, it just doesn't work. So I think they're the most demanding job, personally. Which is partly why I play one. Like I've talked about many times why I play a tank, and one of it is because I get tired of tanks that quit, and I get tired of tanks that rage quit. It's hard to find a tank. Like, these are all reasons why I play a tank. I would prefer not to. I would prefer to play a DPS. I would much prefer to play a DPS than a tank. But I do it because my group needs a tank, and I don't mind playing a tank, right? Like, it doesn't bother me. I enjoy it a lot of times, but it is definitely it takes a dedicated individual to play a tank, because they just require so much. They require gear more than anybody else in the party. More playtime, more everything. So you kind of need, whoever is the highest playtime person in your group should probably play the tank. And between me and Isar, we're the two highest playtime people in our group. And he's going to play a monk. So I'm playing tank. Unless devs say pineapple on pizza, never agree with him. Pineapple is delicious on pizza, Burl. You gotta open up your palate. You're right. If they say pineapple on pizza, you should riot. Oh my goodness. Milos, you two can go get a room together. Ixar Ranger. They might do like some sort of Lizardman Ranger. I don't know. They did say that Lizardmen. It's possible we might get a Lizardmen player race. Lizardmen will most likely be in the game probably during the Module 2 era, around there, whenever Module 2 or 3 comes out, because we're going to get a lot of swamp stuff. So that's when the trolls are supposed to come out as Module 2. So we might get Lizardmen as an NPC along with the trolls. Your fighter overweight? Yeah, he's overweight. But, that happens. There. No, he's not overweight anymore. He's carrying too much stuff. He's a chunky monkey. Little hefty boy. What's an impact? Your move speed. That's it. Did I English? I got you. You're on Twitch, man. Don't worry about if your English is perfect or not. You're literally on Twitch. If anybody cares if your English is not perfect or not, there's a problem. But yeah, it's just your movement speed. So like when you're overweight, you just run slower. It doesn't seem to affect literally anything else. Wish I had done just a poll in Discord for races people want most as one of the they pinged everyone with. Yeah, there's a lot of races people want. He's proportional. I am proportional, yes. You also can't gate. Yeah, you can't gate while encumbered. Well, you can gate. It just will fail. Yeah, that's one of the worst features in the game, or worst things that can happen to you in the game is if you're in a group with like a wizard or a druid and they evac or port out or whatever and you're overweight, they'll leave without you. They'll just boop, gone. And then you're just sitting there like John Travolta. I've had that happen a few times. It's not fun. It is not fun. All right, how are we doing on bludgeoning here? 250. Oh my gosh. It is going slowly. That would suck, but only once. It's happened to me a bunch. Too many times to count. I feel like the fail rate of wizard and druid teleports is also a bit too high. Like it'll say something that collapses or whatever, like the port collapses or whatever. It seems to happen a lot. Also, the evac I don't like either. Like they have ports, and then they have like faster cast ports. So like their evac spells, they're only faster by 1 second. They go from 10 seconds to 9 seconds. And it's like, why? Why? They should be a good bit faster, but have a chance to fail. So, I don't know. I don't know if they're changing that. What's going on with that? Do you play and not stream too? Yeah, sometimes. Well, yeah. A lot of times I'll stream, like if I'm playing, a lot of times I'll stream. And I actually had some of my friend, like specifically Isar, ask me about that recently. If I, well, like why don't I just play and turn off the mic, turn off the camera, and just keep playing? And I might do that. I mean, would you guys be interested in that? Because there's nights when we're just playing and we're just grinding out monsters, and I just don't feel like talking anymore, and I don't feel like having my camera on, and we're just kind of hanging out, just doing stuff, and it would just literally be gameplay, nothing else, which to me is kind of boring, and so I usually just turn the stream off. But yeah, why not? Well, because it's boring. Do that when you don't want to talk? Yeah. I prefer this, but I like having streams where you just vibe out. Yeah. We might. I don't know. I might do it. I might do it. We'll see. But yeah, we usually play, like, I get on at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I start my stream around there every day. And then I'll play through till like 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night. I mean, we're on here usually a good 12 hours or more a day right now. At least myself and Gith are. And then some other people too. Like we have other people that'll get on a little later, so they won't get on until like noon or 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock or whatever, but they'll play until 2 or 3 in the morning. So it just depends. But yeah, we're playing a good 12 hours days, sometimes more. Just title it Monsters Memory Grinding to Sleep To. Toss a black square over chat box. Yeah, I could do that. We don't really ever chat. We don't chat in chat. We chat in just through Discord. So start around 5 a.m. and end around 9 a.m. or 9 p.m. Yeah, I don't start at 5. I mean, for early access, once early access launches, Isar and I are probably going to be here 20-hour days, at least for the first week or 2 weeks or something. We're going to be here a lot. Yeah, we'll probably start around 5 a.m. or something and then go to like midnight or 1. Rinse and repeat. Just to grind it out, yeah. Yeah, just to grind out to level 60. So we can do raids and in-game content. We're not doing that now. Like, we're putting in... People now, like, I keep saying we're playing casual now. People are like, this is casual? We're playing very casually right now. Like, last night, I think we ended at like 9 or 10 o'clock last night. And we're just like, yeah, whatever. We'll go to bed. That's casual for us. In a game like this but it's because it's beta. We don't really care that much, you know? Like, we've done it all in alpha. In beta, we're just trying to level up. I want to get to level 60 because I want to see any new content they might add. I also want to share that content with you all. And I know a lot of people are not going to be able to do that. Oops, did I pick that up? Yeah, I did. Okay. A lot of you all are not going to be able to see the high-end content prior to, months into early access. So I want to be able to show that stuff off so that you can see it and see if it's going to be a game for you. So that's kind of why I'm doing it. I used to think 8 to 18 hours a day was casual during COVID. Yeah. I did it a lot during COVID too. I'm retired and working and worked midnights. Well, you worked from like midnight? I did that shift once. I went into work at midnight and I got off at 8 a.m. I did that warehouse job for about a year. I worked at the same warehouse prior to that, normal shift that started around 8 a.m. and I got out at like 4 p.m. But then I got the night shift job, which paid more money, which is why I took it, but I hated it. Absolutely hated it. So I did that for like a year and then I quit that job. Most streamers are spamming alts, so I haven't seen much high level content except here. There's a few streamers that are higher level. There's a few of them. But yeah, a lot of them are spamming alts because they want to try out the different classes and see what they like. There's other people that don't want to do the high-end content because they don't want to see it until early access starts. So they're kind of going that route with it. I know a lot of people want to see the high-end content in this game. I have already seen all of it. I've tried out all the classes that I want to try out. So I already know what I want to know about the game. I'm literally doing this now for you. For you guys to see it. Or you all to see it. I already know I'm going to play the game. I already know I'm going to play a fighter. I already know what my static group's going to be. I know pretty much everything there is to know about the game currently. Outside of this quest that we can't figure out that's over here. But yeah. Are you using a one-shot macro on your skills? Yeah, it's this macro right here. Doink. So it's it just hits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm just hitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it fires off these. And then when I need to, I'll hit clobber for stun. Battle cry shares the same cooldown with taunt. That's why that's going off. But whenever I want strength, I can hit that. Disarm shares the same cooldown as rend, frenzy, and armor break. So I'll hit that every once in a while, but it's a 60-second recast on that. It's just a debuff. And then these are my buffs that are off. The other two are my buffs that are off global cooldown. Mind telling me why you're using disarm? Is it really that good? No, it's not that good. I just have it up. It's 10% damage reduction, so like on hard fights, I pop it. Same thing with defense. Like I don't really use defense. I'm not using disarm. When you see that go on cooldown, like this, I used it here, but I'm not actually using it. It just shares the same. So like here, I'll let all the cooldowns stop, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So when you hit rend, it's gonna fire off. It'll put a global cooldown on frenzy, disarm, armor break, and that's it. So let me wait for all the cooldowns. All right, so I'm gonna hit rend, boom, and it fires off all 4 of those. You hit frenzy, and it'll do the same thing. It'll fire off all 4 of those. So it's got a global cooldown for those abilities, but they also have their own separate cooldowns. Night shift is the worst. Yeah, I hated it. When family was asleep, I played EQ all night long. I did that too growing up. I would play it all the time. Now the question is, you know, was that worth my time? Was it not worth my time? In some ways, I look at it now, right? Yeah. Like I look at it the same way that Sean does, right? Sean started working on EverQuest 1. He moved out to California, decided he was going to be all in on EverQuest. This is a story that he tells all the time. And it paid off for him in the end because he ended up moving up in the company, getting a pretty good job, and now he's making his own game. So, yeah, in a sense, it worked out for him, right? But other people, some of us, just played the game a bunch. And, you know, it could have eaten into your time to do other things. You know, could I have done something else in my life and been successful at that? Maybe, maybe not. There's always that, you know, that thing in the back of your mind. Should I have done something else? Could I have done something else? But, you know, in a way, I look at this and I'm like, I played EverQuest and now this game is coming out and I'm loving it. Maybe it'll all pay off. Who knows? Maybe it won't. You know about Kurt Schilling's business? I don't. No. I don't work anymore, but all my disabilities take up a lot of my time, despite that I found the fighter easy to get groups. In Group 4, I'm playing casually like 15 hours a week and having a blast. Good job, devs. Yeah, that's awesome, Justin Beard. Sorry, well, outside of your disabilities and stuff. But yeah, playing the game, just enjoying it, playing it whenever you can. Friend and partner down with Elementals and Druid while I play SK. But probably alt fighter, so as I seek the sexy raw DPS tank. So the SK, in my opinion, other people will tell you differently. But in my opinion, SK and fighter are very similar DPS. They're very close. You do have to factor in the Shadow Knight pet as part of their DPS. But they're very similar. In fact, I would say the Shadow Knight may be more DPS than a fighter. So, yeah. I love that one mass taunt ability works so well with a bad pool and group at random. I don't even use the AoE taunt. It's on a 10-minute cooldown, which is why I don't use it. But I think it'll be really good in like a raid setting. What level mobs that we're fighting right now are like early 40s to like 45 or something. They're pretty low level. This is we should be doing more difficult content, but I wanted to come over here and there are 2 reasons I came over here. One is so that I could disenchant all these items to get the enchanting materials. And 2 is to try to figure out the quests. To see if they changed anything with the quest that we were talking about earlier. But it's mana capped. Well, so people say that, you know, oh yeah, but the Shadow Knight has mana where the fighter doesn't. Well, let me tell you how that works. Rend, this is basically the same ability that Slam is. It's not the exact same. It's a little different, but it's basically the same as Slam. This is basically the same as for Shadow Knight, their Shadow Strike ability. DPS-wise, it's actually Shadow Strike is better than Frenzy DPS-wise. Outside of that, they don't have any other DPS abilities that they use consistently. So they just auto attack, but they have dual wield. So the Shadow Knight has the same abilities that they can use without mana as the fighter. The only difference is I have an offhand that I can swing with that does some damage. The Shadow Knight also has a pet that does some damage. So the Shadow Knight and fighter are actually very equal without the use of any mana whatsoever. If you give a fighter and a Shadow Knight a 2-handed weapon, the Shadow Knight is just better. It's just better DPS. Until level 55, when the fighter gets triple attack, but it's not like they triple attack every round. It does put them up a little bit higher in the DPS, but not astronomically higher. It just a little bit, just to kind of give them an edge at that level. But the Shadow Knight still has their self-sustain with their life tap procs. It's got their aura. They've got their feigned death. They have a buff that gives them health and armor class that the fighter doesn't have access to. It's a self buff. They don't have. So I'm telling you, like, people can say whatever they want to say. I'm giving you actual facts about the 2 classes. They are very similar as far as their DPS and tanking capabilities. Extremely similar. So yeah. But there is a reason to play fighter. The reason to play fighter is this right here. Defensive stance. So 10% damage reduction and 5 defense. Technically, you could look at this as 5% damage reduction over the Shadow Knight, but it is 5% more damage reduction over Shadow Knight and 5 defense. That's one of your main reasons. And then the defense skill right here, which is a 5-minute cooldown for 40% damage reduction over 30 seconds. Those are really the 2 reasons to play a fighter, because they're going to be better at physical mitigation than the Shadow Knight. But DPS-wise, and all the other utility that a Shadow Knight has far exceeds the slight damage mitigation from the fighter. Like, I mean, it's... Trust me, I promise you, play the 2 at high level, and you'll prefer to have Shadow Knight in most cases. Show the items we're getting. The items we're getting here are garbage. Like the Ring of Regret, it's a trash item. The Ethereal Sword is a trash item, and then the Soul Brand, which is kind of rare, but a trash item. I think it's going to be for a quest eventually, or it is a quest now, and I just don't know. Fighter feels incomplete, but good. Good, but incomplete. Yeah. Like, I mean, I think it's a complete class, but there's just like no. It doesn't do anything like really well over the other 3 classes. The other 3 tanks. All 3 knight classes have like all this other added utility and fun things that they can do and unique abilities and all that. Also that the fighter can have 5% more damage mitigation. Like, really? Seems kind of lackluster to me. Fighter main tank for most raid bosses? Yes, a fighter will main tank for most raid bosses. So that's why I'm playing a fighter, is for the end game. Because I plan to main tank for whatever guild that I'm in and tank raid bosses. So that's the reason to play fighter. If you're not planning to be a main tank of your guild, I would not recommend playing the fighter at all. Like you're going to end up having like 1, maybe 2 fighters in your guild. Anything over that is kind of pointless. Like they're redundant at that point. You would be better off having other tanks. SK can absolutely raid tank. They can. A fighter is going to do it slightly better against physical mitigation targets. If it's a magical, like a magical attacker, like a big elemental that's doing all magical damage, you're going to want to have an Inquisitor. A fighter's not going to be able to tank that at all. So you would defer to an Inquisitor for that fight. Gonna hope to main tank on your Paladin? You can absolutely main tank on your Paladin. Sure, you can. A fighter's gonna have a slight edge, but you can main tank on a Paladin. It'll be fine. You can raid tank on any of the 4 tanks. You're gonna have a slight advantage on a fighter, and it's a very slight advantage. Like the reason I'm doing it is for the min-max abilities, because of that 5% damage mitigation. That's literally the main reason. 5% damage mitigation and 5 defense. That's the only thing that a fighter brings to the table outside of the other tanks. Everything else is just like, eh. I like this game. All classes seem useful. All the classes are useful. I like that. Hope they keep the knights in mind for some bosses, pulls, content, large group. Yeah, the knights are very good. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. There's people out there with so much misinformation. They don't understand the classes. Like there's some people out there that are saying fighters have so much more DPS than every other tank, and they're just so much better. Blah 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 blah. It's false. They have zero proof of that. They have zero information showing any of that information, like nothing. It's just they're just spouting a bunch of garbage. Really hope they make raid bosses unique, so they require different types of tanks. Where EQ was 95% of the time as warrior tank. I hope fighter only 50% main tank. Rest is split between the other 3. So yeah, I mean, I'm kind of torn on that, to be honest. But right now, the way that the other tanks work, they're great for main tanking. They can main tank. But they're going to be really good for other reasons. They have like Lay on Hands and the Ancient Guardian. They have ways to reduce magical damage. They have all 3 of them actually have this skill equivalent for magical damage reduction. Fighter doesn't have that. The other 3 do. So, you know, like Feign Death, the auras that all of them have, they all have an aura that they can put out. Fighter doesn't get an aura. I have an AoE buff, a strength buff, which is just right here, which you could kind of say is like an aura, in a sense, because I can just cast it and keep strength up on my entire party all the time. But anyway, I don't know. People have a lot of misinformation, though, about this game because they've only played 1 or 2 classes up to like level 20. And they're just like, nope, I played up to level 20 on this one class, therefore I know every single class in the game and how they function. And it's just not true. Is your shaman slowing the mobs? The slow in this game is severely lacking compared to an EQ Classic. Well, in this game, so yes, the shaman probably is slowing the mobs. I could check. Well, I can't right now because I don't have my Sense Magic up, but I can put it up here in a second. But I'm pretty sure he's slowing the mobs. So in EQ, you had a slow. In this game, you have a slow, primary slow, and a secondary slow. So overall, it's about the same, actually. The maximum slow in this game for a shaman is like 50% or 55% or something around there. But using spell blades or rangers or bards, you can get an additional 20% on top of that. So you can actually have a 70% slow on mobs, which is the same as it was back in EverQuest, if I remember correctly. So it's there. They just spread it out to more classes. Maybe not 50-50, but you know what I mean. More bosses requiring different tank styles. They could do that, Goonie, but what I think is going to happen in this game is like you're still going to want a fighter for the main tank of the big boss. But you're going to need to have additional tanks to tank the adds or to tank like secondary bosses. So, for example, you have the main boss does all physical damage and, you know, just absolutely wrecks whoever is tanking it. And you're going to want to have the fighter on that. He might have 2, let's say, like, lesser adds that are still very strong that you have to defeat while you're tanking the main boss. That's where you're going to have those secondary tanks are going to be able to pick those up because they're going to have the tools in place for that. Like a Shadow Knight picking up those, like going up to it and doing a harm touch and getting that, you know, 600 damage right off the bat to get tons of threat to them so that everybody can burn that boss, that ad down very quickly. That's going to be very, very, very beneficial. Or let's say a group of ads spawn, the paladin will be able to do like a heal that gets all of those ads on them because they healed everybody in the party, lots of threat to the paladin to pick all that up. Or you have like an inquisitor that can AoE stun everything that spawns and grab all the threat that way and stun the mobs. You know, so they have utility that they're still going to be used in fights. It depends on how they build the fight. The problem with EverQuest was not only that warriors were the only tanks, but the other issue was almost every raid boss was one enemy. At least in the beginning, right? Nagafin, Vox, like all of the Plane of Hate and Plane of Fear mobs, those were all just one target hitting one person instead of having ads where you had enchanters that had to deal with it. You had tanks that had to pick up other ads that were spawning. You didn't have to deal with that in the beginning of EverQuest. So I think that's where we're going to see those other classes, those other tanks shine, is their ability to handle the ads in groups. Or let's say this too, like you could have, you're fighting this big bad monster like a dragon. The dragon every once in a while does a big dragon's breath. So when you know the dragon's breath is coming, which is going to be fire damage, you can have an inquisitor taunt it off of the fighter, take the dragon's breath, mitigating that damage a lot, and then the fighter goes back to tanking it, taunts it back off of the inquisitor, and continues tanking it to take all the physical hits. So like having tank swap type situations like that. So as long as the boss does a majority physical damage, you're going to want to have a fighter tanking it. Legit just suggested that. Taunt, peel off main tank. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what you just said. Sorry, I didn't read. I wasn't reading chat, so. But yeah, like there's a lot of ways to use the other tanks outside of them just being the main tank, right? Capped at 75% in EQ Classic. There you go. So if it's 75% in EQ Classic, slow is also 75% capped in this game. But you have to use 2 classes to do it. Give me 1 second. I'm on like a I'm on a Gatorade kick right now. I've drank 2 big bottles of water, but I kind of want some Gatorade. Too much of klutz to be a main tank? Yeah, main tanking is not an easy job. I've done it for 20-something years. Either hope they come up with fun boss mechanic, not crazy WoW type. Yeah, I don't want to see the WoW type mechanics. I hated the WoW mechanics. As a tank in WoW, it was like you're fighting a boss, you're going around in a big circle in a room, you're swapping the tank with another tank every 30 seconds or so, and you're just constantly walking backwards and swapping tanks. And trying to DPS as much as you can so that you hold aggro. That was literally tanking in WoW. And oh my god, was it awful to do. I did not like it. But on the opposite end of that, in EverQuest, tanking in EverQuest was stand in a corner, turn on auto attack, go AFK. So there's a line between those two somewhere. I think I need to pull Demeter real fast after this because it spawned before the ads pop. No more corner int pulls? Yeah. What's that? Now? Is it not working still? I don't know. Oh, you're just missing a bunch. When do warriors start to crit? Level 20 or 21? But don't that's another thing that people think is like, oh, warriors could crit. They get so much more damage from crit. Guys, warrior crit is like a 5% chance, and it increases their damage by 50% for that one swing. So 5% chance with 50% increase in damage is basically a 2.5% increase overall in their DPS. 2.5%. And it doesn't crit and do like maximum damage. You can crit on a 1 and it goes to 2. It's like, don't worry about crit. Don't worry about crit. Crit does nothing right now. It's kind of a worthless thing. RNG isn't DPS. Never something I like to consider in builds. Yeah, but yeah, I think it starts at like level 21. But it's not something to write home about. The mechanics in WoW are pretty complicated now, to the point where they've introduced a one-button rotation to just hit that button so you can move appropriately and not have to think. Yeah, it's kind of bad. It's kind of bad. Yeah, the new Midnight expansion that they're going to do hopefully will get rid of a lot of that one-button rotation and add-on and stuff. They kind of let World of Warcraft go, like, they kind of just let it happen. And it's like, okay, like maybe you guys let it go a little too far. How good are shields for tanks? They're terrible. Yeah, I would not use a shield for any of the tanks. For non-knight, or for the knight classes, I mean, non-fighters, I would say you want to use two-handed weapons. But shields are terrible. They do add AC. Like, shields now do add a lot of AC. But AC isn't the greatest thing in the world. And your block chance caps... Let me find block. Yeah, I think it caps at 90 at level 60. Mine's 86 is what it goes up to. It doesn't block very often. Maybe once per fight at most. And if you think about it this way, let's say you block one attack out of the entire fight, and you reduce that one attack by 50% damage, which is what block does, or you can do slightly more damage and just prevent one attack by doing more damage. Let's say you kill the mob in 9 seconds instead of 10 seconds, so it does one less attack. That already prevented more damage than block. So it's not worth it. Block is a terrible, terrible skill. Needs to be completely reevaluated. Always fashion over function. It does look cool, yeah. There are some really cool looking shields. Will a cleric get complete heal later on? No. To my knowledge, they're never going to be adding in complete heal. Why we still swing for really low damage, like 1 to 5 at level 40 plus, with 20 damage two-hander? So the reason that you're swinging for low damage sometimes is because the way damage works in this game is it takes your damage as a D20 roll, basically, right? So as you get higher level, the D20 goes higher. So in the beginning, you might have a D4, then you have a D6, then you have a D8, then a D10, then a D12, and then a D20. So that's how so you can always roll for 1, but you have the ability to roll for higher. So your damage overall goes up over time, but it's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed to go up. You can still roll that 1. It feels bad. Would love to see block stack. Every 1 block as a stack up to 5 to increase your chance to block as if you're endurant. Yeah, something like that could be cool. Oh, I was not paying attention. Oop, I wasn't paying attention with that. Okay. Wow, I thought he was going to be back yesterday. So a 2-hander for knights, fastest delay, like 2-handed scythe. It's not about the delay. It's about the ratio. The damage ratio on weapons is most important. I mean, there could be a weapon that has really, really, really low or long delay and a crazy high damage with a kind of a terrible ratio, but the ratio is the most important thing. So heavy DPS. So yeah, dual wield versus 2-handed weapons. It's still about the ratio. 2-handed weapons can be better than dual wield in some cases. It's still a lot of it is based on the ratio of the weapons. Like there is a 2-handed weapon in the game that is insanely good until you get really good 1-handed weapons for dual wield. Overall, dual wield is probably going to be your best damage delay or DPS, but there's some really good 2-handed weapons. A couple of them. They're adding a placeable ground heal for us clerics. We'll see, yeah. We'll see what happens with that. They're doing that. I thought they're doing the placeable ground heal for druid. It's going to be a rain spell. I don't know what they're doing with cleric. We'll have to see. I'd say you'd want faster weapons if you're relying on procs. You know, that's where I don't really know the answer. It seems like faster weapons are better for procs because they have more of a chance to go off with RNG. So it seems like that's the case for like a Spellblade class that kind of relies on procs for its DPS. However, previously, devs have stated that there is normalization with procs. So like, it's like a PPM. So like a weapon has a PPM attached to it, which means it will proc so many times per minute. And that means like if a weapon is really slow, it procs more often each swing than if it's really fast. I have seen zero data supporting either of those things. So I would say, though, from my experience, faster weapons for proc chance, faster weapons seem better. Just from my personal experience. Yeah, Ninjon, that was based on PPM. They normalized it based on PPM. So a weapon that had a 1 delay would, with a PPM of 1, would mean it would proc once every 60 swings. But if it had a 2 delay, it would proc twice every 60 swings. That's kind of what they did to kind of normalize procs on weapons. I don't know if they did that in this game. You haven't found a replacement yet for the maul? Yeah. So a cap on the amount of times a weapon can proc a minute. Yeah, that's what PPM stands for. Is yeah. If they're using PPM, it would be nice if it was broke up, unlike an EQ, where you run through your PPM in 2 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I've heard that they've normalized it somehow, but I don't know the math. My cat says it's true. You don't trust him? Uh-oh. That hell level is real. Been watching your XP bar. Oh, we're fighting stuff that's like, a lot of this is light blue. Some mobs are blue, some are light blue. This is not a good XP camp. This is a terrible XP camp. We're fighting this for other reasons. You get the soul brand? Yeah, I have a soul brand. And I have no idea what to do with it. Oh, shoot. We killed that too fast. Oh, well. Yeah, we don't know what to do with the soul brand. I want to figure it out. But I have no idea what to do with it. I suspect quest item, the soul brand, along with other items here. Yeah, I've got all sorts of ideas. I have tested so much here in the alpha, and I could not figure it out. We talked about it for like an hour earlier. Maybe longer. We talked about it for a long time earlier. And if anybody has any ideas of what to do, I am all ears. Call me Dumbo, because I'm all ears. I learned something interesting today. A loving robot ended up hiring his boss. Yeah, that was interesting. He's hired a couple of his bosses. Okay, Dumbo. Thanks, Feisty. Appreciate it. I think that'll be my biggest learning boyfriend curve. My biggest learning boyfriend curve. That's how I read that. BF added itself was a typo. No, we're going with boyfriend curve. Your biggest learning boyfriend curve for non-EQ players. Is this like all the girls out there trying to teach their boyfriends how to play EverQuest and they never played EverQuest? So it's the biggest boyfriend learning curve. I love EQ boyfriends. Learning to step out of your camp to prevent quick succession spawns. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Does weight affect only movement or combat as well? As far as I know, it only affects your movement and your ability to gate. Or your lack thereof ability to gate. Hey, we only need to get 3 more points in bludgeoning and it's maxed out. Doing it with a friend, but it's been a blast. We're level 8, monk and shaman. Nice. Any guidance where to XP at? Maybe with some loot with stats. At level 8, I would go way down the beach in Sungreet Strands. Or, sorry, way down the beach in Shaded Dunes. And kill the bandits that turn into ratmen later on. And you can also kill the roaming undead over there. That's where I would go at level 8. There is a name that spawns over there. One of the bandits. Doesn't really drop great loot, but it has loot. So you could start farming a name there. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of loot to be had outside of like Wormsbane at that level. Your best bet is to probably get some crafted armor. Enchanted crafted armor is good. Like that kind of stuff. Somebody join? Oh, hey. Yeah, we could, yeah, with Kaz not being here, and then Andy's dealing with family stuff. Check it out with him tonight. Yeah, absolutely. Go down there and do that. That's a good place to go around level 8 to learn how camps work and splitting of camps. Have your monk practice with split pulling those camps. Great place to learn that. Tell me about this game if they have if you have time. I have all sorts of time. What do you want to know? I can tell you a lot about this game. It's easier to for specific questions and answer those. But this game, the fastest way to explain it is if you played EverQuest, it's very much like EverQuest. It's like a inspired by MMO. It's an MMO, yeah. Lots of grouping. It's supposed to be a group-focused game. That's the idea. Group-focused MMO. Lots of exploring, grinding out XP camps. Like we're doing right now. You just kind of sit in one spot and kill mobs for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. We've been doing this since like 9 o'clock this morning. There is PvP. I wouldn't recommend the PvP, but there is PvP. So Final Fantasy 14. Like Final Fantasy 14, but more group focused. And not as fast paced. More like Final Fantasy 11. Yeah, much more like Final Fantasy 11. Do you know if they intended to patch the PvP servers differently than PvE to prevent PvE balance due to PvP? They're going to do a little bit of that. They do have the ability to differentiate PvP and PvE. So like they can adjust skills and stuff based on PvP without affecting PvE. Like diminishing returns is something they use quite a bit in PvP, but they don't in PvE. That's one example. But the PvP side of the game is going to be awful, I think. It's just not, it's not going to be worth playing, in my opinion. This game is similar to WoW Classic. If you want to compare it to World of Warcraft, WoW Classic is similar-ish. What are the black fly-like VFX on the mobs you're fighting? Is that part of the mobs or something the shaman is? Probably something the shaman is casting. With the rate of patches and fixes, do you expect the game to be ready for early access launch? That depends on your definition of ready, DM tip. I think that they could definitely... There's definitely some things that they could do, that they need to do to make this game really, in my opinion, ready. Can they get it there? Yes. Will they get it there? Maybe. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. This Steam or standalone? Standalone game. I'm sure the wiki isn't any sort of complete, but do fighters, monks, rogues really stop getting abilities after... Yes, they do. After 13, 14, yeah. My last... I got dual wield at 15 on my fighter. And I think disarm might have been like a level 15, 16, 17 spell or ability. This is my last ability that I got around that level. I do get triple attack on the fighter at level 55. But, yeah. PvP is more like fun part of the game instead of grinding PvE. PvP is going to be more like a nuisance part of the game. You're going to be XPing, you're going to be low on health, and a wizard's going to come in and one-shot you. It's going to be stuff like that. PvP is going to be a terrible experience. If you guys want to do it, go for it, but, you know, I think PvP is going to die very quickly. And it's going to be a not fun, full of griefing experience. That's about all I can really say about PvP. So more power to you if you try to go do it. If you never go to Night Harbor, game feels close to ready. Night Harbor feels bad right now, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what it's going to be. Yeah, griefing is EQ PvP. That's true. It is very much. It is not what I want to do in this game. What is this? Oh, look at that bad boy. That's a really good item. Really nice item. More shield abilities added to fighter. Will you personally use it to tank or extra damage threat preferred? I would probably most of the time be going dual wield in offensive stance for leveling. But if I'm tanking a big bad monster, then yeah. Like if I'm taking a named mob, I'll switch to defensive stance and go shield if it has good abilities. But definitely for main tanking, assuming they make it, you know, they do it right. Red color. I don't know what it looks like when you wear it. Oh boy. Looks like we're not going to go to Grimtide tonight, unfortunately. We're going to wait for somebody else to come back. They went out of town. Yeah, take care. Have a good one, Mud. Appreciate you stopping by. That's fine. I haven't grouped any yet. How does looting work in groups? There's no random feature. It's all FFA. So if you want an item, you have to... well, coin is randomized. But it's all FFA. So if you want something, then you have to say something. Out of town without getting permission from the group first. Unacceptable. Well, yeah. He didn't really ask. He just left. He told us at least. Most people link the item in chat and ask the group to roll. Yeah. Yeah, you can like if it's so what you can do. I'll show you what you can do when we loot this. On the actual loot window, you can click link, and it'll link every item on the mob to a chat, right? So when I click on that, right down here at the bottom, it says link all. It'll link all the items that this mob dropped on chat, and I can just put it in there. Or you can just loot the item, and that'll also pop up in chat. You only encountered one loot troll? Uh-oh. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do something when you get back. Is that the plan? Okay. Alright, so should I just go ahead and run to town then after this while you're gone? Okay. That's in Shallow Shoals, right? Okay, yeah, I'll go to town and get rid of all my stuff. And convert, and then maybe get some more wood, and then come back over this way, I guess. Okay. Is the FFA standard the intended function going forward? Is there plans to implement loot rules? There's no plans right now to add loot rules, but they might do it. You never know. But there's right now zero plan to do that. What is your favorite zone visually in the game so far? Visually? Ooh. I like sitting up here on these rocks up here and looking out over the water, or going into like Shallow Shoals and just kind of chilling on the beach. That's my favorite areas, like visually. But my favorite zone is Grimtide Sanctum. Nope. Alright, I'm gonna run to... Oh, wait. Yeah, you just gave me speed. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna run to town. I can't take the boat from here. Yeah, I'm gonna run to town real quick to go... Whoa, to go to Shallow Shoals? Yeah, I could take the boat from town to go to Shallow Shoals later. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go... Because I've got a lot of stuff in my inventory. I want to dump that off in the bank. So while Easter's gone, I'll do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's your favorite spell and why is it charm? Well, funny you ask. That is my favorite spell in the game because it is so ungodly overpowered that I don't need any other spells.
Yeah.
It clears that up. Yeah. Problem solved.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
See if we can get a little bit of ore before we go back to town. Or what? I don't think Grimtide Sanctum is going to be that hard at all. Like, are you reading guild chat? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's fine. I don't care what we do. I just don't think it's going to be very difficult. What the heck happened to my... I thought Andy was going to join us. Easter said that he was ready. Yeah, Easter said he's ready. I haven't talked to him. Yeah, it's my favorite zone, and then it should have good loot in there, too. I did ask a real question earlier, but I had to join a meeting. Does Monster Memories have controller support, or are you aware of anyone? So yeah, you can definitely play it on Steam Deck. In fact, Kaz and Gam, two people in my group, in my static here, that play the game sometimes, they both use Steam Deck. So yes, you absolutely can set it up with Steam Deck, and it does function. I wouldn't say it plays well, but you can absolutely play it that way. Yes. It does not have innate controller support, though. So it's kind of a wonky setup. Trying to understand the appeal of this. Graphics feels almost worse than... graphics are way better than they were 27 years ago. You'd have to do like a side-by-side comparison, but you'll go play EverQuest and then come back in this game, and then you'll see the difference. This game is way, way, way better graphics. But it is meant to be old school with low poly count, and that's intended. But the detail of certain things is much higher. It's kind of like playing like Minecraft, right? Minecraft has a lot of detail on certain things, even though it is low poly count. You can make a goblin, yeah. Goblin is actually a race you can be. Goblins have an aptitude to find hidden entrances. They do not, but you know, that could be a cool thing to add. Do 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 do. Bum, ba-da-da. Is it worth to what? Play a goblin? Goblins have an ability called Bribe, which allows them to basically memory wipe their target. It's a pretty good ability. We have our necromancer in our group uses it. He's got a goblin. It's intentionally unpolished in many ways. Some things are unpolished on purpose, yes. It depends on what you mean by unpolished, though. Like, certain things definitely need some polishing that are currently unpolished. But, yeah, the graphics-wise, yeah. It's intended to look the way it is. Does seem like maybe in some aspects a little further along than VR. Certain features and playability functions. Does Eminem have bigger budget or team? No, Eminem is a 40 up now. It is a 40-person team with a $143,000 budget thus far. It has spent $143,000. That's it. So it has not spent much money. But it's mostly a volunteer team. You know, most of those people are literally working. Actually, all of those people are working for free right now. No one has been paid developing this game. A race for Shadow Knight? I mean, you can play whatever race, really. Whatever race works, they're all good. But Goblin's ability for a Shadow Knight would not be the best ability for a Shadow Knight. It has a Memblur, so... Or like a threat. Memory blur is like a de-aggro, like a threat dump. Oh, I got the hiccups. Oh boy. So volunteering is creating a forced multiplayer effects. VR is paying people. Yes. I mean, yeah, they're paying people for sure. But I think Visionary Realms is also... I don't know. I don't really know how to explain it all, but they're just not... They're trying to do too much, and they don't have the capabilities of doing that. Their current dev team does not have the capability of doing what they want to do. They're biting off way more than they can chew, and they're not able to keep up with it. Yeah, they're definitely struggling with direction, for sure. Like they have an idea of where they want to be at some point in the future, but they have no clue how to get there. And they're doing a terrible job of it. And in fact, some of the people on their team probably shouldn't be on the team anymore. But that's just my opinion. Or be different parts of the team or something. I don't know. I've given up on Visionary Realms as a company for right now. Completely lost faith in their company. They have 22 people on their team who Visionary Realms does. Yeah, but I don't even remember anymore. Like they had Visionary Realms had a lot of people on their team, but that included like HR, customer service, like a bunch of non-devs. I don't remember how many were devs versus non-devs on that team. Pretty much everybody that works for or is volunteering for Niche Worlds Cult, making Monsters and Memories, is actually adding in content to the game in some way. Like they're actively doing something for the game. They don't have a customer service team. They don't have managers. They don't have PR. They don't have any of that stuff. Which in its own way is also a bad thing. As we saw with the Nick situation recently. It would have been nice if they had a PR person that knows how to handle those situations, you know? But they didn't have that. That doesn't scale? Well, I mean, we don't know if it's going to scale or not. People generally don't try it. What they're trying with this game is definitely, it's going to be tough. It is going to be hard for them to do what they're doing. But what I will say about this game as opposed to, and this is not a bash on anybody that works for VR, but although it's going to kind of sound like that, there's a lot more talent developing this game than Visionary Realms has developing Pantheon. A lot more talent. Like people that actually know what the heck they're doing. Visionary Realms seems like it was like at this point is all the people that knew what they were doing and how to build a game left a long time ago. And now you have people that were volunteers with that game that were just kind of learning what to do and how to do stuff, trying to now make a game. And that's a big difference. Sounds like a personal vendetta against a single person. I don't know how that sounds like that. I mean, you might be reading into it a little too much. But that's 100% what's happening. If you're talking about Joppa, that's 100% yes. That's an accurate statement of Joppa, but also other people on the team. And I'm not scared to say that, you know. I'm not scared to say that at all. Like I have nothing against Joppa, but he's not a game developer. He never was. He was always just he like knew Brad McQuaid outside of game development. Like that's how he got to be a volunteer for the team. I think VR has the most experienced people. Yeah, exactly. Back then, it had very experienced people. When they were paid, you know, lots of money, and then they all kind of quit or left for various reasons. The whole thing kind of fell apart. All right, we're going to go around one more loop, see if we can get anything good. They've received major funding since I left. Well, yeah, we can. Guys, I don't know why people come in here and still try to like get me to just talk about Pantheon. Like, why? Is it because there's nobody left playing Pantheon to go into their streams and talk to them? I don't understand it. Clearly, I don't like Visionary Realms. They're a terrible company that has done nothing for that game. I hope that they can make a good game. I really do, but why do y'all come in here and talk to me about it? I've made my peace with Pantheon a long time ago. Last thing I'll say about the funding is yes, they got millions of dollars since I left. They also got millions of dollars at the start of early access. They also got millions of dollars over the past 12 years of development. And what have they done with it? Nothing. Every single time, nothing. At some point, you got to realize there's a problem. And it's not money. Money is not the issue. They have spent probably $20 or $30 million. That's not the issue anymore. Pivot to charm, right? What's respawn timer for veins? I don't know the respawn timer. They recently changed it though. It used to be that when one node went down, another node would come up. But then they added in a respawn timer to them. I think it's like 5 minutes, but it's still only so many nodes can be up at a time. So you can't have like all of them don't repop after 5 minutes. Like if there's 20 nodes in an area, you might have 5 of them that are up at a given time. Seems like you were singing a different tune during December, so I figured I'd ask. Singing a different tune about what? In December, my tune for Pantheon was, hey, I hope that they do well, and I hope that these spring updates look good, but they have shown zero. They've since then, what have they done? They have delayed more updates that were supposed to be out. They delayed them by days or weeks because they were completely broken. They still put them in the game days or weeks later, still broken. Like, yeah, I hope that they have more. Like, I hope they continue to develop their game and they create what they are trying to create. Right? That was my tune back in December. That is my tune today. Same exact thing. I still, back then and today, have zero faith in Visionary Realms that they can actually do what they are trying to do. I have zero faith in them. Until they show me that they are making changes, I'm not going to have any faith in the company. Because they've continued to, for the past year and a half since early access started, they have continued to tell people all the things that they're wanting to change, how they're going to do it, etc., 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 and then failed to deliver it every single time.
Yeah.
You know, it's a fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 15 times, shame on me. That's what's happening with Visionary Realms. And I hate to say it, but you know, you're expecting like a No Man's Sky situation. You're expecting like Final Fantasy 14 situation. You're expecting, you know, all these big names or whatever. That good luck. They've completely failed to show me any of that. Yeah, I don't want it to fail. I don't want it to fail at all. Like, I want Pantheon to be successful. I really, really want Pantheon to be successful. Visionary Realms has not shown me in any way, shape, or form that they are going to be successful. They've just failed at every turn. How do you have No Man's Sky or Final Fantasy 14 situation when the game isn't released? By showing, you can still show, like, the game is out there for anyone to go play. And you don't have to release a game. Like, Final Fantasy 14 technically, I mean, I guess it did release and then they pulled it. I don't remember exactly what happened with Final Fantasy 14 at this point. But they pulled the game completely and rebuilt it and brought it back out. They kind of have done that 3 or 4 or 5 times with Pantheon, right? Prior to Steam release. I call Steam release, so it is released when it came out on Steam. Pantheon came out on Steam. That was a release of the game. People want to say, no, that's a beta. I'm paying to play the game. That's not a beta. That's freaking release. It's a soft release. It's an unfinished product release, sure, but it's a release, and I'm paying to play it. And at that point, you've had a year and a half to make some sort of changes, and they have failed to do that over and over and over again. Right? Failed to do it. Period. So, that, I mean, you guys are not going to change my mind on that. The only people that can change my mind on Pantheon is Visionary Realms actually following through with something that they said they're going to do. Something major, not something like, hey, we're going to stream on Friday and actually showing up for a stream on Friday. No, I want to see some actual changes. This spring update, let's see what happens when it hits. Show me that you can actually make those changes and they are actually good and they actually function. Then we can have a discussion about Pantheon being good or bad. Did you ever play Vanguard? I did. Yeah, I played Vanguard. I played Rift. Yeah, I played all those. They did add a new zone. They've added new zones that have completely flopped and have been terrible. They've literally shown nothing. Seems to be in a loop where it says patch required. Try to shut it down. If you're talking about Monsters and Memories, close it and then reopen it. And if it continues to do that, hit the repair button a couple times. Their launcher did something weird recently. It did that to me one day too. I had to repair it a couple times. So, anyway, like, I really, really, really hope that Pantheon is able to make Pantheon successful. I really do. Absolutely do. I want all of those people to have an amazing career going forward, and I hope that they make a really good game that's exactly what they want it to be. I really, really do. That's the 100% the truth. So, not even sure that was more than April Fool's joke. EQ Next, yeah, that game was a big flop. I played EQ Next long time ago. I played it for like a day, and I was like, this is garbage. The game was so bad. They had like this pixel stuff going where you could like dig into the ground and such. Like, I was like, what? And then they had like this flag claiming area where you could claim areas. The ideas of that game were great. Implementation were terrible. Yeah, I was running back to town. I'm just now actually running back. I stopped and got some ore and such. Yeah, the voxels. They were trying to do the voxel stuff where they could dig everywhere. Golly, man. I was like, what are y'all doing? Oh, I'm not going to hit that one then. I'll have to hit the next one. Hoku did send me a tell, and he asked if we want to do Grimtide Sanctum, and I said that you guys were gone. I'm not sure what we're gonna do, so he did ask. Well, Estar was gone, and I was like, I don't know what we're doing when Estar gets back. That's fine, yeah. So it's up to you guys what y'all want to do, but he did mention, so if we want to go there, he would join us probably for DPS. Wasn't that called Landmark or something? Yeah, EQ Landmark. Am I wrong with that? Maybe I'm wrong. It's very, very possible. I thought EQ Landmark turned into EQ Next. They were the same overall game. They just changed it. Yeah, Landmark was yeah, exactly. They like, yeah. What his charisma is? Stein's charisma is about 60-ish, give or take, Brian. Monster Memories has been in development for 6 years. Yeah. Monsters of Memory has been in development for 6 years, and we have this amazing game with a volunteer team asking for zero money from anybody. That's one of the reasons I like this game and I like this company. Right? It's more about the company that I like than anything else. You know, I thought Pantheon was a great game for the great foundation, but the company I could not get behind. I just could not get behind that company. Millions of dollars spent and very little to show for it. Same thing with Ashes of Creation. Like, same exact thing to me. Like, it's, you know, it felt very much the same. It's awful. More than, yeah, they've been actively rejecting money yet. That's true too. Yeah. Game keeps looping you. I'm not sure why. That's strange. Maybe reach out to somebody on Discord. I don't know. They could probably get close to break even by just letting people buy beta keys. Oh, they could easily do that. The thing is, and one reason I respect the developers, specifically Sean and the other developers in this game, is because they are not asking for money, and they are refusing money and saying that, no, you are currently a tester. We don't want your money because you're testing the game. When the game comes out in early access, they have said the game is launched. Now, is it going to be perfect? No. But they're saying the game is actually launched. It's a soft launch of the game, and it's still going to be in early access, but is no longer a beta test or an alpha test or any type of testing phase. They're very transparent and they're open about it, and that's one thing I love about them. Like, that means a lot to me. It may not mean a lot to some people, but it means a lot to me when you're honest. Just to be honest, it means a lot. So that's 48 plus that's 59. Okay. Really like Pantheon. I've been playing Monster Memories. I like Pantheon. I thought Pantheon was a fun game. And I just wish it had more content and it had I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that I wish it had. But it just didn't. Just didn't. Except the Nick situation. Yeah, the Nick situation was a little bit kind of weird, but, you know, I'm not going to speculate on what happened there. Was it an honest? I'm not familiar with that term. What is an honest? No, I have to go to the bank and stuff still, too. Yeah, it sits there for about 2 or 3 minutes. But I still got to go to the bank and grab some stuff and all that. So I'll hit the next boat. which should be there in about 10 minutes or so. Howdy! How's it going? Have I done much with alchemy? Thoughts on alchemy? I've done some with alchemy. Not a whole lot on the beta. But I did have decently high alchemy on the alpha, I think. I don't remember what it was exactly, but yeah, alchemy is good. You can make a lot of different types of potions, strength potions or stat potions. You can have a mana regen potion. You can have invisibility potions. Speed of the wild potions, although they took them out of the game, they're going to be bringing them back. You know, it's definitely worth having. Absolutely worth having. What are your expectations for Monster Memories the next 12 months? I hope that they continue to improve the server, right? Server stability, stuff like that. Adding in content, that's a big one for me. Just more and more content. The game's got a lot of content. You can level from 1 to 60. But I think it needs more itemization, more balance changes. That's what I want to see. There's a lot of that. Okay, so we need to take out this, and this, and this. Add that, and that. Keep this, keep this, keep this, keep this. Add that there, keep this. Keep this. Stranglevine can go in there. Arcane powder. Gold bars. Okay, my inventory is pretty much full. Alright, let's just go with that for now. Iron root can go in there. River coins. I'm probably just going to break these down. I want to keep the soul brand, but I don't want to keep the soul brand, you know? It's just it's really heavy. I don't want to carry it around. It's just kind of a hard item to get. We'll break these down, so we'll do this one. That's good enough. I got my weight down some. I'm trying to figure out why I have so much weight. So it's this. I think I'll be okay. I'll take it. Yeah. Sure, a lot of people would. I don't need that. Did you guys talk to Hoku or no? We can do that. Hoku asked if we were going to do or wanted to do Grimtide Sanctum. And I said, I don't know. We can do either one. I don't care what we do, personally, for me. Yeah, totally. I totally get that. So I'll do whatever you guys want to do. How are bags in this game? How do you get bags? You can craft them. Some of them are crafted. You can also get some dropped item or dropped bags. But yeah, crafted through leatherworking or through tailoring. That's the best way to get bags. I only see one. Okay, what do we need to do here? Padded leather, that goes over here. Linen scraps, that goes over here. Let's do this first. So this and 20. Do this. So what would y'all prefer to do? Grimtide or Orc Fortress? Because it doesn't matter to me. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Oops. Lag. Night Harbor's not too bad right now, but it's not great. Okay, so that can go there. Let's see. Linen scraps. We want to do tailoring. Do we have enough linen for padding? Let's go ahead and do that. And then... All right, that got my weight down to 145, so we're good on there. Good, good, good. I'm going to get rid of this. Get rid of this. Just don't want them in my inventory. Leather scraps, linen scraps. I think we're looking okay. I think we're good. What is this? Cotton scraps? I think we're good. How do hell levels work in M&M? Sorry about that. I wanted to get all that focused and done, so we can get back to just whatever. How do hell levels work in M&M? Just requires tons of XP to grind out. So yeah, it's double the amount of XP that's required. So basically, if you need 20,000 XP for that level, you would need 40,000 XP. So it's just like, like going from level 39, you might need, let's say, 10,000 XP. 40 would be 11,000 and 41 would be 12,000. It would just be like 40 would be like 22,000 because it's just double what it normally would be. So you just grind through it. Just lots and lots and lots of grinding. Let's see. We got up to disenchanting's 53. Enchanting's at 52. That's good. Mining at 211. We're getting there with some of these. We're getting there. Is it always the same levels that are hell levels? Yes. Hell levels are 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 51 through 59 are all hell levels. What did my bludgeoning get up to? Bludgeoning. Blah, 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 blah. Where's it at? Did we finish it? Bludgeoning is 258. Nice. Nice. All right, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. And I will be back in just a moment. Oh my goodness. All right. Sorry. I was trying to deal with some other stuff. I'm on the boat. Got Tim's on a boat. Oh, yeah, checks out. He lived there for a really long time. I think he probably Castaway Island? You could just call it Wilson. Just call the island Wilson. When the skills are like 100, 100, what's the next step? Need to buy a scroll or something to be able to keep leveling it? No, that's it. It just caps. So if a skill caps, it caps. Some skills will go up. Like my acrobatic skill is going to go up every level. It goes up by 5. And it's going to get up to a maximum of 300. Some skills like alchemy are automatically at 300 starting at level 1. And then other skills like archery cap out at certain levels. So like my block skill will go up again. It'll get to 90. I believe 90 is the cap for block. So it goes up by 4 or 3 or 4 or whatever every so many levels. Dodge is kind of the same way. Every couple of levels it goes up by a little bit. So it just depends on the skill. But you don't have to do anything special once they cap out. They cap out and that's it. You just have to use them to cap them. Friendly Druid would be nice about now. Yeah. Seen any 60s yet? No, the highest level player, I believe, is Cheeseburger. And he's 58. Let's see. Let's see if he's still on. He was on earlier. There's a 50... Yeah, so Coffee is 57 Necro. He's the other streamer. He streams quite often. He's a Necromancer. And then I think Cheeseburger is 58. Both of them do a lot of soloing and charming, which is part of the reason why I'm like, charm is kind of broken. But I think they do some group stuff now and then as well. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I saw Coffee the other day that was actually grouping while he was streaming, and but he was still charming there as well. So, what class is Cheeseburger? Cheeseburger is a druid. Any class you would recommend for someone very little time to play? I find that I'm only able to play maybe an hour most evenings. I mean, you can play any class you want. It's just going to be a long time leveling up. I would recommend playing a solo class if you're going to be only able to play for like an hour in the evenings. So any of the pet classes are good generally. Or like quad kiting wizards or whatever. Or a class that just is easy to get into a group so you can just jump right into a group and go. If you can get like a set group, maybe have some people that you play with and kind of plan with them to be able to just create a group, that'll be really good. But yeah, game's going to be hard. Game's going to be hard to try to play for an hour a day just because it's to get into a group, to get to a location, to camp stuff, and to be able to do anything, you're going to need some time. Is there any raid content? There is raid content, yeah. There's 5 raids at level 60 plus, 60 plus raids. That I know of. There might be more now. I don't know. They're kind of broken. They need some tuning, but there are raids in the game. Yeah. So yep. So where am I getting off at? So where the tower is? Okay. Yeah, totally. Let's see. Yeah, totally. Yeah, is it yeah, sure or yes, sir? Okay, I'll try. This place gonna have good stuff in it? Is there any mobs in Shallow Shoals water? There's hammerhead sharks. There are sharks. They're not a lot of them, but they're out there. Got to get my go. Yeah, are those in the water? I don't even know where those are. I think those are actually down in the water, right? I think if you go to the Smuggler Beach in Fallen Pass, you can get that Gaudavine or whatever it's called. Gadelvine or whatever. Thanks, I'll keep tabbing. Yep. Found one so far in water. Yeah. They should be like right along this beach somewhere that I'm actually passing right up here in just a second. I want him to put like captain's quarters in here, you know, put like a little desk. They should have like a boat captain. Different captains on each of the 3 different boats. And then give them a quest. That'd be fun. Have you tried the shared bank yet? Does it work well to transfer items and currency to an alt? It works well for transferring items. I'm not sure how currency works. I didn't look at that. Fallen Pest, Shallow Shoals, apparently found 1 in Shoals so far. Yeah, so they're supposed to be right down here, down like in this area along this beach. Think you can charm a shark and it will fight on land? Though I heard, yes, I heard you can charm or even tame a shark and bring it on the land. I believe. We're going on an adventure. Woohoo! The orcs are? Well, that sucks. That kind of sucks. Oh well. This is where I was at earlier today, right over here. Is there nobody over there actually fighting that stuff? Curious if this game, if this is in-game music? Yes, it is. Hope for something that reminds me of old EQ. Yeah. Yeah, this music is definitely in-game music. Yeah? Yeah, it's because they're not good at making maps, probably. I mean, I've heard of Magellan. I haven't heard of Stein. Definitely gives me old EQ vibes. Yeah. It's very much, this game is very much like EQ, for sure. I want to go into this castle right here. That's what I'm looking forward to. And I hope it's like a... There's like a pyramid that's underneath this, and it's got like these Stargate rings above it. Above the pyramid. And I'm guessing you're going to like teleport up into that big castle right there. Somebody asked earlier, though, what my favorite zone was visually. That would be this zone. This is Shallow Shoals. It's an absolutely massive zone. Like, all of this over here is all part of Shallow Shoals. All of that. Is huge. Huge. There goes a shark right there. Look. Oh. Where'd it go? Right out there. See it? If I can target it. There you go. Hammerhead shark. Boom. They do exist. What level is the shark? It is light green to me, so very low. I don't know what level it is. But it would have to be like 30 or something or lower. Something like that. Well, I guess it's not very low, but it's a low level compared to me. Shallow shoals, hopefully you don't see them. Yeah, hopefully you don't. Do any classes have safe fall skill? Yes. That was recently added in. I forget what classes have it though. Monk. I think Monk, Rogue. A couple classes do. It would eat a noob. I mean, I don't know. It might eat a noob. I don't know what level the shark is, but it could. Did not watch the whole video, but with Sean, was able to say the Nick is no longer with the company, but still a co-founder. So Nick is no longer working on Monsters and Memories, the development of Monsters and Memories. He is still an owner and founder of Niche Worlds Cult. Has your boat crashed and dumped you in the ocean, give you the true EQ1 experience? I mean, I've fallen through the boat and gone to the bottom of the ocean. So, you know, it's a pretty similar experience. If you actually log out on the boat, you log back in on the boat, wherever the boat is. It's kind of neat. But yeah, you can still fall through. Like if I'm not careful, I could go like kind of glitch around and stuff, and kind of fall through the boat. It is definitely a bit glitchy. Do 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 do. Is there anybody over there at this island? This is a really good island to be at if you're level like 40. I love the like the distance. You can see everything. Like, look at all this. This is the church or whatever in Keeper's Bite. Andy, where's the bank at inside this area over here? Like at the tower. Like I know it's there, but like where in there? Okay. I couldn't find it the other day. Alright, so when I leave here, I'm going to follow it around, past a couple islands, and then jump off. Okay. No, we can do whatever, I don't care. But that's where I'm headed right now. Probably. Okay, we can go. We can do whatever y'all want to do. I'm at the thing now. It's actually leaving now from here, so. But for Grimtide, that's way back over this way, isn't it? A sea serpent. There's a sea serpent out here. Watch out for that. Ahoy! Dude, wouldn't that be awesome if they put in like a what was that pirate game that was really popular for a while? The Microsoft one. Be cool if they did that. Do any classes have levitate? They're not putting levitate in the game, but they are going to put on some sort of like water walking. Yeah, Sea of Thieves. Be awesome if they did that. Alright, I'm passing Castaway Island, I think. That's what is over here. So I go past that. About the other dock. Maybe no serpents there. Hopefully not. Ship-to-ship battle and boarding and stuff. That'd be fun, yeah. You love that game? Couldn't get the crew to play it? Yeah, we played it a bunch for a while. Like, Andy loved that game. Stein here, he loved that game. He played it a bunch. He would play it solo a lot. In fact, he would just get like a little solo. I saw two large ones. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know where I am. I see a gazebo off in the distance. I'm past Castaway Island. And then there's another like big building with some bridge and stuff over there, and another gazebo. It's beachin'. It's a beachin' island. I see another island to my right that looks like a fortress. Yep. You're not kidding? This zone is huge? Yeah, this zone is massive. Like, it is a very, very, very big zone. Alright, I'm passing or coming up to a bunch of mountain things on the left. Yeah, this is the biggest zone in the game. For sure. Oh, yeah, I'm coming up to Grimtide now. Or I guess passing Grimtide now. What zone? This is Shallow Shoals. Shallow Shoals the only reason you take a swimming trait? Yeah. I never got my swimming very high. Like, I think my swimming got to like 50 on the alpha. My buddy Kaz and Stein, both of them capped it out. What? How am I supposed to know where to get off? I'm coming like pretty close to where I'm gonna zone here, I think. I think I see the Fortress Island. I got. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the Fortress Island over this way. I did very little in this zone. Like Kaz did a lot of this stuff at night. You just goof off over here. But we out-leveled all of this before they added anything good over here. Let's see what my swimming is at. Swimming is at 15. You're bound here? Well, that's good to know. You could always teleport us back out of here. Yeah, we were going to go over here and fight stuff, but we might go to Grimtide Sanctum. I don't know. I don't know. I want to show you all Grimtide Sanctum if we do that. But I don't know. We might end up going over there here in a minute. But we'll check out Orc Island first. The Orc Fortress. I think there's 2 named up that are over here that we're going to try to kill. Hey, look at that. This is another thing that I've noticed with swimming. Swimming goes up in pairs. Almost every time. It's 16 to 17, and then watch it again. We'll see if it goes up again. Almost every time it goes up twice. It is really strange. It goes up very slowly, by the way. So it may not even go up again by the time we get to the island. I always felt swimming did go up faster if you were diving. Like underwater? You think so? I don't know. Where are the sharks at? Ah, somewhere else. They're scared of me. Silly sharks. Oh, look at the moons. Can't really see them. I can't adjust my camera to be able to see them. Oh, it went up once. Oh, okay, I lied about the whole going up in pairs thing. Alright, I'm at the island. Where am I going? Over towards... Is that you, Andy, on the ground here? Yeah, that's you. It's a pain to see underwater? Yeah, it can be. Well, you ran away from me. I gained 4 swimming all the way out here. I'm a big boy swimmer. We're the same level. Oh, it's sustained. Sure. Oh, I don't care. He's bracing the rocks. Hey, thank you so much for the sow. Appreciate it. I can. We're gonna summon his corpse. I think we're helping this guy find his corpse. That's my guess. What are these? Are these gold? It's gold. Gold vein. I need to get up to platinum now, though. Gold does me no good anymore. Gold is worthless. Worthless.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, what do we want to use? Do we want to use the Mace of Malice or the Debt Carver? This is slightly better damage delay, but this has better stats on it. So I think we're going to keep using the Debt Carver. We'll just use the Mace of Malice to level up. Whatchamacallit. Welcome, Raiders! It's a raid! Welcome in. Glad to have everybody here. Hello, hello, hello. Killing me watching you move so slow. Yeah, I move very slow. What's the primary? Oh, primary is a pickaxe. Yoink, yoink. My primary weapon, though, I use the Eclipse Cleaver, which I need to get a better weapon, and then the Debt Carver as my secondary. I need to get both of these new weapons. Good evening. Good evening. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Druger, I made those things so people can actually use them. They can do like Criddle, LFG, Criddle, Tank. You know? LFG Tank. That was what I made them for, but nobody uses them. Dwarf runs like a cannonball with legs? We do, yeah. Maybe when early access comes out, people will actually use those tags or those emotes, and they can, you know, look for group while in the chat. You know, people can look for group within. Maybe they forgot to look at the emotes. Maybe, yeah, maybe. But I made them free for everybody, right? Those are free ones. Everybody can use those. So people can go LFG tank, heal, DPS, utility, or CC. Was it D? Is it LF? Let's see. Criddle. CC? Maybe it was utility. I don't remember what that one was. There's an LFG tank, healer, DPS, and then yeah, that one. Healer, DPS, support. That's what it was. I named it support. Yeah. People should use them. Tell them to give you 10 gold for a coffin. Or 11 gold. That glow right there. That looks really cool. Where'd Gam go? Is he over here somewhere? Alright, Esar, we're gonna go on an adventure. Well, I don't know. Are you following me? Oh. I was just gonna go look around while we wait for Andy. Oh, this is like Skull Rock. Look at this thing. It's like a big skull in the side of the mountain. My skill is not high enough. What? An obedient sniffer. Ooh, I can get Moonveil. I can get Moonveil. See, this is the kind of stuff where, like, I don't know why people are not out here doing this. Like, that's what I can't wait for early access. Like, there's so much content out here that no one's even touching. Like, this whole Orc Fortress, man. Like, so much stuff. Come out here and kill this. People can XP here. You're level 20. That's true. There are people that are lower level, but this isn't high level. Well, it's high level. It's like 40s. Like low 40s. Didn't know about the moon veils there. Looking for stuff in the water is rough. It is, yeah. But there's moon veils out here. Yep. You can come out here and do this. It's not KOS yet, yeah. None of this is KOS to me yet. Can I get... Is this platinum or is this... I think that's... coal. I'm not too far from being able to get coal. My guess is coal is around 225. Yeah, obedient sniffer. Yeah. Stop sniffing my bunghole. Ooh, can I get in the catapult? Slingshot me. I'm just running around. Just goofing off. How's the boxing situation in beta? I assume some are allowed to do it as a means of testing. You're not supposed to do it at all. You're not supposed to be boxing at all. I'm sure people are doing it and are trying to do it, but you are not supposed to be. I'm up here where the Herald is right now. There's the Herald. Herald drop bracers or fist wraps because it looks like he's got bracers on. He's wearing a pair of pants, so it might be pants. Do you feel like the gear progression is as meaningful as a tank? I mean, it's out there. You just gotta find it, and I haven't found it all. I don't know. They might. You can hail them and see. Mayhaps. Is this faction tied to other orc factions? So I didn't go into Black Tide Bay at all, so I didn't know if it was tied to that. Non-chaos orcs are strange. No, we didn't raise the faction. This is just base faction for these. Moonvale. That's an Andy thing. You guys gonna come up here? We can pull these guys. Yeah, this is actually, this whole area is all new to me. I've never seen any of this. I didn't go mess with it too much. The people that I group with did this stuff all the time, but they did it like late night when I wasn't on. We kind of out-leveled it on the alpha. So, kind of cool for me to see. Places where monk pull the ads away from the boss. One monk would stay and pull the boss. This is before POP, then bards were the pullers. Yeah, you could do that in this game too, Brian. They monks are definitely the best pullers in this game. Most definitely. I'm leaning towards Druid myself when I get to some point. Yeah, Druid is a good one. It's going to be very popular, though. It's the most played on the alpha. Or on the beta. My bad. Whatever the heck it is that we're doing. I'll be playing Archer Fighter when it's needed cleric. There you go. Can you dual wield as a tank as a fighter? Yeah, level 15. No, level 10 you dual wield. And pretty much from level 10 all the way for the rest of the game, you're pretty much not going to do anything but dual wield. I'll end up picking up 2 accounts though. Not sure about secondary class. Yeah, as long as you're on a box server, then yeah. I might have 2 accounts as well. But I plan on playing a no box server. I just won't play them at the same time, but we'll see what happens. I don't know. There's really no point in having 2 accounts if you're playing on a no box server. It's whatever. Looks good to me. I'm attacking him if he walks. You see my dwarf up close? See him right there. He's looking pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. Looking pretty awesome. You know, I might be the coolest dwarf. Okay. No, I smacked it once, though. What? Oh, come on, devs. Yeah, you can go take it. You got a named mob out here? It doesn't drop anything? Like, what the heck? It's the only thing that it dropped. Garbage. Oh, I'm disdain. Everything got worse except for the islanders of Shallow Shoal. So you got Black Tide orcs. Yeah, if you go to Black Tide, this will probably be KOS as well. So a lot of people are going to be KOS of this. All the people that went to Black Tide. Oh, you went to Culver's, huh? Thank you. And ice cream? I don't know if I'm going the right way. I might have gotten lost. Oh, there you are. I had food delivered. Alright, we're doing that. High Priest. Alright, I'll be on the High Priest. Ready? Ink. Druid or Necro, you like both? Druid if you want to be able to heal and get into groups. Necro if you want to be able to just solo a lot. Both are going to be good in groups, though, for different reasons. But I'm going to eat real quick, so I'm going to mute the mic, and I'm going to eat real quick. I'm going to mute my mic real quick, but I'll still be here. I'm just going to eat. All right, so Orc Island's over. We're going to try to go to Grimtide Sanctum. This is a super secret dungeon that a lot of people don't know about. They don't know where it is. They don't know how to get to it. So, you might be able to see it here first. What's the swim skill at? Mine's only at 21. I am the world's fastest swimmer. Swims towards that giant wall. We were headed straight for it. Everybody was headed straight for it last I saw. I just kept auto swimming that direction. That's where it's at. Still at 21 skill. This goes up so slowly. Hey, look, there's a shark on the land. There is a bank. The bank in Shallow Shoals is at the, over here. Where the tower, the big, light, what's it called? Lighthouse is. Alright, we got, Enduring Breath. What's up with no mobs having C and Viz? There's a few mobs that do have C and Viz. I think more mobs need to cast it. But yeah, I agree with you. Less play. I agree. I think that Rogue and Viz or Rogue Stealth is too strong. All right, so we've got Enduring Breath for 1 hour. So this is Grimtide's Sanctum entrance. We're here in this little thing right here. You gotta swim down underwater. Go into here. Swim down into here. And we're inside of Grimtide. My favorite dungeon in the entire game. Or my favorite zone in the entire game. Grimtide Sanctum, everyone. Rogue Stealth technically is more powerful than regular Invis, yes, because it doesn't break. All right. Done with my dinner. Give me 1 second. Let me throw this trash away. Thank you for dinner, JoJo. Okay. What's a good level for full group down here? High 40s. High 40s for sure. Where'd Hoku go? Oh, okay. But yeah, this dungeon is extremely dangerous. Just FYI. I definitely recommend coming in here. If you come in here at level with CC, Enchanter, Bard, full group if you can. Why not just kill it? Why not just kill it? Yes. I'd be very careful with your songs in here, by the way. AoE songs. This place aggro already kind of sucks, so AoE songs is probably gonna be really bad. How's Monster Memory handle the Z-axis compared to old EQ? It's okay. It's okay. I mean, if you have like AOE stuff, can pick it up. Like if you're like in a building on the second floor, you could pick up the first floor very easily. Just gotta be careful. And mobs can often like run up walls and into the next floor. They'll find like pathways and weird stuff, so you gotta look out. But it works okay. No more teleporting floors? Yeah. This Monster Memory soundtrack sounds so good. Yes. Yeah, this is the Grimtide Sanctum soundtrack. Heard charm can break early from charm target, taking damage. Is that only for bard or all charm spells? I think it's for all charm spells. I think it's just more on bards because of the way that bards work. But I think it's all of them. Yeah, how are we going to do this? We're going to have Hoku pull and... Or Andy pull? Yeah, we can go that way and then go... Yeah, go the back way in. Are we going to invis that way? Just fight. Yeah, get me in on that charm debate. I absolutely... Yeah, it's my favorite thing to do. Love it. I like it. I love it. I don't know. I mean, we can pull, but... yeah, we're going to get a ton of mobs if we are not careful in this next room. Dude, he's got so much stuff. I don't think I need those gloves. Nope, gloves are terrible. Andy, get that mask. Five charisma mask that he has. Grinning mask. Remember how I made you with those 3 charisma enchants? Yep. You're welcome. You're like, we're not going to use that many. I'm working on my enchanting now, by the way, so I might end up just getting higher than enchant them. I'm gonna need a lot more of the stuff to break down though, but I'm starting to save up the tier 4 mats. That's what Easter and I were doing today in the morning. If we do that for another couple days, I'll have a lot of the tier 4 mats. Although I need a ton of the tier 4 mats. I know they got an enchant ally spell, but no clue what it does. If anyone really wants to play enchanter, would you recommend for a duo class? If you keep charm that way? It depends on what you're doing it with, but yes, charm on an enchanter is very good. Enchant ally is very good. You put it on the tank or the puller. Enchant ally is going to increase the target's health by a lot. And it's going to give you the ability to put a rune skin on them, which absorbs damage on that target. And you can use like an attack ability. It's kind of low damage, but you can use an attack ability to do damage through your target. Where'd Gam go? Is he still gone? Well, I could try to pull if you want me to and see what happens from the side here. You could try. So you know where to go, Andy? Nope. You don't want to go that way. You want to go straight ahead from where I'm facing. There's a hole in the side on the right. Go in there and see if there's any snakes. Yep, pull the serpent this way. It might also pull the mobs above it, but maybe not. Your bards are really annoying. Especially when they go AFK. What's my swimming at? My swimming's only 21. Very low swimming, but we're only going to be in the water for a little bit. Just the entrance to this dungeon is underwater. No, just always be ready to zone in this entranceway. Super buggy. I guess I'll just fight it here. Yeah, it's just super buggy. Maybe. That's definitely because of the song. It keeps making you invis while you're trying to target it, and it'll mess it up. It's fine, I'm killing it. Yeah, this is where, yep. Two coming in, two coming in. Maybe, but the other thing ran, so I don't know where it went. I don't know if it's going to come back with a bunch or what. Yeah, breaking into this dungeon is a huge pain in the butt, especially when people go AFK. can, but it'd be a pain in the butt for me to do it. Because I don't have my critical listen over there. 2 more coming in. And the serpent coming back. We got a zone. We got a zone. We got a zone. Zone, 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 zone. Well, he's going to die. He needs to stop going AFK for like 20 minutes. Like, I don't know why he just... I'm going to invis and go AFK, and it sure is. Did you zone or you dead? Yeah, you died. Well, to meta underwater, have your spell book open and unscribe, rescribe a spell. What? That beard makes him hydrodynamic? Yes. Yeah. What does Charm do and how does it affect the game? Well, Charm makes you overpowered, and how it affects the games, it ruins it for everybody else that doesn't have Charm. That's it. The radius in Bard songs feels crazy wider than EQ. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But, yeah, it's... The whole thing is just a pain in the butt. Well, do we want to try to just kill stuff at the entrance while we wait, or what? It's clear inside. Grimtide, the only dungeon currently available in the beta in Shallow Shoals. I mean, it's the only zone dungeon, yes, that I know of. But, you know, it depends on what you define a dungeon. Like the Orc Fortress area is technically kind of like a dungeon. You can go into the Orc Fortress and, you know, go all around there. Some named mobs. You got the Goblin Island. That's kind of like a little dungeon island kind of thing. They need to make Charm more powerful. Oh, boy. And another Charm class, make it a healer. Yeah, yeah. If you make it a Charm class, healer, and then allow it to, you know, have permanent Charm that can just tank everything and heal it, it would be perfect. I think regular cotton bandages doesn't give any skill ups. I craft 40 attempts. Got 0 skill ups in those. I don't know. I don't know. That seems weird. I would bug it, Young. Needs to be more powerful than the Enchanter. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Don't forget teleport spells from Charm class. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think if you charm like a druid, it should teleport you. You charm like a wizard, it'll teleport you. Absolutely. Yeah, these are all really good ideas. Y'all should put those on the forums and the feedback. Fantastic ideas. Sounds great. I'll be sure to change my name to Criddle and have your email tagged. Yes, do that too. Yeah, make sure you make like a Criddle on every server, all that. I'm hopeful with new people taking over class lead design won't turn into Charm Quest. You know, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I have no idea what Zillith, Jahar, and Runoff have planned for that. I honestly have no clue. But we'll see. You want to try to pull another the serpent, Andy? I mean, he's not going to get res unless we get Kaz over here. But, I mean, nothing we can do till he gets over here, so. Better than sitting here doing nothing. Sean basically said they're taking... Yeah, not trolling this. Yeah. Do we know where Kaz is bound? Yeah, there was a stream earlier today. I'm going to go back and listen to it again, and I'll do an update, like a stream overview video tomorrow morning on it. I listened to most of it, though. I was there listening to it. Well, you can do campfires. This dungeon is only underwater for like this section and then another section over here to the right a little bit. Most of the dungeon, though, is not underwater. You have a question for Sean? What's your question, Westmore? Just out of curiosity. I mean, not that I know how I can answer it, and I'm not Sean. I'm just curious what your question is. I might know the answer. Druid, can you make him swim better? No, druids don't have like a spell to make you swim better, no. I wouldn't mind having it. I think that would be a cool spell for druid. Does Sal make you swim faster? Yes. Yes, Sal will make you swim faster. So on the website, there's a class intent statement for class design. It has been noticeable that some class designs have been moving away from that. Yes. Yes, they have been moving away from that. And yeah, I think that's been part of the problem. I absolutely think that's been part of the problem. An aquatic form for druid would be cool. Yeah, I mean, it could be, yeah. Like, I don't know if they're ever going to do, like, shape shifts for druids. But, you know, like a run speed, but for druid, like a underwater run speed kind of thing would be okay. Is the intent going forward to be going closer to those statements on the website? Yes. Yes, the intent is to go closer to the statements on the website. He actually said in his VOD that they are in his stream today that they are going to make sure that they let us know the intent. Let me see if I have it in my notes. He specifically said they want to provide a clear understanding of their intent for the classes, the game, everything going forward, and they're going to let us know what that is in the future. Are they intending to have on having a class intent matrix between class damage? That I don't know on. Yeah, that would be a Sean question for sure, or somebody else. Nick question, without being a Nick question, all class design stuff. Yeah. Sure, yeah. I mean, class design, it's not really a Nick question, but it's, you know, class design is just class design. Player feedback is going to be harsh if they take away stuff come early access. Charm, they're not going to take away charm. I think charm is still going to stay in the game. They just need to, like, balance it. That's the problem, is it has not been balanced for a very long time. I hope they get a bit more aggressive with nerfing things now rather than putting it off and getting a bunch of backlash later. Yeah, I hope so too. Yeah. Hopefully they do that. You know, like, Nick aside, I'm not even gonna like say that Nick did anything good, bad, whatever. Like Nick was doing what Nick was doing, but you know, a lot of the changes to class design over the last several months, 6 months or more, honestly, in my opinion, have just been terrible. And I've made it very clear that a lot of those designs were terrible. They were just not. They felt bad in a lot of cases. You know, the charm design is just been bad. The homogenization of a lot of classes has been bad. Some of the encounter designs have also been bad. Just balancing in general has been bad. I was getting really angry at the archer changes, just in the decision to change damage tiers for no reason. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know if Archer should be A tier, if he should be S tier, you know, what exactly it should be. You know, I'd be okay with it being an S tier class, depending on how much utility it has. What happened to my mini stats? Just kind of went away. Also, no reason to have overlapping snares. What do you mean by overlapping snares? Like, from different classes? If you want a heavier solo bow class, take Ranger. Yeah, much more tools, but the damage is slower. I'm not a fan of LOL being tied to charisma. I'm not either, but not sure if there's people gearing out. Yeah, I don't think LOL being tied to charisma like was a good idea at all. I think that was a very, very, very bad take. I don't know who did that, but it was a very bad take. On archers the way it used to be. Hang on, fighting. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I don't know. I might turn off my camera in a minute because I really don't want to turn on my stream light, but I want you guys to be able to see Grimtide Sanctum for those that are interested in seeing it. Like, I've been kind of waiting for our group to do this for a long time so that I could kind of show it off. Leave your notes open. Was that a good spotlight? Doink. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. But I've got a stream light. I could turn my stream light on if I need to. Hang on. I'll do that real quick. It's not a big deal. I just normally don't need my stream light because I've got a window right here, but it's getting dark outside. You have the ability to caltrop to keep an area secured for snare. You have a single snare, and you have a single target stun. All with high damage. Yeah. I think the third snare as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think the caltrop situation, like, it was able to snare indefinitely. You know, like, you could just basically keep it up in an area and it just constantly keep things snared, and you could keep as many mobs as you wanted snared for one ability. That was too strong, I think. Yeah, that was way too strong. Caltrops need a duration until target is immune to it. Yeah. Yeah, I think that a lot of abilities that were put into the game were added to the game without additional thought sometimes, right? There was like zero additional thought. It was just like, I'm going to add it to the game because it sounds like a cool idea. But not like, how is it going to affect the game? It'll probably move in a second. Even right now, it's like a get 30 archers in a raid. You can just kite around whatever. Yeah. Yeah. Majority of the abilities from EQ. Well, I mean, there's a lot of abilities from EQ, but Archer was not an EverQuest class. Yes, character stuck. You're just doing a petition? I would just do petition, GM issue, and then other, and then just say, I'm stuck on a boat in the middle of nowhere. Is a goblin dungeon? Yeah, mostly. Mostly. There's some undead in here. There's some, like, other things in here as well. Yeah, we kind of messed up right now because we're waiting for the bard to get back. He went AFK with the Invis song on. It kind of messed us up, and we had to zone and got him killed. Do you have any harvesting nodes in a dungeon like this? Sometimes. I don't know if this one has any or not. But sometimes they do, yes. It just depends on the zone. But it is possible. His body's right there. He should be able to loot his stuff, and we got plenty of time. Yeah, have Portia right down on top of me. Or anybody in the group, really. If she can. I mean, you say Shallow Shoals, that's a huge dungeon, so... or a huge zone, like, it could be anywhere. She'll probably put you in the safe spot, which would be on the dock in Shallow Shoals. And let's make sure you get on the boat, go in the right direction. Oh my goodness gracious. We don't know what these are for either. The Grimtide Goblin Ears. We haven't figured out what you can do with those. I'm wondering if you turn those into like the orcs. And there's like goblin versus orcs. What are some examples of changes to classes that you feel are bad? Oh, there's a lot. There's a lot. Like just adding in the fluff abilities, adding in the meme abilities, adding like anything that's just like unnecessary for the class to function properly. There's just no reason to add those. Those are all just bad takes in my opinion. And they didn't make any sense to add them. Oh, I guess I don't need my my lantern anymore. I saw some concern in the Discord that there isn't enough content, 55 plus levels. Do you believe that there's any... there's a decent amount of content. I mean, there's not a lot, but there's enough. Like, I mean, this is a beta test. I don't even think that most people will hit 55 plus by the end of the beta, to be honest. Like, the average player, you got to play for at least 300 hours before you're going to be that high level. So how many people are going to be able to put 300 hours into the game in 3 months, you know? Not a ton of people are going to be hitting that. And they might by the end of the 3 months. Maybe. But that's like an average of 3 hours a day if you play every single day. Drew has been lay on hands is cool. I hope Shammy gets something. Shammy gets a area effect group wide. So it's a group wide dot heal or hot. One month is almost gone. Yeah, well, I mean, 1 month is almost gone. You can see where the majority of players are. You know, they might be level 20 or so, 30 maybe. And 20 is like you're not even a quarter of the way there yet. You're like a tenth of the way there when you get to level 20. So majority of people aren't going to hit 55 plus during this beta. I wouldn't worry about that. You would jump off way after the second town. It'll be on the right-hand side. You should be able to recognize it. It's like that area with the big wall kind of around it. Is he here? You think I'm gonna like this game as a WoW player? But how long time of a WoW player? Did you play WoW Classic? Or are you talking about WoW after like Wrath of the Lich King? If you liked WoW Classic, then yeah, you could probably get behind this game. If you didn't play WoW Classic and you like more retail WoW, then this game is very different. Day one? Yeah, if you like WoW Classic, you'll like this game. I would say. We'll try Enchanter on release. Just hope they don't nerf real bad. Well, that's the thing. The only thing they would nerf on the Enchanter is going to be Charm. They can completely remove Charm, and Enchanter is still a good class. Still a very good class. I'm not saying they're going to remove Charm, and I don't necessarily want them to remove Charm. But if they do remove Charm, it's still a very, very good class for groups. It's not going to be able to solo very well, but neither can Rogue or Fighter or Inquisitor or a bunch of other classes. So, you know, whatever. They have content like that, yes, Blade. They actually did make 3 raid bosses that they level locked to level 20, 25, and 40. And I have been very much against them since they put them in the game. And I was like, these are bad. Very, 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 very bad. And I've been trying to fight tooth and nail to get them taken out of the game. It's a bad idea all around. So hopefully they remove it. They were in the game as a trial. But those were also, and I'm not trying to start anything here, those were Nick's things, something that Nick wanted to put in the game and added to the game. And I don't know that they're necessarily going to keep them. Even if Nick was still working on the project, they may not have kept them. But that was 100% a Nick ad. So the chances are they might actually remove those. What makes them bad? All sorts of stuff makes them bad. They're poorly implemented. They don't do what they set them out to do. They're just really bad. Like, I don't want to go into all the details, honestly. But basically, people just lock them down. They get to level 60, then they put level 20 alts sitting at them, and they lock them down and just kill it as soon as it spawns. That's, it's too easy. It's not balanced properly, etc., 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 etc. It's just bad. I don't understand the people that are like, you can't take Charm away from Enchanters because what else do they do? You increase your group DPS by like 50% with buffs? Yeah, exactly. An enchanter is still by far one of the best classes to put into a group. Even without charm, it's nuts. Sky Seer's level 25. So, I don't know what you mean by no level 20 alts can kill Sky Seer, but Sky Seer's level 25. So you can make a 25 alt and still kill Sky Seer, right? You make an alt of the level and you kill the mob as soon as it spawns. Is trivializing loot a thing? If you don't get XP, you don't get loot? No. It is not a thing, and it won't be a thing. Like, I know that some people think that's a fix. That's not a fix. It definitely is not a fix. Because then you can't go back. Like, there's going to be certain items that drop off of lower level mobs that are really good, and you may want to camp those and get those. So, you know, like, why should I not be able to get a really good item because I leveled past it? Like, that won't be a thing either. They won't add that. Add pop. People who camp names to sell the items, not necessarily trying to get it for themselves. Well, yeah, I mean, that's another problem. They camp the names to get items, to disenchant, to sell the items for a lot of reasons. There's a ton of reasons why you would want to camp low-level names. But to fix some of that, they just need to make better items for upgrades as you get higher level. But itemization's been kind of in a bad place as well. They definitely need to look at that a little closer. Remember EQ had a safeguard where a boss mob would despawn to high-level players. Happened to me in 1.5 Necro. They had some stuff in place, yeah. Enjoying Grim Title. This is my favorite dungeon in the whole game, but we're having some issues right now. We're going through some struggles at the moment. Our bard died, and we're waiting to try to get the bard back over here, and you know, there's a lot going on. A lot going on. People that can average that kind of playtime will burn out, complain the game doesn't have any in-game. First 120 days after EA. Some people will, yeah. Some of them definitely will. But there are ones that won't. Hopefully once our bard gets here, we'll be able to go deeper in. Because this dungeon is awesome. I love it. I think the percent of people that do is probably really low, like less than 5%, maybe 2%. What, that'll push to max level and then quit? There's gonna be a lot, but yeah, it won't. I don't know. We'll see. Would a bard and SK be a good duo? Not really. I mean, you could do stuff, right? You could definitely do stuff, but I wouldn't say it'd be a good duo. You burned down an EQ, but it took 20 years. Best duo for a fighter? A healer. Shaman would be the best, but any healer. Does Bard fit into a duo? Not really. It might be one of the worst duo classes. Bard is much better either at solo or in larger groups. The larger the group, the better the Bard. I mean, Bards can do stuff in a duo, but there's just... Their buffs, everything that they do is basically like increases the group. So every person that you add to the group, it just increases them that much more. Planning with your buddy? Yeah, I would go with like a Shadow Knight. I would go with probably a Shaman or like a healer or something. You could do a Shadow Knight with like a DPS class. You could try that. But I would definitely try to get a healer in there. Well, inside and to the left. Go to the pool and swim up and to the left. Oh, I kicked out one of your... Here, hang on. I can't kick you either. We just need to reform the party. Nobody getting my invites? Just Andy? Hoku is definitely in our part. You need to camp. You need to like just reset everything. Okay. Brody's pretty set on Bard. Do you think we can? I mean, you could go Bard, but you're just not going to be a very good duo. But, you know, Bard can sing songs, and you could have them charm stuff. You could tank stuff on your Shadow Knight while the Bard charms stuff and sends pets at it. You know, you could do all that. Bard can sing a regen song, which will help out. Like, find out why he's set on Bard. Did he read that the Bard is just super overpowered? Because, like, a lot of people right now, I'm seeing they're getting super set on one class based on what that class can do today. That is not what the class is going to be able to do in early access, I don't think. It's the theme of Bard. If he likes Bard for the songs, have him play a Bard. I would recommend getting a healer for your group and go with a trio. Yeah, just duo content. You can do it. It's just not going to be your best overall combination. But you'll be able to get into groups pretty easily. A tank and a bard, yeah, absolutely. That people will want you in their group. That's definitely a thing. I hope they don't change the Inquisitor at all. I'm loving it. Inquisitor, I don't think it's going to change much. Inquisitor is in a pretty good place. It's a really good caster tank, and you know, I like where the Inquisitor is. I think some things are going to change with it and need to change with it, but it's in a pretty good place. I think overall, though, it will be about the same. Cheese it to zone. Should be able to track the whole zone. Yeah. Is there Mez and Charm in this game? When you say charm, I think making a pet. Yeah, there's Mez and Charm, just like it was in EverQuest. Exact same thing. So, yeah. It is in this game. Was like 1 silver for a tiny dagger, if I remember right, at level 4. That's expensive. I mean, yeah, at level 4, silver is a lot of money. I am almost to a platinum. I might actually be at a platinum. Yeah, I'm at a platinum. I'll have a platinum for tomorrow for sure. Oh, move up. I guess we're moving.
Yeah.
Oh, they added in boxes in here, huh? Anywhere out of FPE you would recommend for 35 to 40. Yeah, bottom of the ramp. Well, killing the Plagueborn, the low-level Plagueborn. Well, I say low-level Plagueborn, the level 30-ish Plagueborn. Like high 30s, low 40. If Charm is adjusted appropriately or removed completely, what's my ideal trio?
Yeah.
A tank, a healer, and DPS. Any tank, any healer, any DPS. That would be my ideal. Pop. Oh, that's not in Fallen Pass? You don't want to be in Fallen Pass. For level 35 to 40. You could probably go into Vale of Zintar and go do the orcs inside the orc cave area. Like down. You could also go into Telekir. There's like Telekir's got like high 30s, low 40 Ashira in it near the top. Like I think they're called Ashira Brutes or something like that. know, I swapped to this other mob. Highwayman and Glass Flats. Yeah, you can do those too. So if you go into Glass Flats from Sungreet, you basically turn hard left, go through the goblins, and then you kind of go up the cliff. Those would be good too. The Hidden Grotto, it was taken out of the game. The faction vendors bank like the Ashira, you can actually, you can gain faction with the Ashira if you want, and you can use their vendors and banks and stuff like that. Don't worry about mobs. What is this about? Don't worry about mobs on the pet. He's invincible. That is so dumb. Like. Like, they got it. This stuff they gotta fix, man. That's probably how he does solo most things. He's soloed a ton of stuff in here. Well, just in the game. Have you seen any 60s? There's no level 60s yet. The highest level that I know of is a level 58 Druid. And then a 57 Necromancer are the two highest people that I'm aware of. Did I read somewhere that the game will be open? Yeah, this weekend there's going to be an open test. The 27th, 28th, 29th. Anything special you can get from them? Yeah, you can get a, if you're an enchanter from the Ashira, if you have faction with them, you can buy an illusion, Ashira illusion. You can also buy like some gear and stuff from one of the vendors. Will the open test be a fresh server? I think it's going to be a fresh server. I'm pretty sure. No, they will not get access to the beta server. It'll be a fresh server. Or fresh servers. I think it's multiple servers. But I think it's going to be a fresh start. It's possible, but it is not easy. You got to jump at the very last second. What zone is this? This is Grimtide Sanctum. Best zone in the game, in my opinion. Never heard of it. Sounds cool. Yeah, it's a really cool zone. Yes. On the right-hand side, it's very close to the end. Yeah, it's past the second stop. No, it's farther down, but you'll see it. I mean, it's like the one that's surrounded with the wall and stuff. You probably won't even see the shipwreck. You're just going to see the wall around it. Yeah, this zone is kind of a well-guarded secret, in a sense. Do you know what level the Sea Goblin Island is in Shallow Shoals? I don't know, no. Andy, what level is the Goblin Island in Shallow Shoals? 45? He said 35. Okay. Round level 35. Any interesting drops here? Some very good drops in this dungeon, yes. Some very good loot.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is in Shallow Shoals. The entrance, it's like a secret entrance inside of Shallow Shoals. I see, look, this is why I love this dungeon. It's so awesome looking. What is my gamma at? Let me see. Yeah, this is how you're supposed to see the dungeon. So we're going through it with the correct lighting. Caster and melee? Yeah, there's both caster and melee loot in here. Oh, jeez. You got like 4 mobs there. I think he's rooted it. And all these nameplates are driving me nuts in a small area. Show client names. None. Scampeared. Holy moly. Getting wrecked here. Is there any way to turn on shadows? I don't see it in the graphic settings. I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to adjust that or not. You don't know about SK? I promise you SK is good. It's very good. You going pet, Andy? He's coming down here to get you a undead pet if you want one. Interested in thoughts on fighter overall from leveling's perspective? I mean, fighter's good, yeah. There's nothing wrong with a fighter. But I don't know. They're all good. Like every class is pretty good. I really got to pay attention down here, though. This life guzzle is so much health. Look at that. Crazy. Looks like an awesome dungeon to walk through. This is an amazing dungeon. Very well done. This is made by Chinny, by the way. Chinny D. He made this dungeon. Who made Telekir? I don't know who made Telekir. This dungeon is called Grimtide's Sanctum. Thinking Ogre Shadow Knight, but it looks cramped in here. This zone is pretty cramped. However, by this level, you can always get a shaman to shrink you. So you can put a shaman in your party and shrink you. And enchanters can also shrink. So shaman or enchanter will be able to shrink you. So, you know, not a big deal. I'm hoping they add like a clicky item in the game. That'd be really nice. A clicky shrink item that's like ogre troll usable would be fine, you know, just to allow them to shrink. Shrink potions. There might be a shrink potion. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, the cobalt bracers. Yep, for shrinkage. Oh my goodness. I gotta get a pill. I'm starting to itch, and then I look down and I've got my rash from food from my dinner. All right, I'll be back in just 1 second, guys. I'm gonna auto attack this. Be right back. Okay. Hey, what's going on, Swingburn? How are you doing? Sitting down for some dinner. Nice, nice. So there's a named undead down here. I guess that's what we're trying to go for. I don't know. Yeah, sounds right. That thing's gonna fear, by the way, in the back. I'm gonna switch to that so it doesn't fear. Or charm it, that'll work. Another ad. Bunch of ads. That's gotta be way too many. We're gonna die here. We gotta get out of here. We can't do this. Yeah, he pulled way too many there. I got rooted and died. Yeah, he pulled like several mobs there, a ton. And that's why you gotta be careful in that zone. Well, now getting corpses is gonna be a huge pain. That's going to be either have Andy summon corpses, or if he wants to try to pull him to the zone, that's going to be a pain in the butt, though. You got Veil of Zintar, Fallen Pass, zone line there? Yes. That's where I'm at, yeah. Oh, no, I know why you want 2 accounts, but you can't multi-box. So you're not allowed to log in a second character. You can have 1 character in at a time. So if you have a second account, it's not going to do much for you here. Well, I guess we're sitting here waiting for a minute. We'll see. Wait, get a res. I wonder if you could play 2 different characters on 2 different servers. I don't know why you would. Well, we actually thought about that, Moose. So somebody actually brought that up in one of my streams. We were talking about like multi-boxing and all that kind of stuff. And what if they did clusters, server clusters, which you're planning on doing, right? So they have, let's say, 3 servers. You have 1 character you're playing on this server, 1 character you're playing on this server. You level both of them up because you're dual boxing. You're playing 2 different characters on 2 different servers. And then now those 2 servers merge together. Well, now you have two characters on the same server at high level. So that would be like one of the only reasons. I mean, it'd be kind of a very silly niche situation, but, you know, maybe. You know, I could see that. But yeah, I think if you're on separate servers, it really shouldn't matter if you're multi-boxing or not. Like, playing 2 characters on 2 different servers, who cares? That guy gives Monk a bad name? Who? Well, Hoku's playing a Beastmaster. Yeah, there was, yeah. Zero. I don't put money in the bank. I've got 1 platinum on me, though, on Criddle. But I'm dead. It does not help. Nope. But I don't put any money in the bank. I probably should put some in the bank. Well, what we need to do is just buy Andy, like, a couple coffins just to stick them in his inventory. I know, but we can still buy Andy a couple coffins for next time. That's what I'm saying. Just have him have it. I don't understand why that makes much of a big deal over it. Well, it's a big deal. They don't want people multi-boxing. They just don't want that. Like, that's the whole thing. They don't want people multi-boxing. Not sure if this is appropriate or not, but I saw some people talking about Nick. They said anything official? Yes. Sean had a stream today and kind of talked about it briefly. The short version is Nick is still part owner of Niche Worlds Cult, the company the overall company that creates this game. He is no longer developing Monsters and Memories. He's no longer a developer of Monsters and Memories. Yep, no worries. Is there going to be a free weekend in the week? Yes, this coming weekend is a free weekend for everybody to play. Probably on the old servers, or they might make new beta servers. I don't know what they're going to do with it. But I'm guessing it'll be fresh start beta characters on some new servers. 27th, 28th, 29th. I know Criddle won't speculate, but he did say it was okay for us to discuss it in here. Yes, you can discuss it all you want. Yeah, they can't exactly divest him from ownership. Well, I mean, they could. They could buy him out, but yeah. I don't know what they're doing with that. Sean did say in his stream, he said that they are in talks with Nick on what to do, on how to proceed further. He didn't say any details on what that means or anything like that, but Sean and Nick are talking about how to proceed further and what's going on. Sean looked, I'm going to say, Sean looked very exhausted. He looked tired. He looked annoyed. Golly, I've got like a hair right in my middle of my face. It won't go away. And he just seemed, kind of agitated by the whole thing. So I don't know what that means. I'm not going to speculate on it. I mean, it is what it is. Clearly, there was some issue of some sort. And, yeah, that's where they're going with it. I don't even know what Nick's Twitter handle is. Feel sad for Nick. Hope he can somehow sort it out. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Like, these kind of things happen in business. People quit. People get, removed, fired, whatever you want to call it. I mean, whatever happened. I don't know. My first thought was that they agreed to bring in an investor. I don't think they've done that. Sean did not mention anything about an investor, and in fact, mentioned the opposite of that recently. He basically said that they do not want to take any money from anybody. How you not following me? I don't know. I mean, everybody follows me, right? I'm like the world's greatest streamer. I thought. I don't know. That's what my mom told me. Mom says I'm the best in the world, so therefore, best in the world. But you get a chance to play AOA stress test? I didn't, but I watched some stuff on it. It looks really good. Game looks really good. I'm not a big fan of the Minecraft blockiness, personally. But if the gameplay's fun, game could be fun. I still prefer Monsters and Memories as a whole, but AOA looks good. And I definitely recommend people check it out. AOA is good, but it's very light on content. Yeah. And that's going to be the hardest thing, right? Hardest thing is getting content into a game like this because it takes so much time to build that content out. So much time. You know, that's one thing about this game, that they're doing a really good job. And Sean makes a lot of the dungeons, or not dungeons, but a lot of the world. He's really good at world building, and he does it fairly quickly. Like, he busted out an entire Black Tide Bay dungeon in a couple of weeks. So that entire zone he made in just a couple weeks. I mean, of course, it could use some polishing and stuff, but still a really good zone for just one guy working on it for a few weeks. Can't wait for June. I can't either, man. I wish June was tomorrow. I have a feeling that it's at least 2 years away from any kind of EA release. You talking about AOA? Yeah, I think that AOA is going to do well. Honestly. Well, I consented you, but yeah, good luck. I'm just putting around an EQ to know what to do with myself. Oh, no. Well, I'm glad that you're here, Swingburn. I'm glad you're here hanging out. I stream this game every day, so if you want to see more content on this game, talk about this game, all that kind of stuff, you know, use my channel as a forum if you want to just chat with people, like in live chat. Of course, there's always Discord. You know, do that too. But, yeah. Discord is saying a dev named Pattis, I guess, built Telekir, by the way. Don't think I've heard of him before. You know, they may not be a dev that's currently on the team. There were a few devs that were on the team and kind of fell off the team. They, you know, they worked on it a little bit here and there as just like a fun side project, and then they just kind of puttered out. You know, so I think the devs that are currently on the team are going to stick with it for a while, because now it's looking like it's going into early access and they're going to start making money. I know that a few of them are really excited because they want to get paid. You know, they're really starting to. They're like, yeah, this is gonna be great. Hopefully we can get, you know, some subs in here and actually get a paycheck. You know, if they can get 10,000 subs, shoot, man, that's 150 grand a month. They could pay some people. They could pay some people a lot. I mean, they might need to. I don't know. They might need to hire a PR person at this point. I mean, I know that Sean and the rest of the team, they love to be able to reach out and be part of that. But having a PR person, man, it means so much. It means so much. Like, you got to have somebody that's just good with people and has a good way of answering questions and kind of moving on, you know? But we'll see what happens. We will see. Linda Carlson? Who's that? You know, like, I don't know. A lot of people could be a good PR person. You know, there's a lot of... And the thing is, it's like, you know, you got to find somebody that can just kind of roll with it, you know? I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I really like the guy that, the PR guy for the game Fellowship. I like that guy a lot. Margaret from Ashes of Creation. Yeah, I heard that, that she's looking for a job. I heard a lot of people are from Ashes of Creation are kind of looking for a job. I would love to be a PR person for this game. Then I'm not on the development side, but I'm still involved in the game. I could do that. But I would have to bite my tongue a bit more. I'm very opinionated on this game, and I definitely speak my mind, and I would have to not do that anymore. Definitely not speak my mind so much anymore. But, yeah, you know. Game absolutely needs a community manager to handle player communications so devs can dev. Yeah, I think that I think at this point, as we're getting closer to early access, I think it'd be a good idea. You know, I think it'd be a very good idea. But you know, allow the devs to dev, allow them to even stream. Like, I don't think there's an issue with them streaming and talking and doing that kind of thing, but allow the devs to dev. You know, when they go into their streams, just have them working, have them doing what they're supposed to be doing. And, you know, if they want to answer a few questions here or there, sure, have them answer a few questions here or there. But, you know, the thing is, a lot of people are not great communicators. I mean, I'm one of them, you know, but we all have access to be able to communicate much more easily now. You know, like I could just open up a stream, open up whatever, you know, make a YouTube video and just start blabbing out whatever I think, whatever I'm saying, whatever's in my head, just I can spit it out there. That's probably not the best course of action for a lot of people, you know, especially when you're trying to be a game dev that's trying to build a game. Some people are going to do well at it. Other ones are not. So, how are the rare drops in the game, or do they not exist at all? No, there's rare drops. Yeah, so most named mobs have like a common drop, a rare drop, and then a super rare drop, or common, uncommon, and rare. So, up on both sides, yeah. So you're in a pool. There is another pool room, yes, much bigger pool room. So Andy, where describe the room you're in? Well, there you go. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. You're at the top of the pool room where the bridge goes in. You can go around that room to the left or the right, and both of them will go to a stairway that goes down to the other side of the pool room. Yeah. Do the pet classes have different looking pets depending on level, or do they all look the same from level 1 to 60? So your pet classes for the Necromancer have... let's not start with the Necromancer. For the Elementalist, it's a fire pet, water pet, earth pet, and wind pet. They have all four of those from level 1 to 60. Every 4 levels, they get a new each one of those. Your Beastmaster can tame different types of beasts throughout the game, so you can have a lot of different pets depending on what it is that you tame. So it's just whatever it is that you tame, that's your pet. Necromancer. Necromancer is... well, we died, Z-Dark, so I lost some XP from that. Necromancer has Skeleton Pet, Zombie Pet, Ghoul Pet, every 4 levels from 1 to 60, and Special Pet later on. Can't really go into details on that one, but they do have a pet later on. I'm assuming the other classes will probably also get a special pet later on as well, but the Necromancer did, at least in the alpha. It being lean is what has enabled this game to be created. A dedicated PR person makes no sense. This sounds like a bunch of people that want Eminem to create a position they fantasize they can fill. No, I think that it being lean is what allowed it to get this far, yes. But at some point, I feel like you need to expand, you know, and like they're getting to the point where they have a lot of publicity and they have a lot of people, you know, that are looking on it. And I think that, you know, it'd be a good idea to start looking at possibly adding a PR person soon-ish. But I mean, that's just me. No, I don't know. I don't know. But you know, I get where you're coming from with that, saying that, like, you know, people want to have that position. Sure. You know, people definitely would love to have that PR position. I think that would be, for a lot of people, that'd be a dream come true. But you know, I think that, you know, as it grows, as the game grows, it would be a good idea. I just got a res from Tam. You might even say that was Nick's old position. I mean, kinda. But I mean, no more so than Sean. No more so than anybody else on the team that just kind of talks and you know, streams and talks about the game. There's several devs that stream and talk about the game. You know, there's Sean, there's Nick, of course. Chinny D streams. Zukin, ZBrushed, Nicodemus, Goblin. They all stream, you know, but the difference is that some of them were a lot more open with giving details, and other ones were more like, okay, I'm not gonna say much because they didn't know what they should or shouldn't say. Sean and Nick can kind of say whatever they want because they were owners of the game. But yeah. From a front-facing perspective and active in the community, Nick was the face. I would say Sean was more the face, in my opinion. Nick, I mean, depending on how you look at it. Like, it would be hard for me to explain why my thoughts are the way that they are without somebody being like, oh, you just don't like Nick or something. And it's not that I don't like Nick, but I feel like certain people... they took certain things, you know, a little too far sometimes. But that was my personal opinion. Sean has always been the face for me. Yeah, Sean is much more of the face for me. He's been the one streaming from the very beginning. Sean has been streaming the development of this game. He was the first one streaming it. He's always been the face of the game. He's always been, you know, the lead of the game from the very, very beginning. You know, so I don't know. But I could definitely see, you know, the reason I feel like Nick got in with the community so much was because he streamed for like 10 hours sometimes. Just a 10-hour long stream, and just kept talking about the game, kept people in the chat, and people want to know about their class builds. They want to know about they want to know about, like, the fun parts of the game more than anything else. So that just made it to where Nick was like the you know, the person, like the front man in a sense. That's just what people wanted to know. That's really all it was. You know, there's people that care about the art side of things, and they watch Zukin and ZBrush stream or Goblin stream. They care about that stuff, but there's far more people that care about the development process, how their classes are going to change, what kind of abilities they're going to get, how they can actually play the game more so than anything else. So I just feel like that made Nick just a much more sought after individual. And he also was much more open with what he said, you know, and how he talked about the game. Is anybody else stuck, or is it just me? Oop, I got out. Never mind. But I mean, anybody could have done that same thing, right? Anybody could have done that. And I'm not trying to disregard Nick's position, but anybody, like, people come into my stream because they want to hear my take on it. And that's just because I talk about it a lot and I show the game a lot. You know, I'm just not a developer. So. Saying anybody could have done it isn't a good argument, though, but each their own. Well, anybody that was an owner, or anybody that, you know, knew enough about the game, sure, they could have done it. He had the ability to go in and during playtest type into chat, "Hey everybody, come to twitch.nickhots, come to my channel." He had the ability to advertise it. You know, I mean, that's huge. It's huge. You know, that's how people found out about him streaming and knew, and then he was giving away keys. Another thing that nobody else had the ability, nobody else did, which brought people to his stream. You know, like doing the giveaways and stuff. Like, it was just people wanted to be there, which puts you up on a higher list, you know, just so I don't know. Like, that's the reason people went to his streams in the beginning. Then it kind of built from there. It's the same thing with any content creator, content creator. Period. You start at the bottom, you know, with one or two people. You're streaming to yourself. You're not talking to anybody. But if you can somehow entice people to get to your stream to move you up on that list, then you can start to grow. But if you never get there, it's impossible to grow. Nearly impossible. He had the tools in place to be able to allow him to grow. So. Now, Dharma, I disagree with that, though. Like, I mean, you can disagree with me, and that's fine. I disagree with that. What brought people to Nick's stream over anybody else's stream were his ability to advertise during the beta test, or the open alpha test. He literally announced it in game. His ability to at everyone on Discord, his ability to give away keys to the beta or to the closed alpha. And then on top of that, he also had the ability to, to manipulate and change abilities and classes. And he was like, that's probably the number one thing that most people care about when you go and read the patch notes. You know, do you read the bug fixes and, you know, ooh, we added new VFX and we had, you know, I read through those, sure. But I really jump down to the class changes, the balance changes, all of that. That's the meat and potatoes of what a lot of people want to know. And so all of those things together brought people to the stream, and then from there it built up. And I think that's the reason that it did that. You know, you have a PR person that is the only person that talks to the community, and they stream on a Monsters and Memories Twitch channel, right? Let's say it's twitch.com/Monsters and Memories, and the only person for Monsters and Memories that ever streams is on that channel. Everybody's going to go to that channel and watch it. Everybody that plays the game, is interested in the game, is going to go watch it. So, you know, that's why those channels build up. That's why they get a huge audience. Is because that's the only place that they can go to. But Anyway. Is there a trick to binding your keys so that when you're typing, it doesn't trigger your abilities that you have bound to those keys? Not that I'm aware of, Tor. Not that I'm aware of. Like you hit those keys and it's gonna trigger whatever it is that you've done. Unless you do like a shift and then hit the button. You could do that. Like shift key or whatever on certain keys. But anyway, I still say that Sean is, to me, Sean is the face of the... He's the face of Niche World's cult and the face of this game. It's basically his... Ultimately, his idea. And he's the one that started the whole thing. I mean, if you've ever heard the stories, and like Sean or Nick or anybody, any other dev, talk about how this whole game got started, it's because of Sean. Without Sean, this game would have never come off the ground. But I think that, you know, all of the devs that have worked on this game, past, present, future, you know, they're all a big part of it. I think everybody has put in some work. They put in the time, you know, and I think they all deserve credit for what they have done. Good or bad, right? Good or bad. Because, like, even the bad ones help the devs learn what not to do. Right? So, like, you can't learn without making mistakes. What? Who's Ashira? Okay. Does she have the Ashira illusion? He, she. I would agree with that. He's the driving force. Yeah. And that's just my take on it. I mean, I do see how Nick was definitely a big member of the team for sure, you know, and you know, he definitely brought a lot of eyes to it for sure. I mean, if not for Nick, I wouldn't have had alpha access originally. That's how I got alpha access, is through Nick, you know, so I appreciate it. Like, you know, I won't deny it. Where are we fighting at? Oh, down here. Blue Queen of Dragons. Oh, you're Ashira? Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you here. You get to see our disaster that you're coming into, so good luck. Good luck. Is there anything that you want off of any of this stuff, Ashira? You just let me know, because I usually just loot and just grab stuff off of there. But if you want, like, cloth or leather or something, just let us know. I like linen. Trying to help out a friend. Make enchanted linen pants for me. Okay. Grab some linen. Is there no light source? Feels more accessible besides 100% gamma. I'm not at 100% gamma right now. I'm at 50%, which is default. But yes, there are light sources. Like there's like this lantern right here is a light source that you can equip in your primary, secondary, or belt slot. Not waist slot, but belt slot, meaning these 3 pouch slots right here. You could put a lantern there. But yeah, I'm not even using the gamma right now. So this is normal default lighting for the area. And then we have a light source through this fire right here. I just prefer using the gamma when I can't see something. Still feels lacking contrast. Well, I can show you what it's like with a light source. I mean, it's a lot brighter with a light source. Oh my gosh. Hang on. My fuel ran out on my lantern again. So there, that's with a light source. Like a lantern turned on. That's what it looks like. So lantern on, lantern off. Lantern on, lantern off. I do not have infravision, no. Not on this character. But you can also, you know, like, this is with the gamma up. So just to see a difference. That's with the gamma up. That's how I normally play, is with the gamma up. It just makes it so much easier than trying to deal with turning lights on and off. Is there a way to check if I'm invited to beta test? Download the game on the launcher. Click the little drop-down menu and see if it says beta. When it's this dark for us, just encodes the stream to mostly black. So people with high latency, the screen will be essentially black. It shouldn't look that bad. I wouldn't think. Maybe it does. Does it look really dark? Like when I turn this up, the gamma like this looks okay, right? But like, just wash. Well, yeah, it's gonna look washed out with the gamma up. But if I do this, is that bad? That's why, like, I try to turn it up. It does look washed out with the gamma up for sure, but it makes it easier. It makes it easier to see. It's not too dark with the gamma off. Do you guys prefer with the gamma off or on? I'll do it either way. It doesn't bother me. I only usually do the gamma all the way up when it's really dark at night and I can't see what's right in front of my face. Gamma on? Okay. Yeah, I can leave it on. I prefer it this way just so I can see a little bit better, but we have enough lighting in here for me to be able to see. Oh yeah, off is definitely more director's intent for sure. The game looks better with gamma at 50% where it's supposed to be. Absolutely looks better. It doesn't look as washed out, but it's very difficult to see. So, yeah. What does this place look sweet? This is Grimtide Sanctum. It's my favorite dungeon in the game. I prefer normal gammas. I think my monitor is naturally bright, or it shows dark colors clearly for some reason. Yeah, it looks fine to me. Weakest class right now? I would say overall, the weakest class is probably the Rogue. Kind of crazy how many dungeons they seem to have already. Yeah, there's only really like a couple dungeons. Well, like 5. Like dungeons where you zone in and you have a dungeon, right? But there's like overworld dungeons in the game too, where you go into a large zone and there's a dungeon, you know, like within that zone. So it depends on, you know, what you want to say is a dungeon, but like this is one of the 5 or so that I can think of. 6, something like that. Do you even bother using a shield or defensive stance? Not while I'm XPing, no. It's not worth it. The only time I use defensive stance is on a very challenging boss. And then shield is absolutely not worth it right now. It's terrible. Beast instead of Monk for Hoku. Guess he wanted us out. Yeah, well, I think he just wanted to try something different, but yeah, he'll probably play Monk. I'm guessing he'll play Monk in oops, I didn't mean to grab that. In early access, but I don't know. I have no idea. Thinking Paladin might be better suited for shields at this point. No different. Paladin with a two-handed weapon is probably is still better. Shields are just bad. What zone is this? This is in Grimtide Sanctum. Kind of crazy how often shields or terrible defensive equipment in games block the only avoidance that isn't 100% not. Yeah. Yeah. How do you get here? It's a secret entrance inside of Shallow Shoals. If you go back a couple hours on the stream, you'll probably see how I got into it. But basically, there's a zone right down here that takes you into Shallow Shoals. Maybe one day MMO will stop letting DPS outweigh support on support tunes. I mean, maybe. Maybe. Must be the underwater zone that Shinny was talking about. Shinny D created this zone. So, probably. Yeah. This is his baby. I only knew about the one in the lake in Scarwood, which I don't think is open yet. Yeah, that one's not open yet. Well, there's going to be another underwater zone that's purely underwater. That's a different zone completely. That's going to be part of the deep, I think. Is it big? No, it's like a medium-sized dungeon. You know, small to medium, I would say. Bigger than Grain Cellar, smaller than Black Tide Bay. Maybe twice the size of Grain Cellar. Maybe 3 at most. Shaman Pet sleeping on the job? He might be, yeah. Close to the size of Ancient Crypt, I'd say. Yeah, maybe an Ancient Crypt. Something like that. Thought the one in the lake was properly underwater. If it's the zone I saw Sean doing, you had to swim around. Yeah, that's gonna be part of like a module 1 or something, or like part of the deep kind of stuff. I think. This means a lot more exciting than the desert you've been in. Oh, it's way more exciting. Yeah, this is the fun part of the game that I wish that we could do more. But I usually don't do this in the morning. I do this in the afternoons or in the evenings, because that's when we actually have people online that can come in here and do these dungeons, which is kind of why I wanted to try to stream later tonight, kind of as late as I could, because I want to show this kind of stuff off. I feel like most people see the boring stuff, you know, all the boring sand zones over and over and over, and people are tired of seeing that. They want to see this. Like, this is fun. This is very cool and interesting content. You know, this is like your old school Guck type of zone, like Lower Guck or Cebolus, you know? Like, this is what we need to see more of. And I hopefully can continue showing off this stuff, but it's just a matter of having people to do it, because this dungeon is not easy. I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating and gets everywhere. Not like here. Yeah. Everything is soft and smooth. Hope they roll out some massive dungeons. I do too. I'm hoping like the what's it called? Fallen Watch is like a really big, cool dungeon. That'd be awesome. You just got a fungi tunic? Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, this dungeon is definitely more of a proper crawl. For sure. Kind of looks like Nagina. Yeah, maybe a little bit. There's a surprising amount of camps inside. There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff inside here. These poor old ladies. They kind of do sound like little old ladies running around like this. Wah, 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 and kind of look like it too. Yeah. Someone who's only just joined Twitch and doesn't know how to go back in time on Twitch or on stream. I don't know how to do it either, to be honest with you. That whole rewind feature is something that's kind of new to me. I never really used it. You get to be subbed to rewind? Uh-oh. Sorry, guys. Ever seen a group with clerics? Are they rare versus druid and shaman at present? Clerics are more rare, yes, because they're not as good at... They're not as good for healers. Druid is the most played class in the beta. Shaman is probably the best overall group healer, and cleric is just kind of meh. But I do have a friend, so I play with a set group most of the time, like a static group, But I do have a friend that plays a cleric in the beta. One of my friends. Cleric's got more shade than a Shadow Knight. I mean, kinda. Clerics are, they're okay. Like, they're not bad healers. Clerics are actually really good healers. They're like the best overall healer in the game as far as recovering health and preventing damage on a target. Clerics are the best at that. But they don't have any of the utility that the Shaman and Druid provides. So they ultimately are just not as popular for most players. Yeah, they're more mana efficient, slightly more mana efficient than the other healers. And they can prevent. They have like a damage prevention shield, like a damage absorption shield. He's gonna get us killed again. Oh god, his pet's missing. Dude, pets in this game are rough. Well, right at the entrance, so. Now he's dropped down and zone out. "40-year-old women that mob you." Oh, yeah. Trained to zone. Oh, here they come. There's two. Another one in the back. Deep Sierras. This zone has a very good zone experience modifier, by the way. So hopefully we start seeing more zone experience modifiers in the future like this to entice people to be in groups in these zones to really get good XP. XP still seems solid at 55. Yeah, it's pretty good in here. Okay. What are we doing here? Are we seriously pulling the snakes up? They're bugging out, dude. Is there a raid boss at the bottom? No, there is a special mob down at the bottom, but I don't think it functions properly. But it's not a raid boss. Just a group mob. There's a really cool special room, though. Snake kicks you for 12 damage, right? There it goes. Snake gonna go through a wall? Yeah. Things will definitely bug out sometimes with the way they pull around here. Saw the crack in the floor you could swim down by Silent Nera, but it never went down it. The crack in the floor, yes. Yeah, that takes you down to a quest area that there's a mob, a special mob that spawns down there called Ghostodon. But you can't open the lid to get to Ghostodon. The quest didn't work in alpha. I'm not sure if it works here in beta or not. It might. So if we get to the point where we can unlock it, I'll show it to you, but I don't know if we're going to be able to get to that or not. So to get down there and do that, you have to get four keys. I think it's 3 keys from 3 different named inside of the dungeon. And then you have to place them in a crevice, and then you have to do something to open the thing up. So no rent keys? No, they're definitely they're not no rent keys, but you use them when you actually open it. So I've been waiting for someone to group in this zone on stream. We're here, Encrypt. We're here. I've been waiting to get here. I've been waiting to get a group together to come down here. Like, I've been asking my group to do it for a while, and it's just like we can't pay attention enough. But this dungeon, you definitely have to pay attention. This is a really cool dungeon, though. Literally my favorite dungeon in the whole game. There's so many secrets. That's a bunch. There's like 4 around the corner. Hoku's dead. They're going to come in. They're going to come in. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right now. And Selka. Oh, the chainer's down. We gotta run. My goodness, this dungeon is scary. Scary. All right, so I made it out. Yeah, well, yeah, we're right on the corner, but yeah, same general. That's a rough one, man. Did anybody make it out? I made it to the zone. You in the which water? Oh, you in the first tunnel? Oh god, I'm gonna die. Okay, definitely not going back in there right now. That is, the zone in is a disaster. Alright, well, I gotta swim out so I don't run out of air. This is how you get into the zone, by the way. So this is, for those that weren't here when we did this earlier. This is in the middle of the water. Out here in shallow shoals. Sorry, gotta go. Sorry about your bodies. Okay, bye. Exactly. Exactly. Got your Archer 21, but no spells past 20. Is that a martial class thing? Yeah, it is. So, fighter, monk, archer, rogue basically don't get anything after about level 15 or so. 15, 20, something like that. And then from then on, they basically get nothing new. But yeah, anyway, this is in shallow shoals, so you can kind of see where I'm at. There's a little shipwreck here, and then next to this shipwreck, you can swim down into the water, and that's how you get in. Did anyone actually make it? You're the only one who ninja roll. I got out, but barely. I mean, I'm a tank, so I was taking way less damage, and I barely made it out. I can try, yeah. I'm going to wait for it to reset. So you have a deck carver. Can you point me in the right direction to start the quest? Yeah, I've got a video on YouTube about it. Exclamation point YouTube should take you to my YouTube channel, and then look for a video on poachers. I see it, yep. Alright, I pulled your corpse back on Gith. Yep, no worries, Quackums. I'll be doing more videos for YouTube as we get closer to early access. Whoops. I'll be doing more videos for that. So just... yeah, you look for that kind of stuff as we go. But yeah, this is another kind of cheese you can do. I don't know, Encrypt, if you want to like, is this a bug report worthy? If you zone over, it starts your breath over. So like, I can let my breath get down, and you don't actually have to surface. I mean, is it a really big deal? Probably not, but maybe. Right about now, your static is asking, why did we decide not to play with a cleric? Well, we have a cleric. That's the buddy of mine that I was telling you about. He's just not available tonight. But he'll log in to res us. That's him right there. So he's resin people for us. He's just not available to play tonight. He's working or something. I don't know what he's doing tonight. Yeah, he was traveling the last couple days. Like, so over the weekend he was traveling, and I think he just got home yesterday. Today Monday? He may have gotten home today. He's just not available to do stuff. So yeah, basically pocket cleric. I think they text him or something. Hey, we need a. That was nerve-wracking as an enchanter. Yeah, I'm sure it was. Blue Queen of Dragons here in chat is Ashira down here, so just so people know. But yeah, I think we're gonna try to get reses. See if I can. Might be better to go outside and get Sal too. I can try to drag a few corpses. I don't know how many I can get though, because should have used your OP charm. Everyone goes on about. They were using charm. They were definitely using charm. The music's great in there. Yeah, the music is very creepy. It fits the vibe for sure. Sense magic, enduring breath. And Sal. Alright, let me see if I can get Gam at least. Before this stuff respawns, because we just killed the snakes. But they could respawn anytime. No, snake is up. Yeah, there's a snake up in the thing. Oh, Drowner's coming. Don't zone in. I got 3 on me. Risk reward situation. Yeah. This is definitely where it's risky, right? It's risky to charm in this kind of setting. It's helpful. It's nice, but it can be very risky because if charm breaks at the wrong time and you have like 5 mobs on you, yeah. This is the fun bit. Yeah, this is what I like. You should clip this stream when you said Enchanter's down, time to go, just as evidence on how meaningful that is. Yeah, for sure. Like, I knew when the Enchanter died, I was like, I'm out. I am out. Yeah, Charm will hold very well. Yeah, like, Charm can hold very, very well if you have a lot of charisma for it. But yeah, but then when the Enchanter died, that's where, you know, and that is the Enchanter, by the way. So... He died in the bridge room, I think, in the water, but I can't get to it because there's a, whatchamacallit there. So we could try to fight to that. That's fine. I don't know if Andy can move him at all. Okay. 2 at the door. 2 at the door. Where does the What door are you talking about? Okay. Yeah, you can go down in the water. There is a snake in there that I could pull to the zone if you want to try that. So, if you drop down in the water from there, Andy, the side of the bridge, you want to go well, if you're going deeper into the dungeon, it would be to the right. If you're going back out, if you're leaving the dungeon, it would be to the left that you want to go. So drop down in the water and then go left. Yeah, you don't have to go through the bridge. Well, yeah, it's up to you. But if you want to try to get out, I know Gam's body's in the bottom, right underneath the bridge in the water. And you can definitely get to us. All you have to do is get past the snakes, which you could probably invis past the snakes. Let me see if I can swim in here again without getting seen. Yeah, the serpent's still there. There's nothing I can really do with that serpent over there. I mean, I can move it, but that's about all I can do. We could try that. I didn't know you had that one. Do you have all three invises? That's silly, dude. Why does Shaman have all three? Yeah. Okay. All right, we'll try this. Yeah, it's indifferent. Is Gam there? Consent me. I'm going to try to get your corpse. All right, I'm going to try to get yours. Let me see if I can get in here. If I can find it. God, it's so dark down here. Alright, Gam's corpse at the entrance. And the entrance is clear. Andy, can you get any more corpses into the water, maybe? At some point? Okay. Because if you can get there, I can lead you out. Approve that message, don't let the bots win. I don't even see any messages. You dropped in the water? Alright, here. No. No, not from here. Come to me, though, and I'll show you how to get out. I'm coming to you now. Just kind of hang out in the water for a second. Yeah, I'm out. I'm at the entrance right now. Come to me. You see me over here? I'm right next to you. I'm right next to you. Yeah, I see you. Yeah, I'm over here. Come, so you just gotta come this way. Do you see me? Are you moving? No, your character's not. Okay, well, whatever. Go, yeah, this tunnel right here leads out. There is a way we can keep going to get back up there, but it's, yeah, it's a long way around. There's a ton of mobs, so it's not really... Is there what? Yeah, my invis to animals is, yeah. Yeah, it is. Alright, I'm at the entrance. So Andy, you should be, you good? Alright, so now we just got to get the other two corpses. What's 3 levels above is red. It's yellow, yellow, red. I believe. It may be yellow, 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 red. I'm pretty sure it's 2 yellows and then red. I wish there was an orange. It should be yellow, yellow, orange, orange, red. But it's not. Orange and light blue were good things. They didn't carry over. They have light blue. In this game, they have dark blue, light blue, dark green, light green. So they have a lot below. They just only have yellow, yellow, then red above. So from here, I don't know what else we can do from here. Like, I won't be able to get any more corpses up the top. I don't know if Andy will be able to get to them or not, though. Never saw light blue. That's not bad, but yeah, orange would be good. Yeah, there's definitely a light blue, but it changes based on your level. So as you get higher level, that starts to expand. The blue starts to expand, and that's where the light blue starts coming in. You won't see it, though, until like level 20, I don't think. How many played hours have you had on your tunes to get to this level? On this character, I've got like 250 or 260. So I've got 11 days, 4 hours, 11 days, 4 hours, 43 minutes on this particular character. Add. I'm on it. This is one of the reasons we haven't come to this dungeon, by the way, because you can't come in this dungeon and kind of half pay attention. And a lot of times, you know, in our group, we have people that are working or, you know, we only have 4 people or whatever. And you need to have a full party, and everybody's got to kind of be on their A game. Because things fall apart very quickly. But this is a super fun dungeon. This is the challenge that I want the rest of the game to be. Incoming. 2 coming. I guess that one's bugged out at the entrance again. You want the fear like original EQ? Yeah, I want the fear exactly like original EQ. I remember on my enchanter, though, in EQ, I could go run around in Sebalus or lower Guck easily. And I did it often. Gif. Okay. Oh, that Dark Cirrus. Yeah, I just kind of warped in. Yeah, it's fine. We're okay right now. That's what gives you essential accomplishment. Yeah. Yeah, when we did this on the closed alpha servers, we came in here with like, you know, level 55 plus characters, and it was still challenging, but we were able to do a lot of the stuff. We're only like slightly higher level right now. These mobs are like level 48, I think. So we're only about 4 or so levels higher, and it's still very challenging. Highest level dungeon in the game at the moment? Yeah, technically. Like, as far as a dungeon is concerned, yeah. There's some overworld areas that are higher level, but yeah, this would be the highest dungeon. Yeah, some of the named and stuff in the back are definitely in like 50, 51. God level enchanter, and always pleasure to group with you. Yeah, Shira seems pretty good. Pretty good. There's an invis one that paths here. Okay. You know, good enchanters are hard to come by. They are hard to come by. Like one that, you know, doesn't just charm and uses all their abilities. They're hard to come by. Did I change my gamma back? I don't think I did. I didn't. Yeah, change gamma back. So I can actually see. We're fighting the corpses. We have two bodies to recover still. This game is amazing. It really is. I love it. Everything that I wanted. And more. Even though I complain a lot about certain things, it's literally everything that I've wanted for 20 years. Shinny got caught out with his gamma max when he was playing the game yesterday. Hilarious. Uh-oh, he got called out for it? Uh-oh. Are my graphics maxed? I mean, there's really no graphic settings, but yes. Ooh, an amber. That's good. Yeah, there's no real graphic settings. You go to graphics, like compatibility, performance, recommended. Like, I mean, there's no real graphic settings. One of them settings gives much better shadows. Can't remember which one. Less aliasing on them. I can look at it. Spot it in the character screen because one of my characters has a staff equipped. Very easy to see the difference. So like it's on options, graphics, one of these in here. V-Sync is off. Now it's 3 corpse runs, yeah. It's the quality level. Like the top one here, compatibility, performance, and then recommended. Did you just do recommended? How does the size of the world compare to EQ1 before any expansions? By 1.0, this game will be about equal to what EverQuest was at release. Right now, the game is around 25 zones. And then by early access, it'll be about 30-ish, 32, something around there. But through early access, leading up to 1.0, the plan is to be about 100-plus zones. EverQuest 1 at launch had about 100 zones. So it's going to be about equal to EverQuest at launch. Okay. Is he not putting his pet on these, I guess, now? Well, yeah, he's been putting his wolf on it. It's the upstairs entrance of Grimtide? Yeah, this is up one side of the stairs, yeah. There's linen on one of those, Ashira. I think this one back here had linen on it. I've been trying to leave linen on there for you, if you want to loot it. Can't get into the character select, patched it, but a message come up saying I need to patch the game. There's a Discord post on that right now, so you might want to check that. I saw a Discord post earlier talking about that. I think it was Discord. It might have been Reddit, but I'm pretty sure it was a Discord post. Apparently a couple people are having that same issue. Do we wipe? We wipe twice. Another linen scrap here. Corpse recovery here sucks. It really does. This is a terrible dungeon to die in. We have a necromancer though, so all else fails, we can summon corpse, but yeah, it's the whole thing. I think it's cool. Like, one thing about this game, like, you see the naked Ashira, right? But like, one thing that's really cool about this game is when Ashira puts on her actual gear, it actually shows on the Ashira, you know, as a race, which I think is really cool. Like, it doesn't just put like a basic gear on, you know, as a monster race. Why not just summon? What's the cost? 10 gold to summon a corpse. I mean, we can summon it. It's not a big deal. Like, we've got the money for it, but... I look quite fashionable, too. You do. You look very fashionable. We're gonna be careful here with mobs on both sides, so don't stray. Or come over to this side. Did you die in the locked room? That'd be even worse. No, we weren't in the locked room yet. We jumping over? Yeah. Guess we're going for it. Go for the server for a shark kill. I don't even know if you can get into that shark yet. Like, legit. I don't know if it works. I mean, it might. I don't know. Like to actually open up the door and everything, or the coffin, or whatever, the tomb, whatever the heck it's called. Sarcophagus, yeah. All right, we got one corpse. That's good. Can you dye your armor? Is that not a thing? That's not a thing, and I don't think it's gonna be a thing. So every item in this game, or all the gear, everything, pretty much everything in this game is handmade, hand-drawn, hand-created, crafted, whatever. So it's not like, you know, where you can just pop it into a thing and do dyes. However, I will defer that question to Zukin or ZBrushed. If you see Zukin or ZBrush streaming, ask them if they will ever add that and why they can or can't do that or whatever. That would be a question for those guys. They do a lot of the art in this game. And they both stream, so ZBrushed and Zukin. I think it's called Zukin Sculpts. I believe Zukin Sculpts is the Twitch handle, and ZBrushed is the Twitch handle. Have you encountered any bosses or named monsters that have any mechanics? Yeah, I mean, not a lot of mechanics. Not like crazy amounts of mechanics. Not like WoW or anything like that. But there are enemies in the game that do have some mechanics that you have to work through. Been trying to do the Glinting Hollow quest for the Glinting Mushrooms. Day and night, we'll make another run. Yeah, Glinting Hollow thing was broken in alpha. Like, people were doing it, but it was very much broken, so they took it out. And I haven't been able to mess with it in the beta yet. But I'm sure there's tons of information on that somewhere. Well, I'm sure people know about it at this point, but I don't know. I don't know much about it myself. I don't know. That's a Hoku thing. Hoku question. I think we're getting his corpse here soon. Oh, you did get it? Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Maybe. What class need work the most? I mean, I think Rogue needs the most work out of all of them. There's a few of them that need more work, but Rogue, I think, needs the most. Yeah, exactly. Poisons aren't even in the game yet. I would agree that Rogue needs the most. Outside of that, I think Elementalist needs to be looked at. I think that Wizard needs to be tweaked a little bit. You know, just to make them feel good in parties. And then once, well, I mean, Elementals is good overall. It just needs to have some adjustments to make it feel different and fun. But Rogue and Wizard are the only two that really need like adjustments to make them function well throughout the game. Every other class functions okay, like does their job, and they can always adjust those as they go. On the Fangbearer. Good luck on corpse run. Well, we got the corpse run. It's over. We got all the corpses at this point. Now we're just going to try to kill the boss that we spawned. Fangbearer, as long as you're assisting me, yeah. Oh, well, Hoku wasn't attacking it. He was charmed. Or mezzed or whatever. Is there a trick to spawning Tidecaller Circa? Selka? Yes. The mob that we're pulling right now? Yes. Do your friends completely loot their bodies, or are they dragging the corpses res later? I don't know, honestly. I think they're pulling the corpses or res. No, I think we res them actually. So I think Kaz is here with us as an additional healer. Just like outside of the group, Kaz is following us and healing and rezzing. So I think everybody's been rezzed. Wizards feel better than it used to be. I hope this scales. What's the trick? I've spawned him a couple times. Didn't know what I was doing. It's got something to do with all the mobs in the room. I don't remember exactly. I think they changed it a little bit. But it's got something to do with, like, you have to kill all the mobs in the room or not kill all the mobs in the room. Like, you kill the mobs and then more mobs spawn and then they summon Selka. Or something along those lines. It used to be you had to leave the mobs up in the room to summon Selka. The 4 mobs in the corners? Yeah. Yeah, the 4 mobs in the corners. Are there speed boots or haste items? There are haste items. There's no boots of speed. There might be a quest for boots of speed sometime in the future. But I imagine that'll be way later down the road. Whatchamacallit? Like a J boots. And a very long quest probably for J boots. I like this zone a lot for 50-55 once they fix pathing. Yeah, pathing is kind of an issue for sure. You need to find someone who got a beta key that doesn't have any friends to give code to. Good luck. Good luck. Yeah, this spawning Tidecaller Selka is going to be a huge pain in the butt in early access when you have a bunch of people down here because of the way that it works. Like, I think a lot of people are just going to be down here just constantly pulling mobs and killing things. It's going to be a real pain. So we got a tattered linen robe, and then we got the key, the sanctum key. This key is how you get deeper into the dungeon. To get deeper in the dungeon. No, it's not. Key is to get to the deeper part where the one of the named is, which does spawn Ghosted on, but it's just to get into the last named. No, who wants to get that key? Like, how are we doing that? Did a good job of the lighting in this hallway. Yeah, this whole dungeon is amazing. If it wasn't so stressful, I would kind of show you guys around a little bit more, but this is a very stressful dungeon. Pop. Yeah, we could fight out. We just jump in the water and swim out. Like two kills or something to get out. What's the damage delay on your weapon at this level? Mine's 10 damage, 30 delay. It's not the best weapon. I need to upgrade. There's actually a good weapon that drops in here. It's very rare. Like ridiculously rare. But it's one of the best weapons in the game. Until you get to like high-end stuff. Was kind of hoping we would get to that sometime down here, but yeah, the spear Hoku. It was one of the best. I don't know if I am assuming it still is. Free all day tomorrow if you want me to come along. Yeah, I know. Well, I'll be on all day tomorrow. Normally it's me and Isar or Gith in the mornings, and we just kind of duo stuff. Because he's normally working, but yeah, like in the afternoons or something, we might be able to do this again. We'll have to see who's available. Yeah, well, 10 damage, 30 delay in this game is decent. Kicks, it's decent. It's a level 40 weapon, but it's not the best. Like there are better weapons. There's a few. in fact. We just haven't gone to camp them. Like, I need to go. I could think of like 5 or 6 weapons that I could go camp. I haven't done it. Hatter's Iron Fist, is that one of the new ones? Yeah, 1435. That one's really good. That's a good one right there. Much better ratio. Yeah, we just got to actually go do it. Like, my group a lot of times lacks. We don't go after items enough. I don't feel like we need to go camp named and try to do that more, but it's kind of difficult to do sometimes. So. But yeah, we'll get there eventually. Holy moly. That was a hit. You see that hit? You see how much damage that did? You guys see that? That's like 3/4 of my health bar. We go on water, or are we going to go fight these two in front of us? Yeah, pets will definitely be an issue. But, I mean, it's not far, but we have to kill, like, 2 mobs, and then we can jump in the water and swim out. But, yeah, water is definitely faster. So... yeah, all we do is really XP. We need to grind more items. That's kind of why we came in here today. Was hoping to get some gear and loot and stuff. Hopefully, we'll start doing more XP or more loot farming and less just grinding of XP. But we'll see. Is everybody with? Ideally, you level up while acquiring gear. Yeah, that's best. If you can level up while you acquire gear. So once you hit like in the 50s, you really need to start camping named and getting gear while you level. You're going to be in the 50s for a long time anyway, so you might as well camp named. And there's some really rare gear that takes a long time to get. So highly recommend starting to camp some of that stuff early. So we just kind of, started getting into the 50s now. So we're only 52, but so we'll probably start camping more named. Any good crafting weapons? Nah, I mean, there's some okay crafted weapons, but not really. You want to get dropped weapons. We get everybody out? Looks like it. Oh, well. What is this? No. It's not a secret anything. There's a fourth owner, but not investor. Fourth owner that they just don't really talk about much. That is part owner of the game. That's all it is. Well, it could be him, yes, but no, it's not him. It's their lawyer. Like Sean basically said who it was. Like people know who it is, but it's literally their lawyer. All right, sorry. So a friend of mine just joined the chat. We were. I think we're done now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be done for the night. That was stress-inducing. We will. I'll be back on tomorrow morning, around 9 a.m. Eastern, and we'll be doing some more stuff and things. And yeah, but fun night, fun day, good day. I enjoyed it. Hopefully, I will see you all tomorrow sometime. Just come in. I'll be here pretty much all day tomorrow again. Probably not streaming this late tomorrow, but I'll get on early in the morning, and then we'll see where the day takes us after that. Anyway, take care. Have a good one, and I will see you all next time. Bye.